魔法が降る散髪と出会ったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機疑念に満ちた王国ゼブラ帝国とポニー悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽られ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスらはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くし、かつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見よう。ニシェと呼ばれるバンカー、嵐からの避難所、戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーン、リトルピップ、グランドペガサスエンクレイブ、彼らは空に向かって逃げます。果てしなく続く雲、かつての記憶、ポップスターのベルベット、レネディが忍者のモンモデル、リトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求します。ロックピッキングとハッキング、彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たします。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見こう。大地に刻まれた過去の傷跡、リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます。廃墟の世界、それでもまだ夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない。知らんだ戦争の響きは夜のささやきのようにリトルピップ、光を放つピーコー、ウェイストランドの陰に希望が舞い上がり始めます。彼らを一緒に再建し新しい扉を開きます。
Chapter 8. Derailed. Something tells me this isn't a circus act. Blood. It washed around my hooves, splashed against my legs, carried by the river that was Main Street. I was standing in the middle of the river, and it was full of corpses. "How many ponies have you slaughtered?" asked Velvet Remedy's voice accusingly. "It sure didn't take you long to become a mass murderer, did it, little Pip?" Velvet? I looked for her in the storm and blackness. Instead, my eyes found only the bullet-savaged wall of the sheriff's office. Crude spray paint covered it, shouting blasphemies. Raiders had been here. Their sickening hoofwork, sadistic mutilations, on display for every pony to see. I watched as the pony torso that dangled from the ceiling inside, its limbs hacked off and coat shaved to the skin, heave against its chains and fall to the floor with a meaty thud. I tried to scream as it began to crawl towards me. With a wet rending, the splayed body on the wall, its flesh flayed back to show off its ribs and rotting organs, ripped itself free and sloughed towards me, splashing in the water. I tried to back away, only to find my hooves mired in the muddy street. The crimson ichor in the water coated my pit buck and sunk into my coat around my legs. "Calamity! Velvet! Help me!" I screamed, but my voice carried no sound. A silent Spritebot watched, doing nothing, as the lower half of a slaver pony joined the things that crept maliciously towards me, a long rope of intestine dragging out behind it. I awoke, my heart thudding hard and my body covered in cold sweat, to the sound and shake of the train. I was weak, but warm and less achy than I had any right to be. I was laying in one of the beds on the train's passenger car, a blanket over me. Beside me, Velvet Remedy was waving her horn tenderly over my recently crippled leg. To my amazement, my leg felt mended, if deeply itchy. I tried to shake the specter of my nightmare. This was not the first sleeping terror that my experiences outside had spawned, but this had been the most deeply unpleasant. The incorporation of my companions, or lack of them, somehow made this dream far, far worse. Velvet Remedy! The last I'd seen her, she was fallen in a pool of her own blood, having saved nearly half a dozen foals. My ears perked at the sounds around me. Looking over my shoulder, I saw the colts and fillies from the sheriff's cells taking up much of the passenger car. They looked weary and beaten. 2 of them were fast asleep, but one had enough cheer to look at me and grin. That was awesome! The colt waved his hoof slowly through the air, then stamped it down with a clop. I gave him a weak smile, my heart finally beginning to calm. Calamity turned from staring out a window to welcome me back to the land of the living. We're okay? I was hesitant, half fearing that this was just another dream, waiting to become a nightmare. Velvet Remedy nodded reassuringly. The slaves? In the caboose, Velvet said softly, less softly. This train only has the 1 passenger car, and I felt the foals needed the space more dearly. So it was either the caboose or strapping them to a flat car. Speaking as though I would have suggested something awful was not, I decided, one of her more endearing personality traits. Suddenly, I remembered my original plan, and the locked pens that the ponies' captives had been caged in. But the locks! I knew Calamity could not have picked them, and I couldn't imagine Velvet Remedy in her own youth having plied the skill. She rolled her eyes at me. Oh, come now. I am not the locksmith you are, and I certainly do not have the level of telekinetic mastery that you showed. Most impressive, I should add. But I am a unicorn. I can do basic levitation. Between your missiles and the mines, I was able to bypass the need for lockpicks or keys. The train rumbled around us. Glancing out my window, I saw that we had already traversed the desert and were clearly well on our way up the mountain. The pace of the train ponies was slowing. We were getting close to the peak point of the mountain track. My conversation with Velvet had lulled, and now Calamity disrupted it completely. Our shadow's back. I pulled myself into a sitting position, testing my mended leg. Shadow? The colt who spoke up earlier declared, Mr. Calamity thinks something is following us. I noticed Calamity was crouched to the window, looking upwards through it, towards the sky. Another, I kept myself from saying goddess, in reference to the winged unicorn slaver I had battled. One of those, like at the sheriff's? I don't think so, but there's a something up there, keeping just out of sight. If it's out of sight, how do you know there's anything there? Velvet countered, but at Calamity's look she relented. Another Pegasus, perhaps. Calamity grimaced. Ah, really don't think so. He returned his gaze to the window, quieting. At least it has stopped raining, Velvet Remedy announced, looking out the window. The storm lasted for days. I turned and looked out at the thick gray cloud cover. The water had indeed stopped falling from the sky, and the clouds were a much lighter color, turning the sunlight a drab gray. Velvet? I started. She smiled at me, and my heart soared, her previous grating remark instantly forgotten. Thank you, little Pip. Your bandages saved my life. I looked at her, knowing that there was no way those poor excuses for medical aid, magically treated or not, could have brought her to health. I started to say as much, but she lifted a hoof to interrupt. No, but you managed just well enough that I regained consciousness, and from there I could take care of myself. She cast a sidelong look towards Calamity, not to mention you and that interesting friend of yours. Calamity nickered in her direction. I stared at my leg, surprised. Grinning, Velvet reminded me, I did tell you that I always wanted to be a medical pony. I studied for it, and even apprenticed. I looked at the beautiful mare, many years my elder, curiously. If that's what you wanted, why didn't you? Because my cutie mark showed up. One day, I sang a song for an ailing gentle pony, and it appeared. A songbird, a nightingale to be precise. And when your cutie mark appears, your place in the stable is decided. There was a sad matter-of-factness in her voice. It was a truth I knew all too well. I even begged to the overmare, but clearly it was to be my destiny to be an entertainer. My fate was written on my flanks. My voice was the most beautiful in the stable, and I could not deny that I could sing, or that I even enjoyed it a fair bit. The overmare even showed me my genealogy, proving that I was the many times great-granddaughter of Stable 2's first overmare, who herself was also a legendary singer. I nodded, having heard the heart-wrenching music myself while in Turnpike Tavern. How could I fight the weight of all that? The overmare, she graciously allowed me to indulge my hobby in the small times when it wouldn't interfere with my new duties of uplifting the stable's flagging morale. But my dreams, I was told, were not for me. Suspecting the answer, I had to ask the question. "Velvet, why did you leave the stable?" Velvet whinnied demurely. Again, because of my cutie mark. She turned, pulling away one of the medical boxes to show me the nightingale on her flank, wings outstretched, bead open in song. "Do you see what it is not, little Pip?" I saw what it was, what it had always been, a bird of beautiful song. "It is not a bird in a cage," Velvet Remedy said, her voice pleased. "And if it is not, then I was not meant to be either. Come horror or ill, I needed to be free." "I'm gonna take a walk outside, maybe stretch my wings." I looked up from the book I was reading to pass the time. Turns out Equestrian Army Today was all about battle saddles. The train was slowing to nearly a stop. The engine had already crested the peak, and the train ponies were drawing the rest of the train down over the lip and around the next bend before releasing it and jumping on board themselves. There wasn't going to be another chance to get some fresh air, or for Calamity to get himself a better look at our shadow. I nodded, bidding him go. Velvet Remedy was probably on her way back from the caboose. She had been making regular checks on the adult ponies we had rescued, and I was entertaining taking a quick trot myself once she was here to watch the foals. I waited, time seeming to have slowed to a crawl like the train itself. She was taking her sweet time. Had she possibly gotten lost? No, that was silly. You couldn't get lost on a train, could you? I chuckled as I realized that, if I ever got lost on the train, my Pip-Buck's automap spell would guide me. Poor Velvet. However could she find her way on a train without it? I had offered Velvet Remedy her Pip-Buck, but to my shock she had refused it. I stressed how unbelievably useful a tool it was in the equestrian wasteland. She said I could keep it as a gift, and as an apology for having given it to me in the first place. She didn't blame herself for my leaving the stable, but she regretted having played a hoof, and truthfully a whole pony, in my decision. I had tried one last time, and she had finally told me flatly, "I escaped that prison. I will not wear its shackle, no matter how gilded a shackle it might be." At that, she had left to check the ponies in the caboose. I was brought out of my reverie by the draconic roar of minigun fire, followed by the death screams of the train ponies. A mere second later, I heard the switch pulling team, who were currently acting as guards, open fire in return. The foals began to panic. I was attempting to calm, or at least corral them, when Velvet Remedy returned through the back door, looking worried. At nearly the same moment, one of the train ponies from the switch team burst in, shouting and waving his paws, a lever-action shotgun floating by his side. "Slavery ambush! Protect the children!" What? How could they have gotten ahead of us? Before I could ask, a grizzly pony wearing slaver armor, spiked hooves coated in the blood of train ponies, broke into the passenger car and reared up, intending to end the life of another. I didn't have time to think. I just drew my assault rifle and fired at him. The pony ducked, his own gun swinging around and unloading into the slaver. I couldn't tell whose shot felled him. Flashes of my nightmare came back to me. I hesitated, but mercifully only after the attacker had been taken down. Then with a stomp, I activated my EFS and watched the flurry of red marks fill my forward compass, milling about the few friendlies that were in front of me. I turned to Remedy, levitating out the needler gun and fitting it with a marked clip. I had not been able to determine what the markings on the needle clip stood for, but I suspected any one of them would be at least capable of incapacitating. "Take this. Guard the foals with your life. I'm going to help up ahead." Better to take them down before they got back this far if I could. Velvet Remedy stared at the needler pistol as if it was diseased. I couldn't. Oh, for Celestia's sake! You have to. You're not going to survive out here if you aren't willing to fight back. I pointed towards the foals, and neither will the ones you're protecting. Velvet gulped. I don't know how. Oh, it's easy. Float it up, pointing this end at the bad guy. To shoot, pull this little lever back, and that's the trigger. She nodded, then looked to me as if hoping I would offer another option. I'm not a killer. I don't think I can. Learn to. It was a harsh, even brutal thing to say, but that was the equestrian wasteland. The train slid down the track, picking up speed but still slow enough for the motley force of unicorn and earth pony slavers to leap aboard. 2 earth ponies with minigun saddle battles had torn through the pulling team, shredding the poor ponies into red meat. The barrage of return fire had slaughtered them in return. I stood my ground on a boxcar several cars forward of the passenger car that held Velvet Remedy and the foals, assault rifle at the ready. My EFS compass was so full of red ahead of me that it was impossible to track individual opponents. Part of me wanted to attempt parley, if only to avoid the growing pain in my conscience. But that was out of the question. No, any pony attacking the train went down. It was with this intention firmly planted that I opened fire on the first slaver to jump her way onto the boxcar ahead of me. My shot went wild and she jumped back down. Damn it! I heard an explosion above and behind me. Casting my eyes to the sky, I saw Calamity dodging and weaving through the air, a griffin in hot pursuit. The enemy aviator held a brush gun, a much nastier firearm than any I had seen so far, and occasionally slowed his pursuit of Calamity to fire a shot. Calamity, bless him, was not making himself an easy target, and costing the griffin distance with each failure. As I watched, Calamity suddenly swooped upward, pulling a full loop, and to my dismay the griffin matched his move, looping slightly inside his own to close distance with him yet again. I heard clopping coming closer, but as I turned my attention back to the boxcars ahead, I saw nothing. Confused, I took a step towards the edge, looking down to see if they were racing up along the ground, only to find 3 slaver ponies racing along the side of my boxcar, passing me. Somewhere, a slaver unicorn was aiding them with spells. A magic glow held their hooves to the side of the moving train. "Luna rape you with her horn," I growled, feeling incensed at the magical trickery, and swung about the assault rifle, firing into their hindquarters, flanks, and necks as they raced down the next boxcar towards the passenger car. 2 ponies screamed as they fell from the train, mortally wounded, one breaking his neck in the fall, but the third made it to the gap between cars before I could bring my weapon to bear on him. The train was moving at a fair clop now. I raced along the roof, jumping to the next car and skidding to a stop. I looked down between the cars and quickly pulled my head back as the slaver spotted me and fired a mouth-held submachine gun into the air where my head had just been. Focusing, I pulled the wide-eyed slaver up out of his hiding place. Then something hit me from behind, sending a stripe of searing pain up my back. I dropped him, the damnably lucky bastard falling safely onto the roof just across the gap. I was surrounded now. The pony I had missed before had come up behind me while I was focused on this new one. A whip clenched in her mouth that she wielded with hellish accuracy. With the crack of her whip, she knocked my assault rifle out of the air, the weapon sailing out over the cliff face the track was skirting. The SMG slaver had taken my moment of surprise to reload, and now grinned. In his mind, he had already killed me. Another explosion from above, and 2 bullets ripped through the slaver, felling him. His body, SMG still clenched in his teeth, slid off the boxcar roof. A moment later, Calamity swooped low over the boxcar and banked sharply, his hoofs scraping along the cliff that rose up above us on the other side of the train. The griffin swooped over the train in pursuit. I ducked. But the whip pony wasn't quick enough and got clipped by one of the griffin's wings that hit cleanly decapitating the slaver pony. I felt my heart skip a beat as I saw the blaze that adorned the forward edge of the griffin's wings. Scooping up the decapitated pony's whip, I kicked the rocking head off the side of the train. I curled the whip into my saddlebags, brought out my combat shotgun and moved, first to one side of the boxcar, then the other. The spell the slavers were using changed the situation dramatically, and I was painfully worried about how many had gotten past me before I wised up to it. Further up the train, I heard more gunfire as the remaining train ponies fought for their lives. Down the train, I thought I heard Velvet Remedy scream. I turned towards the sound, my hindquarters to the front of the train, when something thumped hard somewhere towards the front of the train, and then the train gave a shudder as its wheels crunched through a body that had fallen down onto the tracks. Calamity landed deftly beside me. I stared at him in surprise, and he seemed to blush as he hoofed at his mane.
I'm afraid Razorwing couldn't join us. He refused to get off of my tail, even when I swooped between two of the cars.
Calamity smiled, looking around as if trying to find a missing friend.
I swear he was right behind me just a moment ago.
I smirked, then pointed a hoof towards the passenger car.
Go help Velvet!
Calamity nodded and took to the air, not even needing to fly as the now galloping train brought the passenger car right to him. I saw him disappear into the gap in front of it and galloped to the aid of the train ponies. As I did so, a frightened voice in my head asked me what my life had become. What was I becoming, that there were so many ponies who wanted to take my life and that I was charging towards them? The last survivor of the train ponies and I raced across the rooftops and dived down into the open door of the passenger car as twin beams of pink magical energy zorched the sky, fired from a white unicorn raider's battle saddle. The train pony who had been with us seconds ago was now nothing but sparkling pink ash blowing away in the wind. The passenger car was empty. Sort of. The body of a black-coated slaver hung from the ceiling, filled with needles. The spell on its hooves was keeping it from falling to the floor, even after death. It gave the earth pony with me quite a start. To be honest, I might have shrieked a little too.
I tell you, I prefer slavers who shoot bullets,
the train pony gasped, recovering. You can't wrap a bandage round being turned to dust. I quite thoroughly agreed. Velvet Remedy ran in through the back door, coming off the flat car behind. Seeing the train pony, she motioned for him to head behind her.
Please go meet up with Calamity. He's at the caboose.
We've got a nasty one on the way,
I warned her. And another 4 coming behind her. I think these are the last of them, but one is using a battle saddle with magical energy weapons. Velvet Remedy nodded warily, then looked up and pointed at the corpse above.
This one came in from the roof, like an insect.
She was clearly shaken, more at having to take a life than at the strangeness of the circumstances. But I suspected she couldn't bring herself to focus on that. Not yet. I began to wonder if her occasional unpleasantness wasn't part of some coping mechanism for dealing with the horrors of the equestrian wasteland. The earth pony trotted past her, reloading his weapon and bucking the door closed behind him. A minute later, Calamity galloped up.
Every pony's in the caboose and I've kicked it off. The slavers won't be getting to them from here.
He lowered his head and stomped at the floor.
Here's where we hold the line.
There was no time for discussion. Calamity had barely spoken his intent when 3 slavers, led by the unicorn pony, came into the car at us. Not from in front or behind, but through the windows. The passenger car exploded into violence. Sats locked onto the slaver coming through the window on my left. At this range, I could hardly miss. Unfortunately, neither could they. Velvet Remedy's horn glowed as I fired into the chest of my first target, once and again. His armor stopped much of the damage, but it knocked him back, his own shot grazing my cheek. I turned to the second, but not quickly enough to stop him from swinging his magically enhanced sledgehammer right into my ribcage. The pain was blinding. I could hear ribs snapping under my armor. My squeal of pain did not stop him from bringing down a second blow across my back. Ditzy-Doo's armor dissipated the blow across my body, saved me from a broken back and a very short paralyzed life. Calamity had fired off a double shot from his battle saddle, tearing gaping holes in one of the slaver ponies coming in on his side. Bloody innards splattered across the bed, wall, and window. The last went for Velvet Remedy. Oh, goddess, why wasn't she wearing armor? I watched in horror from the floor as the slaver sank his combat knife deep into her shoulder, barely missing her neck. Blood gushed around the blade and turned her charcoal coat a wet black. Her spell imploded, the magic radiating from her horn, fading away in an instant. I started to get up, crying out as bright agony slashed through me with fiery fingers. My targeting spell was still refreshing, but my first opponent had already recovered and was bringing his gun to bear. The pony with the sledgehammer swung again, intent on pummeling me into submission, the submission of a corpse. Calamity fired. The armor that had spared the slaver from my combat shotgun was not equal to my companion's powerful rifles. The slaver who had stabbed Velvet grasped the hilt of the knife in her teeth, intent on pulling the blade out of the wounded singer. But Velvet's horn glowed once again, a telekinetic light enveloping the knife. It was simple, weak telekinesis, holding the blade. But it kept the pony from sliding out the blade as easily as she expected, and that briefest pause gave Calamity enough time to turn his barrels on her. He fired again, and Velvet was splattered with wet bits of the other pony. I was in so much pain, my vision blurred heavily. I was having trouble drawing breath, but at least now it was, I thought hopefully, only 3-on-1. But as the slaver raised his sledgehammer over my head, the door burst open. The white unicorn, standing just outside the door, opened fire with pink magical energy. With a flash from my horn, Sledgehammer Pony found himself pushed away, becoming an impromptu shield. An eye blink later, he was glowing pink dust. Now it really was 3-on-1. And while I had to fight through my pain to fire, my targeting spell had finally returned, and Sats guided my shots. And Calamity needed no aid at all. Velvet Remedy's horn glowed as she slowly mended my several broken ribs, jumping slightly as the train gave a buck. The pain in my side had reduced to a throbbing, bad enough to wring whimpers from me. Really, little Pip, this is becoming a habit. Her own coat was matted with her blood. The last of our healing potions had been consumed, and both she and I wore the last of our bandages. Only Calamity had made it through virtually unscathed. The slavers lay dead about us, save for the one who had pummeled me with a sledgehammer. His body had been vaporized, turned to glowing ash. I recoiled at the thought that I might have breathed in some of him. I turned away, staring at the floor. Though he had won, it didn't feel like a victory. Instead, I felt that I had led a half a dozen train ponies to their slaughter. And, in the end, I had failed in the fight as well, if Calamity hadn't been with us. Reading me far too easily, Velvet Remedy tried to soothe me. At least you got that one with the horrible sledgehammer. All I managed to do was be a target.
You are doing more than your share with your healing skills and mending spell,
I pointed out, adding, although I'm surprised you didn't stay with the freed slaves and foals. Velvet Remedy whinnied. That caboose was too crowded as it was. If I had tried to force myself in there too, some pony would have suffocated. She finished tending my wounds, frowning at the increased shaking on the train. Scenery flashed by outside the windows. Yep. Calamity returned to us, making his way through the rattling train. Looks like that was the last of 'em. The train groaned dangerously as it tore around a corner, forcing us to catch ourselves. Velvet looked between us with alarm. Don't either of you ponies think we're going awfully fast? How does this train of yours slow down?
We use the brakes.
And where are they?
In the caboose.
Velvet's ears dipped back. She stared levelly at Calamity. The caboose. That would be the big red car at the back, right? The one you just kicked free of us? I felt a surge of panic. Calamity grimaced a little. Yup. Pondering. You know, that would explain the look the train pony was giving me. I begin to see how you got your name, Velvet said flatly. Several minutes of confirming our situation and arguing what should be done followed as the train continued to race down the mountain out of control. Soon, the three of us were bracing ourselves against every turn. We were still only halfway down, sheer cliffs flying by on either side. In the end, I decided there was only one solution.
Calamity, fly Velvet Remedy to safety.
Velvet's eyes widened. What about you? Resolutely, I stomped on the ground, trying to ignore the twinge in my recently mended leg and ribs.
I'll be fine. I figured out another way off.
The two of them looked dubious, but they trusted me. So with a nod, Calamity and Velvet made their way to the nearest flat car. I'll be back for you, Calamity promised as he spread his wings. The wind tore Calamity and Velvet off into the air. And then I was alone, on a runaway train. Okay, I thought to myself. Now it was time to actually think of a way off. The train charged forward towards a mountain curve, hitting it far too fast. The train tilted. I could feel wheels coming off the track. My horn flared with power, cold sweat breaking across my already too abused body as I poured telekinetic power into holding the train on the track. The whole train glowed feebly as it ripped around the corner, canted crazily, riding only one side of its wheels. With a squealing thud, the train righted itself on the track, already headed towards another turn, this one throwing the train's weight against the rising cliff wall. The rocky wall raked at the train, gouging at boxcars and rending most of the roof off the passenger car with a resounding roar. I clenched my eyes against the storm of splinters. When I opened them again, wind was buffeting me fiercely through the gaping wound in the train car. I could see another turn ahead, this one even sharper. Trembling with exhaustion, I knew there was no way to prevent the train from leaping the track this time. I focused again, dreaming I could levitate myself to safety. Groaning with the effort, I felt my hooves leave the ground just as the engine car hit the curve and snapped around it. The massive weight of the train could not follow. With a horrific, screaming shudder, the jackknifing train tore from the track, soaring out over the mountain cliff, like a snake with a broken head and plunging towards the valley over 1,000 feet below. With all my remaining focus, I pushed myself up and away, lifting out of the open roof. But it was not enough. I was still falling, and fast. My efforts only slowed me enough that I got to see the train fall past me, diving down into the dead forest below with an almighty crash. The destruction below me was like the hoof of Luna against the land beneath. Great clouds bellowed up, obscuring the wreckage that I was about to splatter against. Calamity caught me! The three of us, Calamity, Velvet, and I, trod through the narrow valley under the gray clouds above. I had no idea where we were, save that New Appaloosa was many days' travel on my Pitbuck's map. Assuming we could travel in anything close to a straight line, assuming we were headed there at all. Based on the terminal entries, the slavers of Old Appaloosa were selling the bulk of the ponies they captured to some pony named Stern in some place called Philadelphia. I had not lost my rage at what I had read, at the wicked and cruel things these ponies were doing. I kept it at a low simmer in the back of my mind. If I had my way, Philadelphia was next. But I could not ignore our more pressing concerns. We were in desperate need of medical supplies. Likewise, the water and food Calamity and I had packed was insufficient to support 3 ponies for several days. We needed safe shelter and resupply. Once together, we had rested for several hours. The 3 of us had just been through a harrowing battle, and it would have been insane, if not impossible, to press on without giving ourselves time out. In truth, we needed much more than we took. I myself was so weakened by my extreme feats of telekinesis that I found myself unable to levitate even something as small and relatively light as Little Macintosh. But the unfamiliar and possibly hostile environment did not encourage dallying. The valley was strewn with black dead trees and bits of debris, not from the train, whose crash site was now miles behind us. These told of the devastation of Equestria's apocalypse. Fallen sky chariots and similar vehicles marred the land. According to Calamity, we were below the outskirts of what had once, high above us, been the Pegasus city of Cloudsdale. Now, there was nothing up there above the clouds. And on the ground, the only grave marker for the sudden ending of so many pony lives were scattered wrecks of Pegasus vehicles that had been too far from the city to be instantly consumed, but not far enough to save those pulling them. Inappropriately, upbeat music, heavy on the tuba, floated like a siren song through the valley. My ears perked and I began galloping towards the source, my surprised companion scrambling to follow suit. "Little Pip," Velvet gasped. "What is it?" Calamity was no less confused. He knew the sound of a sprite bot, but could fathom no reason I would be in such a hurry to catch it. Reaching the sprite bot, I enveloped it with my horn's magic, dragging it to attention before me. "Watcher!" Calamity landed, looking at me strangely. Velvet, considerably further behind, dropped to a trot as she saw no sign I was in immediate danger of being crippled yet again.
Watcher!
I shouted crossly, giving the annoying sprite bot a firm shake, as if doing so would shut off the music and summon my cryptic acquaintance.
Watcher, I know you can hear me. I need you right now.
Little Pip,
Calamity began slowly.
I don't think...
He stopped, eyes widening fearfully as the music ended in a mid-song pop, and the sprite bot spoke directly to me in a voice he had never heard come from a sprite bot before.
Hello, Little Pip. How can I help you?
The tinny artificial voice addressing me clearly spooked my wasteland-experienced companion quite deeply.
I need you to send a message to New Appaloosa.
I waved a frantic hoof.
There's a caboose headed down the mountain without a train. The train pony inside will make sure it reaches the bottom safely, but there are lots of ponies inside, including 5 young ones, who cannot survive out here on their own. New Appaloosa needs to send wagons to get them.
Watcher was silent, hesitant.
Watcher, they're not in good shape. They have no food or water. Time is of the essence.
Watcher spoke slowly.
I don't know, Little Pip. I'm not in the habit of...
I don't care.
I shouted crossly.
You care about those ponies, don't you? Do you want to see those foals die?
No. I mean, yes, I care. No, I don't want to.
Then get help. You don't have time to indulge your shyness, Watcher. Lives are at stake.
With a pop, the sprite bot song continued. I released it, unsure whether to feel relieved or disgusted.
Little Pip,
Velvet nickered, clopping up to me.
if you keep ordering your friends around, you'll soon find you don't have any.
I frowned, reminded suddenly of my friendless nightmare. Calamity gave me a look that suggested she might be right. Velvet kept walking, and I fell in line behind her. Footnote: level up. New perk: light trot. You are agile, lucky, and always careful. Or maybe you have just mastered the art of self-levitation. Either way, you never set off enemy mines or floor-based traps. Chapter 9. The moral of the story. I am the one who should be mobbed by strangers wherever I go. Clouds. When I first stepped outside into this new world, the world was impossibly big, the sky terrifyingly high. Now the omnipresent clouds, shifting, boiling, darkening with rain, was just another ceiling. Gray like the one in stable maintenance. Only rarely, like on that first night, would small fissures open in the cloud cover like gaping wounds that would slowly heal. The tantalizing glimpse of a bright, wondrous blue above, cheerful and serene, tempted and tortured those living in the gloom below.
Little Pip,
Velvet asked, her own thoughts not far from my own.
does the air seem strange to you outside? The day is so warm and bright, and yet the air is sickly. I feel so eager and yet so hesitant to be enwrapped by it.
Like it's poisonous.
I agreed. Calamity said nothing. I supposed that to him, the air was the air and had always been like this. The strewn wreckage of Pegasus vehicles, cast from the sky when the metropolis of Cloudsdale was obliterated in a single hoof stomp, stretched on for miles. Some of the sky chariots and wagons were marred further with the old skeletons of the poor ponies who were struck dead or mortally wounded by the megaspell, but whose bodies were not wiped from existence entirely. The mountains rose up to either side of the valley, sickly grass forested with blackened trees. New plants grew around them, feeding on their corpses. Up and ahead was the worn and faded image of a giant sparkle cola bottle, the stylized carrot immediately identifying the drink even though the words on the sign had faded too severely to read. A badly faded yellow pony with a pink mane was holding it aloft in nearly orgasmic glee. According to Calamity, these giant signs, called billboards, had once littered every major sky route between Cloudsdale and other cities, advertising goods and services from all over Equestria. I could spot a second billboard on the opposite side of the valley, perhaps half a mile further down. Even from this range, I thought I could recognize the familiar image of heroic Pegasi with rainbows exploding across the sky behind them as they swept over the armies of wicked zebras. Better wiped than striped. A large enclosed delivery wagon lay battered, bent, and sunken partially into the ground. I spotted on its side what appeared to be a business logo, a pattern of 7 ascending circles, which struck me as strangely familiar. I didn't have to ponder it long, for as I drew closer, my Pip-Buck's automap christened it Wreckage of Ditsy-Doo Deliveries. Now I remembered where I'd seen the pattern before, on the interior title page of the Wasteland Survival Guide. Calamity was looking at the wreckage with similar comprehension. Velvet looked between us, confused at why we had stopped to stare.
What?
This is where Ditsy-Doo fell, I said, feeling awe and intense sadness. This would have been her only grave marker had she not suffered a stranger fate.
Who?
Ditsy-Doo, I repeated, lost in my own thoughts. I was trying to imagine what it had been like. Velvet, who did not know the name, gave me a look indicating just how helpful she felt that answer was, and turned to Calamity.
Yup.
Velvet nickered and walked past, circling around the back. Moments later, I heard her call out,
Little Pip, would you please come look at this?
Her voice had a tone of hope? I trotted around to find her. Not at all like a little puppy at her owner's call. Boxes and crates littered the ground around the back of the Ditsy-Doo Deliveries wagon, and many more were toppled and crushed inside. Some had been torn open, all had been looted for anything of value, except that was for a safe and a footlocker in the back. It was the latter which had drawn Velvet's excitement because, while identical in make to every other footlocker I had run across, the markings were very distinct. 3 bands of yellow, the center one with a pink butterfly emblem. This was not a medical box, but the colors and symbol were clearly those of the Ministry of Peace. Sure, no problem, I announced proudly, floating out my screwdriver and bobby pin as I watched Velvet struggling not to prance in anticipation. Turning away, I started on picking the lock on the safe first. I could hear her stomp her hoof and bit my lower lip to stifle a laugh. The safe's lock gave up almost too easily. Considering the level of looting, I was surprised that such a weak lock had been such a long-lived deterrent. Was I the only one outside who had developed this skill? I opened the safe. One item inside immediately captured my attention. The entire interior of the safe was filled with a rosy glow emanating from a bottle of luminescent purplish-red liquid. Sparkle Cola, rad! With an invigorating touch of radiation and a blast of radish flavoring, it's like a buck to the face, with radishes. The Sparkle Cola Rad floated out of the safe past me, enveloped in a magical glow by Velvet's horn. Raising the bottle to eye level, she winced at it with a despairing gaze.
That's insane. How could any pony be so stupid as to think consuming radiation is healthy?
My own levitation abilities had been so overstrained that it actually took effort to snatch the bottle back, but I proudly kept myself from panting. Velvet Remedy stared in something approaching horror as she saw me slip the bottle into one of my saddlebags.
You're not actually intending to drink that, are you?
I shrugged. It did sound like it might be tasty, and according to my Pip-Buck, the radiation still present was minor enough to be washed away with the Rat-Away potion later. I turned to the footlocker, prompting Velvet to forget, or at least ignore, the beverage in my saddlebags. This lock was not easy. It selfishly refused to give up its secrets. After the 3rd try, I began to worry that this one was beyond me, and I desperately didn't want Velvet Remedy to see me fail. I had one other option, but I didn't want her to see that either. This is a tough one. I'm going to need concentration. Velvet, could you step out? And considering her warning earlier, I added, please? I could tell she didn't want to, but with ladylike grace, she departed. As soon as she was out of sight, I brought up my Pip-Buck sorting spell and pulled the tin of Mentals out from where I had hidden it at the bottom of my pack. This wasn't the incredible party time treat I had before, but I didn't need to talk to the locker. Opening the tin, I popped one into my mouth and began to chew. The effect was immediate. It was like a gray film was being washed away from all my senses, like my mind was clearing after having been in a deep fog. I was more alive and aware than ever before. This was not party time, and definitely not as candylicious, but it was enough to make the damn lock sing for me. Outside, I could hear Velvet Remedy's voice.
Calamity, may I ask you something?
Yep, I reckon you can.
Why is it that you're the only Pegasus pony I've seen in the equestrian wasteland? I was under the impression that Pegasus ponies would be as common as Earth and unicorn ponies.
My ears perked. Their conversation wasn't meant to be private, so this wasn't eavesdropping exactly. And I had to admit, I wanted to know that too. There was a pregnant pause. Then Calamity nickered.
Wow, lady, when you ask a question, you go right for the throat, don't you? I'm sorry. I apologize if this is a personal. No, you should know, I guess.
I could hear Calamity sigh. My perceptiveness was heightened to an amazing degree. As I had predicted, the lock was now easy and clicked open in surrender.
You ain't gonna find any other Pegasus ponies. Not unless they're... like me.
He paused as if speaking about this was physically taxing.
You see, back during the war, we Pegasus ponies were Equestria's greatest fighting force. We were the elites, the best of the best. But after Cloudsdale was hit, well, that was it. Game over. They abandoned the war, abandoned Equestria. Although it's not like either one of them lasted more than a few hours past that anyways. The Pegasus ponies closed up the sky and went into hiding. Closed up the sky? Yup. They kicked the Cloudmakers up to full power and locked them like that. Saved their other cities, their families. The zebras couldn't well target what they couldn't see. Not that they didn't try. Got a few lucky hits, but not many.
I could hear one of them dig at the ground with a hoof.
Ain't been a day that ain't been at least mostly cloudy in Equestria since.
Velvet Remedy gasped.
That's horrible. Oh, they keep telling themselves that any day now they'll turn 'em off. Open the sky, come swooping down to save the rest of you. When they're ready. When the time is right.
Calamity nickered in clear contempt.
Been telling themselves that for upwards of 200 years now. Truth is, they're too arrogant and lazy to bother. So long as they keep telling themselves that they'll do the right thing eventually, they can live with themselves. Meanwhile, you lot are dying down here from slavers and raiders and monsters. And you're making a damn hard effort of saving yourselves without their help.
Sounded more to me like the Pegasus ponies were scared. I opened the footlocker and started looking at the items inside.
And you?
Velvet asked.
I didn't find the living with myself so easy as that lot seemed to, bunch of winged horse apples.
Wow, Calamity, so very glad to have you on Equestria's side, but bitter much? A few moments later, Velvet trotted into the back of the delivery wagon. She spared a glance in Calamity's direction, then noticed that I had opened the footlocker. With a pleased sound, she virtually danced over the debris to reach me. Inside, numerous scrolls, ruined when a bottle of something had shattered, and the glass shards of said bottle, a framed picture of a bunny rabbit, a small crystal orb sealed in a clear bag, property of the Ministry of Peace, restricted viewing only. Unauthorized viewers will be prosecuted. And a book, Supernaturals.
Oh!
Velvet gasped and made a sound that I felt I could fairly describe as a squee. I watched her, the corners of my mouth twitching upwards as I realized that Velvet Remedy, the amazing unicorn of unparalleled beauty and musical grace who has inspired at least 300 fans, was herself more than a bit of a fan filly. I know what this is, Velvet announced, floating the bag with the orb up for closer inspection.
It's a memory orb, used to record events not only with sound, but moving picture.
Much better than a recorder or a camera. Rare, too. Velvet collected the memory orb and the bunny photo. I was surprised when she left the book.
Oh, I already have that one. But you should take it, little Pip. I know you'll find it useful.
Something in her expression made me think there was a joke here, and at my expense. Still, I wasn't one to turn down a book, especially if it was one Velvet Remedy suggested. I had just finished sliding the book into my saddlebags when my eyes forward sparkle compass exploded with red. I froze. Crap! That's a lot of enemies! In my mind, I knew the slavers had found us again. And, from the looks of things, they had brought an army.
Little Pip, what is it?
Anxiously, I whispered,
Go get Calamity. Quietly, please.
I turned slowly in place. There was a gap in the red. We weren't entirely surrounded.
Trouble!
More than we could handle. Velvet immediately tensed, nodded nervously, and trotted out as quickly and quietly as she could, only knocking over one crate along the way. We both winced. As she reached the back end of the wagon, she stopped aghast. Zombie ponies! What? Not slavers? I moved up next to her. I was already forming how I was going to explain to her about ghouls. But the words died on my lips as I took in the blank, hungry stares and shambling, grotesque movements of the approaching herd. These did not look like ghouls. These looked like zombie ponies. I remembered the warning. You get into the wrong places, you'll find yourself hunted by whole packs of cannibal ghoul ponies gone zombie. Moving closer to Calamity, I whispered,
Follow me.
We watched them shuffle a foot nearer. 2. The closest zombie pony broke into a slavering charge.
Run!
We ran. Ran like we were being chased by a mindless horde of monsters intent on eating us alive. Because we were. The zombie ponies exploded into action, joining the hunt. Our flesh the prize they were after. Many launched into the air and flew towards us. I tried to telekinetically grab a downed sky chariot as we raced past, but the glow around my horn sparked and died. I had no telekinetic tricks to save us. Velvet Remedy shrieked as the zombie pony dove from the sky. She ducked, the creature overshooting her and crashing into a tree. I leapt over the body and kept going, my side beginning to hurt. That hurt swiftly grew into burning coals buried in my side, bringing tears to my eyes and threatening to sap my strength. 2 more zombie ponies dived towards us. Calamity, wide-eyed in fear, suddenly scowled and spat out, "Oh, screw this!" He skidded to a halt, rearing around and opened fire. The shot ripped the featherless wing off one of the zombies, causing it to lurch into the other. The 2 tumbled out of the sky in a spin, splashing gorily into the half-buried metal skeleton of a huge wagon designed to carry smaller wagons. Ahead, the rusted hulk of a long passenger chariot rose out of the ground like a barricade. Launching himself into the air, Calamity yelled for us to go around it and keep running. "Don't slow down, not for an instant!" he cried out as he dodged another flying zombie pony, kicking his saddle to reload. Velvet was pulling well ahead of me, my shorter legs and my burning side threatening to spell out a most horrific death for me. Velvet tore around the side of the passenger wagon and disappeared behind it. I could hear the herd right at my tail, hoofs thundering over the ground in a hungry stampede, foul breath hitting my mane. I couldn't make the turn. They'd be on me if I tried. Hoping that my small size would come to my aid for once, I instead leapt for one of the shattered, gaping windows. My body, saddlebags, and all sailed cleanly through the opening. I hit one of the benches inside and jumped for the opposite window without breaking speed. Jagged shards of glass cut at my neck and legs, slashing against my armor before snapping away as my saddlebags hit them. I was out again and almost clear when the strap from my sniper rifle caught on a piece of jagged metal and I was jerked to a halt, swinging back into the wagon's side with a jarring thud. I was caught. I tried to pull away, but my hooves barely brushed the ground. I could hear the hoofbeats of the multitude of zombie ponies as they reached the long body of the wagon, the herd splitting to go around either side. I twisted about, trying to bite the strap loose before they were on top of me. Somewhere above, I heard Calamity taking shots. I heard the metal of the wagon dent and puncture, his hits for once not striking the enemy. Panic flared through me. If the zombie ponies didn't get me, one of Calamity's wild shots might. Terribly, I realized how preferable a fate that would be, and I prayed that Celestia would grant him the wisdom and mercy to shoot me if they started eating me. With a final strong bite, the strap broke and I fell free. Instinctively, I grasped the sniper rifle in my teeth, realizing only later how foolish a waste of a precious second that was, and ran as hard as my screaming legs inside would let me. The zombie herd was already coming around the passenger wagon and closing on me. Their hooves brutalized the discolored grass beneath. Even more swooped over it with an ease that made my shortcut laughable. My clear mind and heightened perceptions had become a horror. I could feel the ground tremble beneath me. I could calculate how swiftly they would be gnawing on my hide. I could make out a strange faint pop even through the rumble of the herd. I could feel myself lifted into the air as the wreckage of the passenger wagon was consumed in a flare of unleashed wild magic. I could see the pulsing cascade of colors cast strange shadows as swirling magical energies erupted through the air. I could smell the fetid corpse stench of the zombies as they were blown apart, even as their body parts caught fire. I hit the ground still running, the valley lurching about as I fought to keep from tumbling. Bits of zombie ponies splattered down about me like rain. Ahead of me, Velvet Remedy had stopped and was just staring, eyes fixed on a scene behind me I preferred not to imagine. Most of the herd was killed in the blast, and many who were not had scattered. But not for long. Calamity swooped over me, crying out for a panting Velvet to turn back around and keep running. A cluster of odd sky vehicles, painted a mottled light blue and gray with tiny splashes of white, formed the only possibly defensible position. Beyond that, the valley spread out into rolling, rocky hills that offered no cover at all. We reached it as more zombie ponies overflew us, landing just yards away. Velvet Remedy lowered her horn, charging at them, and skewered one messily, unable to hold back an ew that I empathized with completely. I tried to grasp little Macintosh telekinetically, but my magic just couldn't. Desperately, I looked around for something I could grasp in my mouth. A piece of sufficiently spear-like debris would do. What I found was infinitely better. At least I thought so. As Calamity shot the zombie pony moving towards me, I scrambled over to where the cargo of one of the vehicles had spilled. I had seen, in small and cruel glimpses, the beautiful light blue sky above the clouds. My mental-clear mind quickly realized the paint on these strange sky chariots would have once served as camouflage. A Pegasus military convoy. And, praise Celestia, one of the things they had been transporting was turrets. I was trained to reprogram the spell matrix of a pitbuck. Tweaking a turret to run off my pitbuck's definitions of friend and foe is comparatively easy, especially right now. Lil Pip, you sure you know what you're doing? Calamity asked, sparing me a glance as he landed between me and more zombie ponies firing again. I was all grins. You betcha. Celestia watch you and keep you safe as you travel down the path you choose. May Luna be with you and keep you strong, so your courage you will never lose. Remain loyal, honest, and brave. Forget not the ones that you save, and in our heart you will do no wrong. Velvet Remedy's tune wove between humming and lyrics, the latter in a state of constant flux. For me, watching my idol actually crafting a song was amazing. Calamity didn't complain. He too found her music to be uplifting in the bleakness of the wasteland, although his occasional eye-rolling suggested he wished she would stick to one set of lyrics, rather than seeking perfection. It had been several hours since the zombies and the valley was safely behind us. A darker gray began to seep into the sky. Not a storm, Calamity said with some encouragement, just the approach of nightfall. If I ever meet the Pegasus ponies, I thought, I'll have to thank them for making the equestrian wasteland so depressing. Somehow, it was worse than the drab monotony of Stable 2, because I never believed the stable could be better. Although that could have been the post-mental depression talking. Oh my. Velvet gasped as we crested a rolling hill and saw it. An absolutely gigantic billboard, far taller than any of the buildings I'd seen, loomed just beyond the next hill. The image, amazingly unfaded yet marred with the grime and water damage of centuries, was nothing but the giant face of an almost unbearably pink pony, with a mane that age had turned into a candy cane. She was smiling, her eyes seeming to follow us. I'd seen this before from the train. Even now, recognizable in this light and at this distance as a billboard, merciful Celestia, still gave me a nervous chill. I stared as I walked closer, trying to imagine it before so many decades had taken their toll, before it had been repeatedly peppered by wind-blown dust and ash, streaked by rivulets of rain, back when its placement would have been clearly playful, set behind the rays of the hill so it looked like the pony was playing peekaboo with the whole damn countryside. Back when it wasn't so... Luna, damn, fucking creepy. I tried to shake off the feeling with a shudder, turning away from the massive billboard, and found myself staring at a sneaky sprite bot.
Hello, little Pip.
I would have been in the next country if Calamity didn't bite my fleeing tail. He held me while I ran in place until the panic left me. By that time, Watcher had wisely floated out of Hoof's reach.
You are so lucky I can't telekinetically hurl rocks at you right now.
Velvet Remedy looked like she'd help me. Calamity was glaring distrustfully at the sprite bot, wings out, legs spread in a defensive stance. Lil Pip? All I wanted to know at that moment was,
Watcher, are they safe?
the sprite bot bobbed.
Yes, wagons are on their way. Although Dizzy-Doo might now be under the impression that you can hack sprite bots and send messages through them. Sorry about that.
Lil Pip? Calamity would have been growling if he could. I don't trust that thing. So, Watcher had found a way to relay the message without alerting the pony folk of New Appaloosa to what Watcher was able to do. At Calamity's words, I realized I really didn't trust Watcher either. And now that I knew the ponies we fought and nearly died to rescue were safe, or soon would be, quite a few more questions tumbled into my mind. First and foremost being,
You sent me into that raider pit knowing full well what and who I would find in there, didn't you?
Calamity broke off, staring at the strangely behaving bot, looking to me. I had never told him why I had gone into the Ponyville library.
They needed help.
You could have told me the truth, I scowled.
Hey, I didn't exactly know you now, did I? You seemed like a good pony who would do the right thing once you saw it for yourself, but...
Now I felt like growling.
You lied to me.
No.
If it was possible for the toneless mechanical voice to sound heated, it would have.
I told you I didn't mean you harm, and I didn't. I told you that you would find something you needed to survive in there.
The sprite bot flew close.
And I'd say you found more valuable things in there than just a book, wouldn't you agree?
Damn it, Watcher was right. I found Ditsy-Doo, who was an acquaintance I valued far more than the guide she wrote, which I held in fairly high regard. Spinning a mental web, I could make an argument that my friendship with Calamity arose out of what happened there. Possibly, although less firmly, I could say my relationship with the New Appaloosans, and thus my ability to save many more ponies, including Velvet Remedy, for certain definitions of saving, stem from what Watcher pulled. I still wanted to stuff a hoof through the damn bot's front plate, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. The sprite bot wasn't Watcher. Velvet Remedy spoke up.
Little Pip, what's going on here?
I told them everything.
Whoops, almost out of time.
Watcher warned as I finished up my tale, Watcher only rarely commenting. Calamity was still giving the floating bot nasty looks. I organized the questions in my head, prioritizing.
Watcher, you seem to know a lot about things.
Well, yeah.
What were the ministries?
I had seen enough references to ministries scattered in the artifacts of the past that I suspected such information would be helpful for context. I didn't realize that I'd just asked what was arguably the most important question of my life. It was, at least, Celestia Tier. Watcher was silent for a while, long enough that I thought our strange pseudo-companion might have winked away again. Watcher's words came slowly, deliberately.
Remember when I told you that you should search for your virtue? And I told you about the greatest heroes of Equestria?
I nodded.
You mentioned them, yes.
Well,
Watcher's words came slowly, as if they were painful.
the massacre at Little Horn broke Princess Celestia's heart. After that, nearly midway through the war, Princess Celestia decided she wasn't the right pony to lead Equestria anymore. So she stepped down, abdicated her position to her sister, Princess Luna.
I listened in awe. I had never heard the goddesses spoken about in this way before.
The war had been devastating, both abroad and at home. Equestria was in severe distress, suffering from troubles within as well from the enemy armies. You can't imagine what it was like back then. Those heroes I told you about, they were 6 amazing ponies with true hearts and virtuous souls, whose friendship held the power to change the world. Princess Celestia had always been like a mother to them. She saw them, one in particular, as her children. She loved them and wanted to protect them. So Princess Celestia shielded them from the worst of the war, finding quests for them that kept them, mostly, out of harm's reach, or at least away from the battlefields. Sending them on diplomatic missions to the Griffins and the Buffalo. Things like that. Princess Luna met them for the first time in a much different circumstance. Princess Luna respected them and saw them as her equals, and, I really think, as her saviors. And so when Princess Luna ascended to rule Equestria and fight the war, she called Equestria's most valuable heroes to serve as her personal advisors. She called for the creation of new offices of government, one under each of them, whose job would be to take their advice and find ways to implement it.
And those were the ministries?
Yes.
I looked around at the bleak, ruined wasteland that had once been the beautiful nation of Equestria.
Doesn't look like that went so well.
Silence. Then Watcher spoke again.
Have you ever heard the old saying, the portal to hell is opened with the incantation of good intentions? If there was a moral to their story, I guess that would be it.
As night closed in, we approached a farm that seemed largely intact. No animals in the fields, but smoke curled up from the smokestack, and there was a welcoming glow in several of the windows, as well as light seeping through the cracks around the silo doors. It was just the 3 of us again, Watcher having vanished with a pop, replaced by tinny patriotic music and an oblivious sprite bot. Calamity had kept a wary eye on the bot until it had wandered out of sight. A raven fluttered down, perching on the first of what looked like a row of 3 planks sticking out of the ground near the edge of a barren pasture. The last plank was smaller and crooked. The last fellow standing of a fence, I presumed. Quickly but carefully, we trotted down the rocky hillside and through the stone-strewn fields to reach the house. We needed a place to sleep, food to eat, and if possible, medical supplies. The house seemed like it was sent from Celestia herself, assuming the ponies inside didn't shoot us for trespassing. Hanging hope on the hospitality of strangers was unwise in the equestrian wasteland. A creaky windmill with 2/3 of its blades missing squeaked rustily as we passed.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea,
I began. Just because there was no awful graffiti did not mean that the place wasn't full of raiders. Velvet Remedy marched past me. Really, little Pip, you shouldn't sound so jaded. She was raising a hoof to knock when the door swung open, bathing us in warm light. Velvet blinked at the empty space in front of her, then looked down to see the filly in the doorway. She was pink, garishly pink. It was oddly like looking at the face in the giant billboard, only much, much, much smaller and younger, and a very imperfect match. It was hard to tell in the light, but she seemed wrong somehow. My eyes first lighted on a rough scar on her head, like she'd recently fallen headfirst, possibly at very high speed, and scraped herself up rather badly. The first guess that popped into my head was that she had jumped off the roof of her barn. Trying to fly? My eyes moved to her sides, looking for wings, but she was indeed an earth pony.
Then my eyes caught her bare flank. She was young, but not that young. She stood less than a head shorter than me. I knew what it was like to strive for a cutie mark that wouldn't come. My heart went out to her. She had waited longer for hers than even I had, and was still... Wait. The wrongness snapped into focus. If I'd still been on menthols, I would have realized it immediately. Her coat wasn't actually her coat. She'd painted herself pink. I looked to Calamity and Velvet Remedy. From their expressions, they had seen it too, and it didn't sit well with them.
Hello, dear, Velvet began. Is your mother...
Oh my gosh!
The filly jumped up, squealing in delight. Then just as quickly, she brought a hoof to her mouth, gasping as if in horror.
Oh no, you're too late! I waited for you all day, but now we're closed!
Tears welled up in her wide eyes. Velvet Remedy took a step back.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry, young one, but we're not.
The look of horror dissipated instantly, replaced by a wide grin.
Of course you're not, as if we ever closed!
She giggled exuberantly. She ran out of the house, dashing past us, then spun with a suddenly somber expression.
You really should hurry, though. Nasty things haunt these fields at night.
With that ominous proclamation, she squealed with glee and ran towards the silo. We looked at each other. I was confused. Calamity simply shrugged and started trotting after the young pink girl. As we reached the silo, Velvet called out,
I'm sorry, sweetie, but we didn't get your name.
Oh! The pink filly jumped. Of course, sorry! I'm just so excited! You're the first visitors I've had to the museum in, ages!
Giggling again.
Oh, I'm Pinky Bell.
Museum? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Pinky Bell braced herself and pushed open the silo door. The inside of the silo looked like a party had exploded inside it. Not in a good way. More like a party had ingested a grenade and the room was now splattered with party gore and party entrails.
Welcome to the Pinkie Pie Museum!
The girl was practically bouncing.
This here is the #1 museum of all things Pinkie Pie in all of Equestria.
Calamity was shaking his head, but there was a relieved smile on his face. Velvet Remedy gave Calamity a smirk, and he rolled his eyes in return. This was weird, no doubt about it. But no slaver, no raiders, no horrible monsters. A descent into the slightly bizarre was almost a welcome change. Pinky Bell didn't let up, didn't even stop for breath.
And what do you know, you're just in time for the tour. Now where's our tour guide? She better not be sleeping again. Oh wait, it's me!
The museum was a single huge room. There wasn't much to tour, but Pinky Bell made a point to stop and show off one item after another, most of them adorned with saggy balloons or vomited all over with confetti.
And they dance all day long and all night. And best of all, this is the very silo where Pinkie Pie, as a young filly, invented the first party ever and got her cutie mark.
Velvet leaned close to me, murmuring, I'm fairly certain that parties have existed for more than 250 years. But Pinky Bell was clearly on a roll and not about to stop for questions.
During the first years of the war, Pinkie Pie traveled all over throwing parties for equestrian troops about to head into battle, bringing them a taste of their homeland, and more importantly, bringing them cheer and putting smiles on their faces.
Pinky Bell waved her arm at several easels with framed photographs of Pinkie Pie. Dressed in frills and fishnets, dancing on stage in front of nearly 1,000 ponies.
That is when she wasn't on super secret missions for Princess Celestia.
She looks a lot smaller in person. I commented back to Velvet, thinking of how much less threatening the real pony seemed than the insane billboard just a few miles from this farm.
Pinkie Pie's only regret was that she couldn't be everywhere helping all the troops all the time. Although with Dash, she could come pretty close, so of course.
Calamity raised a hoof.
Dash her friend or Dash the drug?
Pinky Bell seemed not to notice. Prancing towards a familiar poster, Pinky Bell rambled on, unstoppable.
When Princess Luna offered to give Pinkie Pie a whole ministry of her very own to do whatever she wanted to with it, she pounced on the chance, and the Ministry of Morale was born.
It was the Pinkie Pie is watching you forever poster, this one intact. The elderly pink mare was smiling mischievously, as if she'd just played a wonderful prank. And with the whole face visible, I swore I caught a curious look in her eyes. I no longer felt guilty with the poster staring at me. Now I felt uncomfortably exposed. A practiced twirl took Pinkie Bell to a table covered in a chemistry set and several samples.
Pinkie Pie was always really good at cooking things. And when Princess Luna, boo, declared that the drugs that were flooding Equestria from Zebralands were harmful to people, Pinkie Pie decided to prove that they could be good, a fun addition to any party. Working day and night, Pinkie Pie concocted a mixture of menthols and some of her favorite things. Creating, dun dun dun, party time menthols.
Pinkie Bell lifted up a 10, showing them off. I wanted that 10. Pinkie Bell set it down next to the chemistry set and continued on. I lost track of her monologue because my mind insisted that I needed to be absolutely sure I remembered where that 10 was.
By that time, the Ministry of Morale had transformed Pinkie Pie into an iconic figure who transcended the boundaries of one pony to become a mystical figure that easily stood alongside Princess Celestia and Princess Luna themselves.
Okay, that was just wrong.
Little Colton Fillies knew that Pinkie Pie was always watching them. She saw everything they ever did, and if they were good little Colton Fillies who were nice and friendly, who did their chores and smiled and laughed, and never spread seditious lies, then on their birthday, Pinkie Pie would bring them a wonderful party.
Pinkie Bell waved a hoof in warning.
But if they were bad little Colton Fillies, Pinkie Pie would bring them a rock.
What the? I looked at Velvet Remedy in disbelief. Meanwhile, Pinkie Bell had stopped. Her eyes went wide, and she sucked in a huge breath and waited. 1 second, 2, 3, 4. Finally, Pinkie Bell let out a breath with a disappointed sigh.
I'm sorry. I thought I felt an impromptu musical number coming on.
Velvet Remedy studiously looked elsewhere.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, how Pinkie Pie brings parties.
Velvet turned back to the little filly, a little startled.
Brings? Dear, you do know that Pinkie Pie is dead, don't you?
Pinkie Bell didn't miss a beat.
Oh, she's physically dead, but her spirit lives on inside all of us.
I watched Velvet Remedy's eyebrows raise, and then she snickered, seeming to accept that on a level I just couldn't. While I face-huffed, Velvet leaned close to Calamity and whispered,
I think Pinkie Pie's spirit has a stalker.
I managed to miss most of the rest of the tour because I was trying to come up with a way to talk Pinkie Bell into parting with what was probably a prized part of her collection. But I was snapped back when Pinkie Bell announced that she had something to ask of us. A proposal.
It turns out I have the only copy of the recipe for party time menthols.
Okay, I knew that wasn't true. Calamity's friend also had it. But this might be the fastest, easiest way to get it for myself. And why stress over asking for a singleton when I could get the damned recipe?
And I'd be willing to share it with you if you can bring me one piece of my Pinkie Pie Museum collection that I'm missing. A limited edition Pinkie Pie magical statuette. Bring it here and I'll throw the party to end all parties.
I shouldn't have made fun.
Velvet Remedy was saying as she trotted nervously about the cramped upstairs bedroom that Pinkie Bell had absolutely insisted we stay in for the night. When Pinkie Bell explained that a few sets of very special magical figurines had been crafted of each of the ministry mares, my mind had immediately gone to the orange pony statuette with the 3 apples on her flank. Finding another one like that, one specifically of Pinkie Pie, could be virtually impossible. On the other hoof, Pinkie Bell insisted that the statuettes would have survived even the apocalypse. And really, I'd found one after being outside for roughly, a week? Calamity sat on the bed, one ear to the wall, as he watched Velvet fret.
That poor filly. She's so terribly sad.
Calamity whinnied. Sad? Were you listening to the same little pink painted ball of dash that I was? Then remembering his own earlier confusion, he clarified, The drug? Velvet Remedy stopped.
Oh, yes. And that poor girl is not happy. Not at all.
She hung her head.
She's full of pain. Something horrible must have happened to her.
Looking at Velvet Remedy, I was once more struck by the scarlet and gold stripes in her silvery white mane, again finding them oddly reminiscent of the Ministry of Peace pink and yellow. Only then I was thinking of it as a coincidence or destiny. Now I wondered if it wasn't more like Pinkie Belle's painted-on pink coat. Velvet caught my stare and seemed to fathom what I was thinking, eerily quickly.
It's not the same,
she insisted quietly. Calamity was paying more attention to the wall. Abruptly, he jumped to his hooves.
She's gone. And if you don't want something horrible to happen to us, I suggest we be leaving too.
He moved to the door and pushed on the handle. It didn't budge. It was locked.
Maybe she's just trying to keep us safe from the nasty things that haunt the fields at night?
I offered, not really believing it. Velvet Remedy had pushed past me to try the door herself. Now she whinnied.
Doesn't matter. We're leaving. I will not be locked in a cage.
Calamity had moved to the window and was looking down on the farm below. I reared up, putting my hooves on the ledge, and peered out through the glass. For a moment, I saw nothing, just the night. Then, a crack of dimly pulsing colored light appeared as Pinkie Belle pushed open the door of the barn, just enough to slide through, then pushed it shut behind her. Calamity waited, quiet and still, until the door of the farmhouse opened, casting a rectangle of light across the ground with a Pinkie Belle shape cut out of it. The moment the door closed, he turned and bucked at the window. The crash was terribly loud. The escape would have been treacherous, if not impossible, without a Pegasus pony to fly us down. We started across the farm, crouching low, keeping to the deeper shadows in the darkness. We were creeping alongside the barn when impulse overtook me, and I slipped inside. I later told Velvet Remedy and Calamity that I wasn't sure why I entered the barn, but the truth was, I had exactly 2 reasons. First, the recipe for party time menthols had not been in the museum, and I had not spotted it in the house. It could have easily been hidden somewhere, in a book or under a rug. But I was guessing that Pinkie Belle's obsession would not allow her to not put it on display, so I was hoping it was in the barn. Second, that oddly glowing pulsing light reminded me uncomfortably of the way that passenger wagon had exploded after Calamity shot it. I had asked Calamity about it later, and he had explained that some of the really big sky wagons, like that one which had been designed to carry dozens of ponies, used a magical field generated by a spark engine so that a single pony could pull it through the air. Like spark batteries, those engines of arcane science still hold serious magical energies. Calamity didn't understand it at that level, of course. He just knew that shooting a hole through the magic box in one of those vehicles unleashes one hell of a vortex. Such a vortex was brief and very violent. The idea that Pinkie Belle might have something akin to that in her barn, possibly a somehow stable or perpetual magic vortex, deeply worried me.
What am I looking at?
It was small, geometrically shaped, with surfaces that seemed to twist through each other. The whole thing was the size of a bushel of apples and swirled with sickly, mesmerizing colors. I could feel it drawing me in. I was losing myself in it. I took physical effort to pull myself away from the thing. Casting my gaze about, I found a safe. The rest of the barn was almost completely barren. I slipped over to it and began to ply the one trade I had which seemed truly unique. The safe popped open with a whisper. Inside was my prize, the party time menthol recipe. But it wasn't mine. I scavenged. I looted the homes of slavers and raiders. But this was stealing from some poor young earth pony, not yet a mare. But party time menthols. And really, all I had to do was take it long enough to copy it onto my pip buck. I'd put it right back, and that wouldn't really be stealing, right? Except Pinkie Belle was offering it as a reward for helping her with something. And that made it feel like stealing, like I was taking a reward I hadn't earned. I sat, staring into that safe for I don't know how long. Finally, I focused my levitation magics and picked up the other item in the safe. a recorder with a single imprinted message. I copied it into my pip-buck and started it. I didn't recognize the voice, but she sounded young, at least as young as Pinky Bell was now. Pear Tree. The Raiders came back yesterday. They didn't take kindly to Daddy running them off last week with his shotgun, so this time they came in force. Mama made us hide in the upstairs bedroom and cast a spell over us to keep us from being seen. She made us promise to be quiet and still. But Silver Bell... My little sister has always been able to make beautiful music, like the tinkling of dozens of magical bells. We all adore it. But Silver Bell, sometimes when she's frightened or worried, the spell happens all on its own. She didn't mean to, it was an accident. The Raiders killed Mama and Daddy. They killed them really slow and brutal, and they made us watch. It was... I buried him out by the end of the East Field. Put up a couple planks as tombstones. I hate that they won't last long, but I can't carve their names into rocks. And Mama and Daddy deserve to have their names over their graves. Silver Bell has nightmares every night. Honestly, I do most nights too. And during the days, she just curls up silent-like, never crying, never smiling. I can't even get her to eat. I don't know what to do. I'm going to try taking her to Timpani Tower. I heard there's a buck up there who takes in orphans. It's a long walk, and so I'm headed up to gather provisions from the neighbors. If I'm not back when you get here, please load up the wagon. I know I can't ask you to come with us. You have your own folks to take care of. But I would really appreciate it if you could hang around so I could say goodbye. You're the best buck friend I could have asked for. Love, Memory. I sat there stunned. Oh, sweet goddess Celestia. You shouldn't have listened to that. I turned with a start to see Pinky Bell, no, Silver Bell, staring right into my face. It's not yours. This close, I got a much better look at that scar. Horrible realization hit me like ice water. Silver Bell was a unicorn. She'd cut off her own horn. I recoiled, backing into the open safe. You want it so much? Keep it! Pinky/Silver Bell reached up to swing the safe closed on me. From behind her, Velvet Remedy's voice broke the air. You're not like Pinkie Pie. Pinky Silver Bell froze, then slowly turned away from me. Still, she blocked the front of the safe, and I somehow couldn't bring myself to barge through her to get out. You're nothing like Pinkie Pie, Velvet Remedy spoke slowly, calmly. Her voice wasn't accusing now. It was mostly sad. You are, if anything, the opposite of Pinkie Pie. I watched the filly in front of me shake. Emotion seemed to rush through her, as if they didn't want to stay or were eager to get out of the way so the next emotion could take hold. You don't bring happiness. When I look at you, all I feel is sad. Velvet continued, her voice giving gentleness to her words. If Pinkie Pie were to meet you, she wouldn't throw a party. Yes, she would! Velvet paused only a moment. Maybe she would, but she wouldn't throw a party because she wanted to have fun with you. She would throw a party because she wanted to help you, because you would make her very sad. What do you know? I know that laughter, real laughter, isn't forced. It isn't something you paint on to hide how you are truly feeling. Velvet Remedy walked slowly towards the filly, who was trapped between flying into a rage and breaking down in tears. I know that you are very badly hurt inside, and it's not the sort of hurt that can be fixed with a party, or healed by my horn. By the time Velvet Remedy had reached the filly, Pinky Silver Bell was shaking badly. What happened to your parents wasn't your fault, and what happened to your sister wasn't your fault. To her sister? Suddenly, I remembered the 3 planks in the field. The last one crooked, like it was planted by someone smaller and younger who didn't manage so well. I thought of an older sister named Memory, trotting out alone towards the nearest neighbors, another farm probably a dozen miles away, through territory being savaged by raiders. My heart broke. Yes, it was! And with that, Silverbell collapsed into wretched sobs. Velvet Remedy was there to wrap her head and leg around the filly, giving her a mane to cry into. Footnote: level up. New perk: Math Wrath. You are able to optimize your Pitbuck's targeting spell logic. Sats is now 20% cooler. Chapter 10. Course Correction. Yeah, it's a good thing they aren't paying me to agree with them. Holy flame my ass. Fireworks. Pinky Bell, no, Silverbell. I really should think of her as Silverbell. Called it fireworks. She had been saving it until her Pinkie Pie Museum collection was complete. Of course, if you were going to throw a party to end all parties, you would need fireworks. Is that what I think it is? Railright moaned, staring at the strange object full of pulsing, twisting colors from the open barn door, not willing to take a step inside. Outside beyond him, I could see Ditzy Doo helping the little filly into her delivery wagon. I deliver absolutely everything was emblazoned on the side, along with the constellation of circles that I supposed was the Ghoul Pony's trademark. Watcher had come through again. A sprite bot had silently wandered into the farm, deep into the night. Watcher was keeping an eye out for us. My slightly creepy guardian stranger. It had taken considerably less persuading to get Watcher to contact Ditzy Doo again for help. Maybe it was because Velvet Remedy's warning had been still fresh in my head, and I had asked nicely, saying please this time. More likely, it was because Watcher had totally freaked out the moment I had led the sprite bot into the barn. Watcher's panicked reaction at the object in the barn had been unexpected and frightening. Rather unlike Velvet Remedy's more refined freak-out when she met Ditzy Doo. Once I had assured her that the Ghoul Pony was a friend, and not a ravenous zombie pony like the herd which had chased us down yesterday, Velvet had smiled and acted perfectly polite. But she was still keeping her distance and giving the ghoul horrified looks. I think the medical pony inside of her was having an allergic reaction to the very existence of pony ghouls. I had expected Ditzy Doo's personal arrival. Silverbell needed help, and we couldn't provide it ourselves. There was a possible place in Manhattan that could help the poor filly, if it existed. But, as my oh-so-uneventful trek across the equestrian wasteland had already proven, it was far too dangerous to drag some pony like Silverbell along. She needed love and comfort, safety and prolonged therapy. Wandering the wasteland wouldn't provide that, and another hostile encounter might scar her even worse. I worried that her pain and wounds were too deep to heal already. I couldn't risk that. And with the lack of alternatives, New Appaloosa was the only real option I saw. And with what I knew of Ditzy Doo, it would be hard to find some pony better to help her, outside of a professional psychiatrist pony. And I knew Ditzy Doo would really care about her. I had not expected Railright to arrive on the wagon. And although he had seemed pleasant before, something about this visit felt foreboding. I turned away from him and back towards the strange object, careful to look slightly above and to the side of it rather than right into the swirling surface.
Yep.
Calamity was standing just inside the barn, having pulled the door open. He too refused to get much closer, although out of reasonable caution rather than abject fear.
That's a balefire bomb.
Pinky Bell had an undetonated megaspell in her barn. For fireworks! Shafts of pure sunlight pierced the air from hundreds of tiny breaks in the omnipresent cloud cover. It was like the night I first stepped out of Stable 2, only instead of a fathomless abyss sprinkled with stars, what shone through above was a sky of the most beautiful blue. I wanted that sky so badly, but the breaks closed up even faster than they appeared. By noon, the gray covering would be solid again. Ditzy Doo had wrapped Silverbell in a blanket and was strapping herself to the front of the wagon with practiced ease. She caught me watching her and smiled back, her one odd eye rolling up. I tried not to shudder at that, and gave her my best smile back. then cast a mildly reproachful gaze towards the stack of barrels that Velvet Remedy was trying to remain in the vicinity of without actually hiding.
What in tarnation do you plan to do with that thing?
Calamity was asking Railright as they clopped away from the barn.
I'd suggest collapsing the barn on it, but that might set it off. Hell, for all we know, moving it might set the gall darn thing off.
Railright neighed.
I have no idea.
He held up a hoof to block Calamity.
Ya mind if I have a word with Lil Pip, alone like?
Calamity shrugged and trotted over to Ditzy-Doo. Railright approached me. My sense of unease increased.
You know, if you keep sending us folks, we're gonna have to build a bigger town.
He began casually, but I detected a stern tone underneath.
Well, I'm hoping to be freeing a lot more ponies from slavers,
I admitted, thinking once again of Philadelphia.
but I'm only sending them to you because you're the kindest, most decent folk I've met so far.
In all honesty, I was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable sending ponies to live in a town that had a history of trading with slavers. I only hoped the influx of mistreated slaver captives might swing their view.
Don't get me wrong, we admire what you're trying to do. You're out there saving lives, and there ain't no pony complaining about that. We'll give 'em a good home, and see the little filly and the others from Old Appaloosa are cared for right.
Here it comes, I thought.
But
Railright grimaced.
y'all are reckless and dangerous. You got 6 of our best trained ponies slaughtered, and some of 'em being friends of mine for longer than I can remember. Y'all destroyed one of our only functioning trains. And y'all pretty much set fire to any peaceful relations New Appaloosa had managed with the slavers. I'll have to be putting extra guard ponies on the walls now, and we'll need to be sending more guards with the caravans. Honestly, I'm worried if we got enough ammo in the town if and they should decide to take things out on us for what you ponies did.
I fell back onto my haunches, ears flat. My heart was sinking.
So, I'm sorry to tell you this, I truly am. But y'all aren't exactly welcome back in New Appaloosa anymore. He tried to soften the blow. At least not for a good long while.
I felt a little numb. Railright glanced over his flank to where Ditzy-Doo and Calamity were stomping hooves, bartering over the scavenged goods that had begun to weigh down our saddlebags. Railright rolled his gaze back to me.
Ditzy-Doo has been damned insistent about trading with ya, but I have convinced her to conduct her business with y'all at the gates.
The cloud ceiling had fully mended itself, casting the equestrian wasteland once again into a dreary gray. Velvet Remedy and Calamity trotted ahead of me, deep in discussion over song lyrics. Velvet had somehow managed to persuade Calamity to try a duet with her. My heart felt like lead, but I was surprised that Railright's news didn't hurt a lot more. I did not feel like a rug had been pulled out from under me. In my mind, I had forged no real ties to New Appaloosa, save perhaps a fond respect for the author of the Wasteland Survival Guide. I had never considered making it my home, particularly not after learning why Calamity had refused to make it his. So I was no more adrift now than I had been last night. I checked my pit buck. Its auto map had several new locations flagged now, including the one towards which we were traveling, Manhattan. Calamity had bartered quite well, gaining us medical supplies, food, canteens, and even ammo for little Macintosh. He had also bartered to let us look over some maps from Ditzy-Doo, recording the information in my pit buck. It was from those maps that I obtained markers for Manhattan, which was less than a week's trot, and Philadelphia, which was not. The Bell farmhouse had possessed a small water purifier, allowing us to fill our canteens for the long walk ahead. Silver Bell was leaving behind her Pinkie Pie museum. I had asked her permission, very quietly, to look at her party time Mental's recipe. It was now stored in my pit buck. For some reason, I hadn't felt like mentioning that to the others yet. Fatigue was beginning to take its toll on all of us. We hadn't slept, staying with Silver Bell until Ditzy-Doo arrived. Even when the filly cried herself into a nightmare-filled sleep, we had stood vigil. In the distance, I could see a very narrow white tower rising up into the sky, so high it pierced the clouds. Part of me was strongly tempted to divert towards it, just to have a look, but it was miles away and would add many hours to our trip. Instead, I tried to sate my curiosity with the small series of buildings up ahead. I trotted faster to catch up to Calamity and Velvet. Velvet Remedy had paused in her songwriting, bothered by a question.
Calamity, if the Pegasus ponies live in the clouds, what do they eat?
Calamity answered nonchalantly.
Oh, they grow their own food up there.
He looked at her.
Haven't you ever heard of cloud seeding?
Velvet Remedy stared at him. To Calamity's credit, he held the deadpan expression for quite a few seconds before breaking into a grin. Velvet chuckled.
Very funny. Fine, have your secrets. But one day, I expect a real answer.
I tried to float my binoculars out and take a closer look at the buildings, but I was barely able to get past opening my saddlebags before my levitation was exhausted. By Luna's grace, I needed sleep. Calamity launched into the air, zooming forward to do an aerial sweep above the structures. He came back, looking grim.
Raiders.
Blam! Another raider pony went down, most of her head splattering on the wall behind her, mixing with the graffiti. I dipped back behind the apple cart. The apples had long rotted away, and the raiders had taken to decorating it with pony skulls. Little Macintosh had 2 more shots left. I had more bullets, but I wasn't quite sure how to reload it without relying on my magic. It was strange enough firing the gun in my teeth. Velvet Remedy crouched beside me, tending to a gash in Calamity's side. To her credit, she'd actually tried to talk to the raiders. They returned her hello with some extremely perverted suggestions, at least one of which involved necrophilia. That's when Calamity started picking off the ponies who had taken sniping positions on the roofs.
Hook me to the cart,
Calamity insisted.
Excuse me?
Velvet looked at him questioningly. Calamity hoof-tapped the apple cart.
Instead of hiding behind it, let's use it. Hook me up and climb in.
I looked between the cart and Calamity. Wait, you mean you're going to pull us through the air as we shoot these guys? You can do that?
Yup.
I blinked. It would certainly make for a novel combat. I nodded to Velvet, and she began strapping Calamity in. Moments later, we were in the air. It was exhilarating. The wind blowing through my coat, the ground no longer holding me. It was like falling, only fun. A little bit terrifying, but fun.
Don't you forget to shoot back,
Calamity called out, realizing that I was enraptured by the experience. A raider pony's bullet thudded into the bottom of the wagon. I suspect it hadn't been the first. My mind snapped back to the battle, and I took aim. Blam! Down went another raider pony. I lined up on a third with the scope and tongued the trigger. My target fell, blood pooling under him. It was almost too easy. Only now, I had to reload or switch weapons. The combat shotgun was going to be useless at this range, and I had lost my assault rifle in the train battle. That left the sniper rifle, a weapon so large it required either telekinesis or a mounting to fire. I looked at the cart, figuring I could brace it on the post.
Whoa!
Calamity shouted as the sky filled with bullets, one coming close enough to scrape his battle saddle.
Pesky varmint!
Lil Pip,
see if you can't take that one hiding behind them mailboxes. I'll bank so you can get a better shot.
I lined up the sniper rifle, bracing it as best I could, then aimed down the scope as Calamity swung the cart around. I spotted the raider unicorn, an ugly mare with only scraps of purple left in her mane. She was mostly protected behind the row of mailboxes, floating a scoped assault carbine, a serious upgrade to the assault rifle I had used before. I held my tongue until Calamity's maneuvering gave me a better shot. The raider dived almost fully into view, unleashing a torrent of bullets up at us. Slipping into the targeting nirvana of sats, I barely noticed Calamity's cry as I tongued the trigger and sent the raider to the goddess's judgment. I felt the wagon tilt dangerously. Calamity! Velvet Remedy cried out beside me. The wagon turned sharply in the air. I gasped. Calamity had been shot clean through his right wing. The wing was seeping with blood, and he grunted in agony as he tried to keep the whole wagon aloft.
I'm sorry, folks,
he whinnied painfully.
Y'all might experience some turbulence.
The wagon dropped 5 feet, eliciting a yelp from both Velvet Remedy and myself. Calamity caught the fall, pulling up, trying to make it to the roof of the most intact building. We made it! Mostly. My friend crashed down onto the roof hard, skidding along the broken tiling, the wagon slamming down behind him at a bad angle, one of the wheels snapping off as it threw Velvet Remedy and me. I found myself airborne in the not fun falling way. I hit the roof once, bouncing, pain bursting in my shoulder, and flew into a pile of crates and ammo boxes, the former splintering on impact. I looked up in time to see the apple cart roll over Calamity, jolting off the lip of the roof with a loud crack, and proceed over the edge, dragging Calamity along with it. Blood smeared the rooftop from his shot wing. The wounded Pegasus gasped and kicked out his legs, catching and bracing himself against the lip of the roof. He stopped, trembling, the weight of the wagon pulling at him through the still mostly intact harness. "Help!" Velvet Remedy moaned nearby. The lucky mare had managed to land face first on a nice, soft mattress. Raider bedding. On second thought, perhaps not so lucky. I pulled myself to my hooves, wincing in pain from splinters and scrapes and the brutal bruise on my shoulder, and dashed towards Calamity. Velvet galloped past me, her longer legs carrying her to the Pegasus's side, where she started biting at the strained harness. I swiftly joined her. Calamity groaned. After only a few very long seconds, harness cut, the cart fell down the side of the building and smashed on the fragments of sidewalk below. Velvet Remedy knelt on the mattress, which she had tried flipping over to a less grossly stained side, only to be deterred by the colonies of bugs living beneath, and contemplated the memory orb we had found in the wreckage of Ditsy-Doo deliveries. She hadn't actually played it yet. Velvet had taken care in cleaning and mending Calamity's wounded wing as best she could, then wrapping it in healing bandages, assuring the Pegasus that he would be ready to fly again by the next morning. Presuming, of course, that he follow her advice and stay earthbound until he could get some rest. Likewise, she had treated the rest of our injuries with healing potions and poultices. Once again, our medical supplies had been reduced below what I would have wanted. I was counting on scavenging more from the buildings. Surely the raiders had been hoarding some. There was a hatch down into the building. Moments after we had cut the apple cart loose, a single raider pony had burst up out of it, armed with a metal rake whose tines had been sharpened into deadly claws. He was felled by a twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle. Even at the edge of passing out, Calamity was still a perfect shot. "Why a balefire bomb?" I asked as I reclaimed my sniper rifle, struggling to put it back into its harness without levitation. It turned out that reloading bullets into Little Macintosh had been within my capabilities still, but only so long as the beautiful gun was held in my mouth. My companions both looked up, startled. I clarified.
I mean, why was it a bomb? I thought mega spells were cast.
Calamity, who had curled up near the roof hatch, simultaneously resting and keeping guard, answered, "Unicorn ponies cast spells. Zebras did not. They mixed their magics into potions and phylacteries and fetishes. Their mega spells were either worked into enchanted missiles, like the one which obliterated Cloudsdale, or snuck into population centers and detonated, like the balefire bomb which annihilated Manhattan." I nodded at that and turned my attention to pulling ammo from the raiders' ammo boxes. One locked box provided me with several grenades. Nice. Looking up to Calamity, ready to brave the building? I was hoping that all the raiders were already dealt with and we could scavenge freely, but that was probably wishful thinking. Calamity nodded, getting onto his hooves. Velvet Remedy got up, moving past me towards the hatch. I leaned forward and bit the end of Velvet Remedy's tail, trying not to think of what it tasted like, and reined in her forward trot.
"Stay here," I whispered. "Let us scout it first."
Velvet nickered at me unappreciatively, but stopped. Calamity gripped the hatch handle with his teeth and flapped his wings, getting a disapproving sigh from Velvet Remedy, pulling it open. The warm, flickering light and acrid smoke of burning trash barrels greeted us. Crouching down, I made my way down the stairs. Calamity followed. There were 3 raider ponies inside, barricaded and waiting nervously for us to show ourselves. I waved Calamity back, then backed up myself. A moment later, I sent several of my new grenades down to see them.
Oh, fuck!
Came a voice from below, followed by 3 rapid explosions, then a silence marred only by the sound of falling debris. Creeping back down, I found 3 bloody corpses and a hell of a mess. The rest of the building was raider-free, although Calamity and I had to clear a few tripwires and disarm a bouquet of grenades hanging over the front door before I was ready to declare the building safe for looting. Sadly, neither Calamity nor I had the sort of finesse with explosives and traps that would allow us to safely collect the grenades. Disarming the grenade bouquet was done at a distance and involved a thrown bucket and a lot of running. I returned to the stair, calling Velvet Remedy down.
Oh, can I come down now? How nice.
Velvet gave me a flat expression and trotted down past me. Crap! Below, I heard her suck in a breath at the slaughter below. I closed my eyes, wincing, then opened them and walked down after her. The buildings had included a postal office, a grocery, and Equestrian Army Recruitment Center. The last of those had taken a direct hit, leaving only 2 freestanding walls, one of which still boasted a large recruitment poster. "You too can be a Steel Ranger," it proclaimed, with an image of a rearing pony, or at least a rearing pony-shaped suit of fully enclosed armor, complete with a shining lamp on its forehead, towering over a rock-strewn landscape littered with dead, bloody zebras. The rest of the building had collapsed into a crater at the bottom. We had crash-landed on the roof of the post office. It turned out to be the most scavenge-worthy, as the raiders had stored everything from cartons of cigarettes to most of the various odds and ends I would need to build a poisoned needle gun. No medical supplies, however. That hurt. The grocery had long since been looted of any foodstuffs, and the raiders had turned the interior into their camp. The disemboweled bodies of their victims hung from the ceilings between filthy mattresses and pots full of disgusting food. Pornographic and blasphemous graffiti covered everything. Velvet had insisted on coming into the grocery despite our warnings, but swiftly fled, vomiting into one of the mailboxes across the street. Trotting to the corpse of the unicorn, I picked up the assault carbine with my teeth and struggled to put it into my saddlebags before giving up and carrying it around my neck by that strap, along with my canteens. Calamity had stripped the other raider ponies of weapons and goods, leaving their barding behind. And now he was tearing apart their firearms and rebuilding better ones using the best parts. I trotted over to watch him. I had done the same thing before, but he was much better at it. Velvet Remedy, looking a little worse for wear, called out to me as she trotted up.
There's a safe in the crater that still looks intact, dear. Do you want to have a go at it?
I let her lead the way. Mercifully, bobby pin and screwdriver was still within my abilities. As I tried to pick the lock, I asked Velvet,
"We need a place to rest. What do you think of sleeping here?"
In a raider town?
she asked incredulously.
Have you seen their decor? Beyond being unbelievably disgusting, it's exceptionally unhealthy. I half suspect that the reason they were such easy targets for you two was that they were all impaired from disease. No offense.
I nickered and focused on the safe.
Besides, there could be more out. Raiding. Do you really want to be asleep here when they come back?
She had a good point. As tired as I was, this was a horrible place to bed down. The safe opened with a click. Looking inside, I found another stealth buck and a copy of Zebra Infiltration Tactics, Know Your Enemy, as well as several badly aged documents and a number of slightly glowing magical energy grenades. A recorded message was tucked into the back. I downloaded it into my pitbuck and listened.
I'm sending you one of the devices recovered from Shattered Hoof Ridge. Intelligence suggested that the zebras had developed invisibility spell fetishes. But this looks like something designed by the Ministry of Magic. It's even pitbuck compatible. I hate to say it, but it looks like we have traitors in our midst. If some pony in MAS is leaking arcane technology to the zebras, the princess will need to take action.
No voice I recognized, but this was the third ministry I knew by name. Third of 6. 6 heroic best friends. 6 ministries. The Ministry of Morale and the Ministry of Peace were the only others I knew anything about. Or were they? No, there was one other, although I hadn't learned its name. The orange bucking pony statuette was clearly one of the limited edition magical artifacts that Silverbell had told us about. The cutie mark of 3 apples was identical to the design on the handle of Little Macintosh. The fact that I could mentally draw a line from one of Watcher's heroines to a weapons factory guarded by pony-shaped robots with living brains in them made me cringe a little inside. I got the feeling I wasn't going to like a lot of what I was bound to learn about these ministries. At least the Ministry of Peace seemed benign. A curving set of train tracks cut a swath through the rolling rocky hills and intersected with our path, so we had begun to follow it. It wasn't exactly the right direction, but it was close, and I suspected the tracks would wind slowly back, probably leading all the way to Manhattan. Plus, it had the benefit of being relatively flat. All the hills were sapping me.
No more living in this gilded cage.
Velvet began to sing.
Shackled to what is supposed to be. Now I'm ready to exit this stage. It is time for this bird to fly free. I've been blinded 'cause I've closed my eyes.
Calamity stepped in. His voice was no match for Velvet Remedy's, but he carried a tune amazingly well.
Saying just what they told me to say. Time to get up and shake off the lies, break their rules, stretch my wings, and just leave.
Wow! For the second time that morning, I fell to my haunches, my mouth hanging open. Velvet Remedy and Calamity continued their song, unaware that I had stopped and was staring at them. I threw myself back to my hooves and trotted to catch up. There was a part of my spirit that was just welling with happiness, seeing my friends like this. A part of my mind that was in constant squee at hearing Velvet writing a new song. And there was an annoyingly earth ponyish part of me that insisted these two were alerting everything in our vicinity that we were here. I suspected Velvet Remedy didn't know any better. For having been in the wasteland several hours longer than I, she had less experience with traveling through it, and her mind seemed more inclined to other paths of thought. Calamity, on the other hoof, probably just didn't care. There weren't many threats out here that he couldn't just fly away from, and I assumed he sometimes forgot that he was traveling with 2 earthbound ponies. I studiously ignored that part of me. For now, the song was helping me keep my legs working. As we rounded up a steep hill, Velvet Remedy and Calamity's song reached an abrupt end.
I have no idea yet what to do for the bridge,
Velvet admitted a little sheepishly.
but the chorus is strong.
Calamity agreed, having taken a real shine to the project. Spreading his wings, he swooped up to land on a tall rock jutting from the hilltop, then crouched down.
Got something ahead.
He glided back down to us.
There's a batch of ponies clustered round a heap of vehicles all mashed together.
Calamity checked the load on his battle saddle.
They look like they could be raiders.
Look like? I said warningly. Calamity paused, blushing.
Yeah, well, better to approach cautiously. Safer rather than sorrier and all that. Fortunately, they ain't seen us yet, so... You sure about that, pony?
Said a gravelly voice from the air above us. The armored griffin thudded down in front of us in a battle stance, talons sharp as razors, a jagged scar running up her beak and across where her left eye had once been, and a tri-barreled magical energy shotgun in a quick-draw holster under her breast. The battle-scarred griffin was named God, and we were her guests. I must admit, I found her impressive. God marched us up the tracks towards what my pip-buck labeled Junction R7. Calamity's heap of vehicles turned out to be an old rusted train and a stack of wagons forming as a barricade over the tracks. The train cars were strange. I had never seen cattle cars before. The wheels on the engine were missing. From the cactus vines growing over much of it, Junction 7 hadn't been moving traffic for at least a decade. Ponies had converted the trapped train into a guard outpost. Rusty sheet metal formed sheltered huts jutting out from the wagon stack. From the stench of manure, The old switch house on the opposite side was their outhouse. Velvet Remedy lifted a hoof to her nose, eyes watering. Calamity noticed me eyeing the cattle cars. I heard stories of slavers using those to transport slaves long distances over the rails, he muttered, adding after a moment's thought, Never seen it with my own eyes, though. Taking in the size of the cattle cars and the number of them on this train, it struck me. That's a lot of slaves. On the other hoof, these ponies were certainly not using them for the buying and selling of ponies. They were dressed in the same sort of makeshift armor that I had taken from the raiders, but a closer look revealed that several of them carried magical energy weapons of one sort or another. And as we neared, most of those weapons were swiftly pointed at us. My ears flattened as I remembered one of the train ponies vaporized, leaving only glowing pink ash behind. It occurred to me only now that I had seen the same effect my first day outside. The Watcher-controlled Sprite Bot had used a similar weapon on the Bloat Sprite. So maybe the Sprite Bots weren't entirely Earth Pony engineering after all. Despite our situation, my thoughts jumped track. What did Watchers say about Bloat Sprites? When you mix Parasprites and Taint, which is magical radiation, right? Or is it something different?
Oi!
God called out.
Let 'em pass. Me and these little ponies are going to have a talk.
Hooves raised in greeting, several ponies echoing responding oys before returning to what they had been doing before. One brown mare with a missing leg was using her peg to jam spark batteries into the array for mounted multi-barrel magical energy cannon. A pink unicorn pony had several barrels stripped out of the cannon and was cleaning them with his horn. He moved slowly, like his motor skills were impaired, but his telekinetic horn work was fluid and precise. I could see old scars, dozens at least, possibly over 100, all down his back and legs. He'd been whipped to the edge of death, many times. I looked to my companions. Calamity had slowed down, giving the mounted weapon a curious eye. Velvet Remedy was more concerned, if not downright appalled, at the condition of some of the ponies. A half-starved foal trotted out of a shadowed alcove of rusty metal, carrying a canteen around his neck, which he offered to each of the half-dozen ponies I could spot. Velvet leaned close, whinnying nervously. What are we getting into? With talon and wing, God directed us to the single-passenger car on the train, nestled up against the crippled engine. From the reek of dander inside, this was clearly the house of God, or at least her office.
Close up the door,
she ordered a blue-coated earth pony as she stepped inside behind us. The door swung shut with a metallic squeal, and I could hear braces thudding into place. We were locked in with this griffin. Ironically, in better circumstances, I realized this would be a big tactical mistake for the griffin. 3 against 1, and at least 2 of us could handle ourselves in combat. It was odd and somewhat uncomfortable to think of myself as some pony who could face a fight with confidence. Not for the first time, I had to wonder if the wasteland was changing me for the better, or just changing me. Right now, however, with my levitation magic at its most feeble, we were probably hosed if this came to blows and guns. It was the same reasoning that had prompted me to accept God's invitation in the first place. Things hadn't changed. The room was spartanly furnished, save for the desk with the glowing terminal and a tattered black flag on the wall showing wicked talons coming out of darkness. God strutted about behind the desk, placed her talons on it, and faced us. I shook my head, trying to clear the webs of too little sleep, when I caught myself musing that she'd look really attractive if she was a little closer to my age and, a pony.
First things first,
God glowered at the 3 of us.
Who are you ponies, and who do you work for?
Calamity bristled.
I could ask you the same thing. Mind your manners, Pegasus. You're in our territory and in my home. I ask, you answer.
I put a steadying hoof on Calamity's flank, indicating that this was okay. Stepping forward,
I'm Little Pip. This is Calamity and Velvet Remedy. We're just passing through.
We also had an increasingly desperate need for a place to sleep, but I wasn't going to reveal that, much less suggest we sleep anywhere near here.
Did Mr. Topaz give you permission to cross our territory?
Something made me suspect a trick question. But before I could formulate a strategic response, Velvet Remedy asked, "Who's Mr. Topaz?" The grizzled griffin leaned over the desk and locked Velvet Remedy with her one good eye.
Say again?
She stared at Velvet appraisingly. Velvet Remedy stood up straight.
You asked us about Mr. Topaz, somebody I'd never heard of before. I asked you who that was. What's so difficult about that?
I had to force myself not to face Hoof. However, God apparently saw something in Velvet that impressed on her that the unicorn was sincere. The griffin sat back.
You really don't know, do you?
A smile slowly crossed her beak, her scar turning it into something unpleasant.
Well now, isn't that interesting?
She tapped her talon tips together as she considered us.
Well,
Velvet Remedy prompted. God leaned back, smiling quite a lot now.
Mr. Topaz is the lord and master of Shattered Hoof and all the territories adjacent.
Calamity nickered.
I call horse apples. This ain't anywheres close to Shattered Hoof Ridge.
God rolled her eyes.
No, but you are less than a half an hour's flight from Shattered Hoof, the rock-breaking compound, which was named after Shattered Hoof, the battle.
rock-breaking compound.
God face-winged.
Really? Surely you understand rock-breaking.
She stared at our uncomprehending faces, then sighed.
Sometimes rocks have gems in 'em. Unless you got a unicorn who can tell you which ones do and which ones don't, you have to break them open to see what's inside. For crying out loud, you had to have passed at least one of the rock farms in order to get here.
Velvet Remedy raised an eyebrow, confused. How do you farm rocks?
Oh, easy. You pick a lot of land where rocks have shown a higher likelihood of hiding gems, and you farm them.
We were clearly not impressing the griffin with our ignorance. Waving a talon,
some ponies even used to rotate the rocks around from one field to the other to help improve the chances of gems.
That doesn't make any sense.
I blurted, interrupting. It wasn't like the gems grew in the rocks like seeds, after all. My mind twinged. Calamity only made it worse by suggesting,
I think it's tradition.
Well, it's a stupid tradition.
I argued back.
These are rocks. Gems aren't magical. A rock isn't going to be any more likely to have gems in it if you give the rock loving care or extra sunlight or better dirt to sit on.
Well, gems could be magical. I mean, how many magical artifacts use gems? You need gems to build magical energy weapons. They use them to focus and amplify the energies.
I stared. First, that was way more technical expertise on anything related to the arcane sciences than I ever expected from Calamity. Second, it had never actually occurred to me that the gems might be magical. God sat in front of us, impatiently waiting. After a silent pause, I turned back to her.
I think we're done now. Please continue.
God had a job for us. Promised bottle caps and safe passage in return. Naturally, we had some questions, starting with, why us?
Because you ponies aren't from around here. You've got no loyalties to any of the people hereabouts. And that makes you free to operate where I can't. Do things a member of Mr. Topaz's employ couldn't get away with.
She gave us a narrow look.
You getting me?
I nodded slowly.
You want us to do something that you can't do without being disloyal to Mr. Topaz.
But isn't it still disloyal to hire somebody else to do your dirty work?
Velvet Remedy questioned.
God glowered.
Now look here, I have only two loyalties, to the contract and to bottle caps. And in that order.
She leaned back, looking over her shoulder at the flag behind her.
My old crew learned that when they decided to take up Red Eye's offer and turn over the caravan we were hired to protect to Red Eye's slavers.
She turned back to us.
Talons don't break contracts, not even for barrels of caps. They learned that the hard way when I shot them in the back.
Her smile turned grim.
It was a point of honor.
Shooting your friends in the back didn't sound like any code of honor I could understand. Still, God's words opened up a whole flood of new questions from us, stampeding one after another. God was gracious enough, for a little while, to answer.
Red-Eye, that guy on the Sprite bots, he runs the slavers?
Yes, ironic, isn't it? He preaches all that horse shit about peace and unity and building a better tomorrow. And he's been building it on the backs of hundreds of slaves. I can't understand how any of you ponies buy into his hypocritical rubbish.
But griffins don't?
Hell no! He couldn't pay enough to make me bite into his poisoned apple. God grimaced, adding, not that he's offering. No unity for griffins. We're just hired wings to him.
And the griffins will work for him?
Yes.
God seemed to take that as either offensive or stupid, or possibly offensively stupid.
The Talons will work for whoever pays. Slavers, raiders, good little town folk, caravans, whoever's got the caps. We don't play politics and we don't take sides. Unless, of course, it's the contract. That's been the Griffin way for over 200 years. Red-Eye, he gets that. And unlike some folk, he has no reservations about strengthening his forces with our kind.
Talons?
The Talons, God boasted, looking back at the flag, have been the best mercs in the Equestrian wasteland since before Equestria was a wasteland. She thumped her armor proudly. Can't hire yourself any better.
Why does...
But God had finally reached the end of her conversational composure.
Enough, I'm not your fucking teacher. I'm the one who is hiring you to perform a service. Get it done, and done right, and you can ask me everything you want to as I lead you safely out of here.
I looked to my companions. The chore itself shouldn't be too hard. It was, after all, right in my skill set. I'd barely need the magic I barely had. God clicked her talons together again.
Oh, one last thing.
Why did I know I wasn't going to like this?
What?
Collateral.
God smiled, a cold and friendless smile.
Not that I don't trust you, but I need to make sure that you don't plan to march in there and tell Deadeyes all about our little arrangement, so one of you is staying behind with me. Oh, hell no,
Calamity all but growled.
Or maybe instead,
I suggested reasonably.
you could sit on my horn and spin.
God actually smirked at that. She opened her talons in a wave.
If you decide you don't want the job, you're free to go. I'll just have the ponies outside open up that door and tell them you're not under my protection anymore.
She raised an eyebrow, pretending to give us time to mull over the non-choice.
You do the job, this is the way you do it.
Okay, not so attractive. I glared at the griffin.
Fine, you can have me.
I winced a moment later and clarified.
As your prisoner.
God contemplated that for less than a moment.
No.
A razor-sharp talon jabbed the air in Velvet Remedy's direction.
She will stay.
My mind echoed Calamity's words. Oh, hell no! I opened my mouth, expecting the stream of profanity working its way to my tongue would shock even a raider. But Velvet Remedy preempted me.
Agreed.
What?
I turned towards her, aghast. Velvet merely nodded.
There are ponies here that I might be able to tend to, and your special skills are needed for this undertaking.
Wait,
God interrupted.
Tend to? Don't tell me you're another preacher.
Velvet Remedy fixed the griffin with a stare of her own.
Maybe you should have asked more about me before insisting that I stay here with you.
Calamity passed me the binoculars and crouched back down behind a formation of boulders lining the hilltop. I took them and looked down into a small, unnatural valley surrounded by ridges. Several rows of tracks cut through the valley, ending at the iron-gated mouth of a fortress. Walls of concrete and barred windows rose up from the ground surrounding the courtyard, most of which was barely visible through a roof of razor wire, although there was a gaping hole in the razor wire towards one side that some pony on a better day could drop boxcars through. The broken remains of a road, cut up by multiple concrete barriers, terminated at a second gate of thick metal beneath the watch of a guard tower. I could see a scarce few ponies walking between it and the towers. Shattered hoof re-educational stockyard. reforming aberrant morality through hard work and loving care. We had been warned that the surrounding valley had been mined. The road would be a killing zone. And even if I went it alone using the stealth buck, I doubted I would be able to get through that door. It looked like it only opened from the inside. If we were going to sneak in, there was only one way to go. I looked at Calamity and saw that he had come to the same conclusion.
I figure we wait till it gets a bit darker, then I fly you in.
I nodded.
Are you sure your wing's up for it?
Calamity stretched out his bandaged wing and gave it a few flaps.
Yep, good to go. Take more'n a bullet to take me out of the sky.
He quickly added,
When I'm not pulling an apple cart, at least.
A shadow passed over his expression as he looked at his bandaged wing. Flying in still had risk. A dark, pony-shaped blotch against the sky. Some pony might spot that, particularly if they are on the lookout for griffins. I didn't want to risk Calamity getting shot again, and the stealth buck couldn't conceal both of us. I mulled over the problem until an idea struck me. It could help, but I hated asking Calamity to fly on his wounded wing, even if he had just suggested it.
Calamity, remember those mattresses back at the grocery?
I asked. An hour later, with the clouded sky darkening, Calamity gently circled down towards the huge hole in the razor wire above the rock-breaking yard, his forelegs wrapped around me. And I, in turn, strained my telekinesis to keep the cover sheet from one of the raider outpost mattresses flying along beneath us. The mottled, mostly gray color of the rectangle camouflaged our shapes against the sky. Shattered Hoof had become the home of escaped slaves, many from the train that had been ambushed at Junction R7, who had turned to a life of raiding the local farms. The very idea made my stomach tighten. Having fought to save several captured ponies, risked my life and those of my friends, not to mention the lives of innocent train ponies, to give them freedom. The mere idea that some former slaves would turn to the most vile sorts of barbarism made my skin want to tear itself off. Their leader was a pony named Deadeyes, who spoke for a supposedly higher pony whom no one but Deadeyes had ever seen, Mr. Topaz. It was for Mr. Topaz that Deadeyes organized raiding parties out of Shattered Hoof and kept the rock-breaking yards in operation. Inside that fortress, God had told us secure in Deadeyes' office was a safe. In the safe was a ledger. God wanted it. She didn't say why. Honestly, I had my own reasons for wanting to take a look at that. Deftly, Calamity arrowed through the torn section of razor wire and landed us gently at one edge of the yard.
You see, he whispered cockily, nothing to it.
Not more than a heartbeat later, 2 Shattered Hoof raiders trotted by. Calamity and I backed into the shadows, and I pulled the mattress cover over us. We held our breaths.
Did you hear something?
I heard one ask the other.
Yeah, my stomach. Growling.
They seemed to pause there for several long seconds. The stench creeping off of the fabric began to make my eyes water and my stomach twist in knots. I was afraid I would sneeze or vomit. Finally, I heard their hooves clop away. Tossing the wretched cover aside, I sucked in fresh air. Then Calamity and I slid along the wall to the first door we could find. It was locked. That didn't last long.
Not the safe you're supposed to be picking,
Calamity commented as he stood guard by the door. We'd managed to break into the visitor center of the re-educational, let's face it, prison. The posters on the walls had pictures of smiling, happy ponies bucking at rocks and revealing beautiful gems, or carrying said gems to facility matrons who just glowed with approval. Here, we teach those poor ponies who have lost their way how to reconnect with pony kind, one banner boasted. Another, it's not long before our guests find themselves taking pride in good hard work that supports the war effort. There simply weren't enough face hoofs in the world to express my feelings. 2 vending machines stood side by side next to Calamity, their lights flickering. Both had been pried open and emptied of Sparkle Cola and Sunrise Sarsaparilla, respectively. The latter machine bearing an image of the goddess Celestia raising the sun over happy sarsaparilla drinkers. We had, however, managed to loot a fair bit of old pre-war coins from both machines.
It'll just take a moment,
I replied, floating up bobby pin and screwdriver. The safe I was working on was not Deadeyes. It was the storage safe for valuables in the visitor center Lost and Found. This part of the building didn't even connect internally to the prison proper. We would have to brave the yard again to try another door. Calamity shook his head. Honestly, I don't feel right. Don't know why we're doing this. Ain't we helping raiders? I paused. The feeling had occurred to me, too.
We're doing this because we're not in any condition to fight these people. It would be tough if we were fully rested and healthy.
I took a deep breath.
Plus, this is a chance to dig a little into what's going on.
I don't really care about what's going on in a raider camp, except for how much I can put a stop to it. I turned to Calamity and shook my head.
No, not just here. Everywhere.
I was beginning to put together something in my head that I didn't much like.
I've been seeing things that suggested that this isn't situation normal for the equestrian wasteland. My first night outside, I was captured by slavers. They marched right up to a raider bridge expecting to have to pay a toll, and instead, the raiders started shooting. At the time, I just took it as luck, but I don't think so anymore.
Calamity gave me a considering look, weighing the ideas I was putting forth.
That pseudo-goddess at Old Appaloosa? She was new. The slavers there hadn't seen anything like her before. But some pony named CERN sent that bitch here from Philadelphia to oversee things. And that happened what, a week or two ago?
I returned my focus to the safe.
Something's going on out here, and that pony Red Eye is in the center of it. Whatever it is, it has been building up for a long time.
I searched for the right words. With a mental lightning flash, they came to me.
It's like a river in a storm that just is now on the verge of breaking its banks and flooding everything.
Calamity sat down, tipping his hat back as he gave that a good pondering. I suppose that makes sense. Calamity chuckled. Besides, how often can I say I'm on a mission from?
Don't.
Calamity nickered. I guess not even once. My bobby pin broke. Slipping out another, I tried again. I had a distinct urge to see the contents of this safe based on one of the last pre-war entries on the visitor center terminal. The terminal itself had been encrypted so tightly that the Shattered Hoof raiders had never been able to access it. Entry 42. Just got word that Shattered Hoof will be closing down the visitor center portion of this facility. The Ministry of Morale has decreed that the friends and family of ponies who have been determined guilty of sedition or treason will no longer have the right to visit our guests until rehabilitation is deemed complete, for fear that our guests might spread their poison to their loved ones. As such, this is going to be my last entry. Fortunately, the severance package will be generous. I plan to take my family and move to Cloudsdale. The world below is just a little too ugly for me to be raising my foals in. We've done our best to contact ponies with items still in the lost and found, and most of what remains will be mailed out today. Unfortunately, we've had no luck reaching our recent guest entertainer. Sweetie Belle has apparently fallen off the face of Equestria. I've taken care to store her belongings in the safe. It amuses me that we shut this office down just after we repainted. If some pony had said something sooner, we could have saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Not to mention Tiara's new dress, although the rest of us are upset about that. That mare is unbearable. It cost me a bobby pin, but the safe finally opened. I would discover later, to my chagrin, that I could have just opened it via the terminal had I been more patient. Inside was a single package. Carefully, I pulled it out with my teeth and set it on the ground. I gave a tug on the drawstring with my teeth, and it opened easily. I was stunned to see a statuette of a jaw-droppingly gorgeous white unicorn with a sensual purple mane and tail and a darling 3-gem cutie mark. There were other things in the package too, but I totally forgot about them. Are you done visually molesting that statue, girl? Calamity's words disrupted my reverie. He looked impatient. I blushed hotly. She's a looker, I'll give you that, but I'm guessing she wouldn't much appreciate the way you're looking at her.
I was just looking,
I stammered, then focused all my energy to floating up the statue and slipping it into my bag. I knew I was risking burning myself out completely, but just had to keep her. And I didn't want to risk marring the statuette with my teeth. The statuette trembled, not wanting to rise from the ground. Then I felt a surge of magical energy, and the statuette floated up gracefully. Whatever blessing this one had bestowed, it had rejuvenated my horn. Just a little, but enough to float the statuette and even little Macintosh. I turned the hot, gorgeous mare around in the air until I could read the engraving. Be unwavering. Footnote, level up. New perk, stable shot. Your attacks are smooth, graceful, and precise. You have a higher chance to score a critical hit on an opponent in combat, equivalent to 5 extra points of luck. Chapter 11. Factions.
Didn't know anyone would willingly walk into this place. Not unless they were looking for trouble. Gone. Every pony in Manhattan is just gone. I was talking with my best friend Silver Spoon over terminal chat when the connection went dead. My best friend is dead. Only she's not laying dead somewhere. One minute she was talking to me, telling me about the concert she went to last night at Hoofbeats, and then she was just gone, erased. They say the ponies in a few of the ministry's buildings might have survived, but that doesn't sound real. Shattered Hoof is more than 2 days' trot from Manhattan, and some of the guards said they could hear the megaspell go off. It was unnatural, alien, not like a real sound. A few of the guards ventured up to the highest ridge. They came back describing a huge pillar of perverted green fire with a strange rainbow sheen, wrapped with rings of black smoke, lifting up into the clouds from just over the horizon where Manhattan is supposed to be. Now they're saying Cloudsdale was hit too, and that Equestria's own megaspells have already been cast back at the zebras. Oh no. Will the zebras hit Ponyville? It's so small. They wouldn't, would they? I've got to warn Mom and Dad. Maybe they can get into the stable at Sweet Apple Acres. Oh, please, it's got to still be open. Last week, Silver Spoon told me that Stable Tech was filing ponies into the stables around Manhattan, but that was only some sort of test run. Nothing for ponies to panic about. It's not like they knew.
I turned off the log. While it had played, several others had been downloaded into my Pitbook. I had been finding bits of this pony's audio diary scattered all about the guardhouse. I had pulled an ear bloom from my armored utility barding and tuned it into my Pitbook, allowing me to listen to the recordings in one ear without giving away my position. Calamity returned from scouting ahead, signaling with his tail that the path was clear. Movement through Shattered Hoof was proving swifter than I felt we had any right to expect. Our progress was partially due to keeping our hoof prints as small as possible, no lining our saddlebags with items that could be missed. I made an exception for the contents of the lost and found safe, justifying the theft with the reminder that the safe had not been opened since before the megaspells, and so no pony here would be suspicious if it was empty, so long as I closed and locked it again. But more than that, these ponies didn't seem to consider that the fortress could be infiltrated. They weren't on guard. I'm not a mistress of shadow, but I hardly needed the advanced tutelage from zebra infiltration tactics to slip past ponies whom were being this oblivious. I'd skimmed through the book while Calamity was fetching the mattress cover. Calamity wasn't quite as good and had nearly tipped a Shattered Hoof raider to his presence twice now, but we'd managed to hide each time. I figured once we got back to the train fort of God, I'd pass him zebra infiltration tactics to peruse himself. It's not as if books can only be read once after all. The inside of Shattered Hoof proper was a cold, monotonous gray, much like maintenance in Stable 2. Except here, all the walls were cracked and chipped, the ceiling decayed, the light weak and uneven, cast from small lanterns hung from railroad spikes chiseled into the walls. The darkening sky of clouds outside turned the high-set barred windows into dead eyes staring vacantly into the halls. Somewhere down the hall, a terribly sad song was playing over a radio. We were within range of DJ Pone 3's broadcast again. Ponies on the expressway, with no features, with no faces. Ponies milling all about me, trudging off to nameless places. The song pulled a melancholy chord in my heart. The singer somehow managing to make the Equestria of before the war seem as dreary and bleak as the wasteland itself. As I followed Calamity, I considered turning on one of the other entries from the audio diary just to drown it out. But I realized that with it playing in only one ear, the two would likely mix into something even more depressing. Waiting fools for their birthday, have a party, please be happy. Growing up all too swiftly, losing hopes of what they might be.
Well, crap.
I muttered dourly as I hugged a shadow behind a placard. Hard work is happy work. And started across the open rows of desks to the well-lit room beyond. Inside, a pony matching God's description of Deadeyes was sitting behind a desk reading a book, Applied Gemstones. He was flanked by at least one guard pony that I could see, and possibly others I could not. The safe was directly behind him. There was no way to get at it stealthily. Even if I used the stealth buck, he'd hear the safe opening less than a foot away from his ears.
Time for our backup plan,
I whispered to Calamity.
Got one?
Calamity raised his eyebrows. Yeah, load 'em all up in the caboose and kick it free. I winced as he reminded me how well one of his last plans had gone. Could be worse, he whispered with a smile. I'm sure Velvet's plan would be to go up and ask him nicely. I closed my eyes. Damn it. We couldn't just sit here waiting for the bastard to move. The longer we hung around, the better chance of getting caught. Okay, I said finally. We'll do that. Calamity's eyes went wide. He hissed. Thankful to the hot mare statuette for returning some of my telekinetic magic, I carefully levitated my sniper rifle and assault carbine to Calamity.
Take these. Go back and hide in that room with all the old flashlights,
I instructed, recalling a room that looked like it hadn't been used for anything other than a few quickies in several months.
I'll go up and say hello.
And when they all shoot you, then what's the plan?
I'm winging this here, but if all else fails, I still have the stealth buck. That should get me out if shooting starts. Don't wait for me. Get safely back to Remedy.
With an afterthought,
Please.
Calamity scowled and moved off, muttering something under his breath about the wisdom of leaving winging it to non-Pegasus ponies. I started up another audio log, listening while I gave Calamity time to position himself safely away. The voice of the same mare leapt through my earbloom, sounding panicked.
The communication web is down. I tried and tried to reach Mom and Dad, but I couldn't get through. At first, it seemed that the web was flooded and my calls kept getting bounced, but then it just died completely. We can't reach any of the Ministry of Morel hubs either. No pony was expecting the one in Manhattan to respond, but not even Canterlot? The zebras couldn't possibly have destroyed Canterlot, could they? What happened to Princess Luna?
Having heard of the Canterlot ruins, I knew the answer. I toggled to the next log.
It's starting to rain outside. It was bright and sunny less than an hour ago. I think the Pegasus ponies are mourning Cloudsdale. Most of the guards are gone now. They've left me the codes to open the cells. Scoop says it was up to me. No pony else was going to risk setting our guests free. Why me? I'm not the one who's supposed to be in charge. If I don't, these ponies will starve to death in here. But if I do, some of them are really bad ponies. Some have even confessed to helping the zebras at Shattered Hoof Ridge when they tried to assassinate Princess Celestia. If I let them go, who knows what harm they might do? What is worse, letting them die here or inflicting them on a wounded, suffering Equestria? No, I'm just an inspector. I'm not supposed to make these kinds of decisions. Mom, Dad, Silver Spoon, what should I do?
I wasn't sure why I was listening to these logs now. Curiosity? Or maybe, in a way, I was paying my respects to the past by listening? By learning? Either way, it didn't matter. Time to go. How'd you get in here? Deadeye scowled, staring down at me. I had 3 magical energy weapons pointed at my head, although the big brutish pony to Deadeye's left looked like he'd rather kill me with his teeth. Damn it, think. Watcher might call honesty a virtue, but sometimes the ability to lie your tail off is a virtue too.
Used magic? I'm a unicorn after all.
I felt a rush of relief. That had sounded plausible. Even I might have bought it if I didn't already know how much I suck at spells. Better question, why?
Why I came in here?
No, why are fillies different than colts? The slate gray pony's voice dripped with sarcasm. What do you think? Stammering, I realized I should have thought my approach through a lot better.
I wanted to...
I glanced away, mentally searching for inspiration. My eyes fell on a framed news article yellowed with age, which featured a faded picture of a pretty unicorn. Sweetie Belle performs patriotism concert at Shattered Hoof. My eyes snapped back to meet Deadeye's own.
To join your crew. You're all escaped slaves, right? Well, I just escaped from old Appaloosa.
I realized just after I said it that I was wearing armored stable barding and probably looked nothing like an escaped slave. Deadeyes was regarding me with deep and well-deserved suspicion. If they started shooting, I was probably dead. Small and fast is helpful against long-range gunfire, but not so much against point-blank shots from weapons that will melt you into a puddle. Worse, my heart sank when I realized that Calamity would almost certainly share my fate. From what I knew of my new friend, running and hiding weren't in his normal book of tactics. No matter what I told him to do, I suspected he'd choose to join in the firefight. Tell you what, Philly. Deadeye seemed to finally decide, fixing me with a glare. Let's see how you do with a couple of errands. Show yourself to be useful, and we'll chat again. I gulped. Well, at least he hadn't shot me yet.
What do you need me to do?
I have a letter that needs to be delivered. Just to Yellow Hill Ridge, maybe an hour's trot. I've got a map you can download to your pit-buck. Deliver it, come right back, we'll talk again. As he pushed the sealed envelope across his desk to me, I wondered if it said something like, kill the pony carrying this letter. Oh, and you'll need this leg band. It will let Gaudina know you're okay to pass through.
Who?
I asked as I slipped on the leg band, feigning ignorance. The bitch of a griffin who runs our welcoming committee. Honestly, she's more trouble than she's worth. But the boss seems to like her, so she stays. For now.
The boss? I thought you were the boss.
Deadeyes clearly did not have the patience for questions that God did. Scramble. If she talks again, start pulling off her legs. The grin on the brute to Deadeye's left widened eagerly. I left quickly and wordlessly. I hadn't gotten far before one of Deadeye's guards came trotting out after me. He motioned for another, seemingly random, shattered hoof pony to flank me on the other side. Without words, it was clear they were making sure I found my way out. As we approached the small room where Calamity was hiding, I blurted out as loudly as I could without sounding suspicious.
So, escorting ponies out, is that your official job? Are you the escorter outer?
Shut up!
Deadeye's guard said warningly, but the other replied easily. Actually, no, I'm just a rock breaker. I raised an eyebrow.
A rock breaker? So what's your story?
He seemed amiable enough. Slavers assaulted my family homestead. My brother and I fought back when my wife tried to hide our foals. They killed my brother, took my lovely sugar plum in the foals, and left me for dead. As he spoke, a cloud passed over his face. His eyes narrowed, and a tone of sadness tinged with seething crept into each word. Crawled myself here for the protection. I'm not a raider. Don't do any of that shit. Just work the rocks and thank the goddesses that I'm not alone out in the waste. I nodded solemnly. What else could I do? In the heavy quiet that followed, I could hear that radio playing in some nearby room. The music had stopped, and DJ Pone 3 was reporting the news. Been warning every pony for some time now to steer clear of Appaloosa. Well, it seems like the stable dweller either didn't get the message or chose to ignore it. I've gotten confirmed reports that the little gal marched into Appaloosa and brought hell on her hooves. Freed over a dozen slaves, many of them foals. I'm happy to report that they're safe and sound. But there's a bitter note to this song. When a small army of slavers tried to take their captives back, our heroine of the wasteland sacrificed herself.
making sure every pony got away safe. So, this next song goes out to you, stable dweller. May Celestia and Luna wrap you in their tails.
I stumbled, missing a step, my mind shocked by rapid realizations. The radio was talking about me. Again. The poor ponies I helped to freedom had made it safely. I was dead! Well, according to the radio, some pony must have assumed I had died in the train crash. Either that or some pony who knew better lied. I wanted to stop, go back, hear the rest of it. To kick or shout at the radio to somehow make it repeat everything from the beginning.
Keep moving.
Deadeye's guard barked as I fell momentarily behind. I trotted faster to put myself back between them. Looking at the guard, I asked him this time, "And what's your story?" With a glare.
I won my place here in the annual Stomp an Annoying Unicorn to Death competition.
Back to being quiet it was then. We were taking a slightly different, more direct path to the yard than the one Calamity and I had used. The hall we were passing by now had several doorways opening onto a combination of amphitheater and mess hall. There was an old stage in the back with tattered and befouled curtains, which I imagined Sweetie Belle, the mare who would become Stable 2's first overmare, performed on. The room was crowded haphazardly with tables and benches and several dozen raider ponies scarfing a pale stew, the odor of which was mixing unpleasantly with the stench of unbathed ponies and an underscent of dry rot. I kicked on the next log on my pit buck to distract me.
I wasn't fast enough. I should have known better. No wonder the rest of the staff fled so quickly. I should have known that Shattered Hoof would go into lockdown as soon as the mainframe realized we were cut off from the outside. Assisted jailbreak prevention protocols. By the time I made my decision and released the guests from their cells, we were already all trapped inside. I know how the weaker ones fare. I can only imagine what they will do to me when they find a member of the staff got locked in with them. I took the food from the guardhouse fridge and locked myself into this bathroom. I locked several other doors too. With luck, they will think it's normal for this door to be locked as well. Because if they really try to break it down, I'm sure they can. I've got maybe 3 days of food, plenty of water, a little bit of medicine. I only hope it will last me long enough for them to find a way out of Shattered Hoof. My only chance is if they leave before they realize I'm here.
As we exited into the yard, the guard turned on me, pushing me up against a wall.
You want to know my story?
He growled.
I'll tell you. I was a merchant on a caravan that God's talons were supposed to be guarding. Saw them try to buck us over to slavers, and saw her take them down. So how'd I get here? She flew me in. Just like we all know she flew you in.
My ears tilted. I could feel the stone wall grinding into my backside.
I used to be one of those ponies out there, following God. But you don't become a good merchant if you can't read changes in the market. So I made my allegiances with Deadeye's.
The merchant turned guard informed me, his voice rumbling with warning.
God's heading for the chopping block, and trust me, you don't want to be standing on the wrong side when the axe comes down.
The two then turned from me, the other one chuckling. You go teleport out now. They left me in the rock yard, locking the door behind them. Looking around the yard, I realized that any structure designed to hold ponies prisoner would have wards to prevent unicorns from just teleporting out. It was a rare magical ability, but one they would anticipate. I moved over to where the mattress cover had been thrown and hid myself, clicking another audio log as I waited for Calamity. The voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the sounds of heated argument in the background.
Out of food. Made what I had stretch. I think. No real way to tell time in here, but I think it's been a week, at least 4 days. After the food was gone, I raided the garbage can. Some old apple cores. They were brown, mushy, and tasted horrid. The guests outside are doing much worse. There was less than 2 days' food in the pantry when we went into lockdown. Now they're starving. I can hear them outside, arguing about who they're going to eat first. Oh, no. They can't. It's beyond horrific.
The pony's voice was cut off by a muffled scream. The chaos in the background heightened, and I could clearly make out a pony shouting, "Carve her up!"
No! Oh, no, 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 no! Don't make me hear this! Celestia! Luna, please! I can't hear this!
Night hugged at us in its darkness as Calamity carried me towards Yellow Hill Ridge.
Now why are we helping this dead-eyes feller again?
Still trying to get a chance at that safe for God. Remember Velvet?
Yup.
He said dourly. We flew in silence a few more minutes before.
Where's this place supposed to be again? I can't see a damn thing out here tonight.
I had the location marked on my Pip-Buck's auto map, but I hesitated to lift my leg and look. Shifting myself around while being carried by a flying Pegasus seemed unwise. Instead, I brought up my eyes forward sparkle to check the compass. Nothing. Either I had forgot to set the compass to keep track of Yellow Hill Ridge, or we were off course.
Dagnabbit, I overshot.
Calamity banked, the cool night wind cutting through my coat and mane. The turn brought us a number of flickering lights into view.
Is that what we're looking for? Looks like a whole mess of campers to me.
I checked my EFS. Now I could see the marker. It was pulsing at the very edge of my compass.
No, we're still off course. It's back that way.
Calamity didn't turn.
Hold on and hush. I want to see what this is then.
He swooped a little lower, aiming to fly a pass above the lights. As we neared, I too could make out a mass of tents, cookpots, and ponies. And as we drew closer, banners, red and black, a stylized white eye with the crimson iris dominating the center. The ponies down there were armed, and there were a lot of them. I spotted 2 griffins amongst them, Talon mercenaries by their armor, but wearing neckbands of red and black with the distinctive eye. Clearly not God's talons. Different company. Towards the back of the camp, I spotted the rows of slaver wagons. Calamity beat his wings, grunting softly in pain as he pulled us higher into the darkness, hopefully before any of those below had taken a glance up.
Well, ain't this a barrel of bad apples?
Calamity!
I whispered, not able to unhear that grunt.
Your wing!
I'm fine. Hush now.
We continued to fly. I was now keeping a closer eye on my EFS compass. Yellow Hill Ridge was a quarter-mile back towards Shattered Hoof, with just enough hills between to have ensured that we wouldn't have spotted the camp had we come straight to it. This time, I spotted the tiny speck of the waiting courier's lantern. I suggested to Calamity that we fly past and let me trot up alone, coming from the expected direction. Deadeyes clopped his hooves together, reading me. I had mentioned nothing of the red-eye slaver army.
Good work,
He said finally.
Go get yourself some rest. You look like a griffin's play toy. Come back tomorrow. I'll have one more job for you. Do that and you're in.
With that, he waved me off. This time, to my surprise, no pony jumped to escort me. I was only a few yards down the hall when Deadeyes, accompanied by all his guards, simply walked out of his office, leaving the door open behind him. They turned, moving off in a different direction. I stopped. The safe was unguarded. This was almost too easy. No, it was definitely too easy. I activated the stealth buck. The safe was tricky, but within my range of skill. It popped open with a snap. The only thing inside was the ledger. I slipped the ledger into my saddlebag and was just snapping the safe shut when Deadeyes and his entourage returned, looking around. If it hadn't been for the spell, they would have seen me. Deadeyes began to trot around the back of his desk from the right, his brutish bodyguards circling from the left, trapping me. It didn't matter if they could see me. The slightest bump would let them know I was here. As they drew closer, I scrambled up onto the desk itself. The 2 other guards, one of them the ex-merchant, took their positions by the door. I turned on the desk, crouching and prepared to crawl down and out between them. One of them shut the door. Luna fuck me with the moon. I turned slowly. Deadeyes had stopped and was staring at his safe.
Think she took it?
The former merchant asked. My heart sank into my stomach.
Oh, I think our little spy did whatever Gaudina wanted her to do.
Deadeye smiled.
All the better. Let the griffin cook herself.
He turned to his guards.
Best prepare the others. Red Eye's forces are set to raid Shattered Hoof the sunrise after tomorrow. We want to make sure they have no trouble getting in. It's time to meet the big man himself.
My mind reeled. Deadeyes was making deals with the slavers? He was going to let Red Eye's forces come in and capture the ponies he was supposed to be protecting here? The treachery mirrored the betrayal of God's talents, but on a much larger scale. Deadeye strode behind his desk and clopped his hooves down on it, forcing me to lift one of mine to avoid being touched. I could feel sweat break out across my forehead as I balanced silently. Deadeyes leaned forward to grab his copy of Applied Gemstones in his teeth. With a fright, I realized I was standing on it. I lifted my hind leg away with just barely enough time. Now my balance was much more strenuous. My whole body was achy from sleep deprivation. I searched frantically for a place to put one of my raised hooves before I fell. The door banged open. I toppled onto the floor with a thud as a pair of earth ponies burst in. Deadeyes jumped back, startled, his book dropping to the floor.
So sorry to interrupt, but we've got an intruder.
Deadeye stared at the two ponies.
Little unicorn girl about this high?
He asked casually, raising his hoof.
No, sir, this one's a Pegasus.
With the moon! My pitbuck alerted me that the invisibility spell was about to wear off. I didn't have a choice. I lurched to my hooves and skirted around the ponies, barely slipping between them, then dashed out through the open door. I galloped to the meeting spot as fast as my weary legs could take me. Calamity was waiting for me, hidden under the mattress cover.
No need for that now. They spotted you. Got the ledger. Let's go.
We were airborne in moments. I could tell how tired Calamity was. He kept dipping in the air. I winced at the workout we were giving his mending wing.
We get back to God and we sleep. No matter what else, we have to sleep.
He hadn't complained, but I could tell his wing was killing him. I played another audio log. This time the mare was no longer whispering, but I could still barely hear her over a thundering racket.
Damn it! They know I'm here!
I woke from my nightmare with such a start that I kicked over the garbage can and they heard it. They'll break through the door soon. I could hear one of the ponies on the other side of the bathroom door call out abysmally profane promises. I don't have to guess what they'll do to me anymore. They want me to know, but I'm not going to let them.
Go figure. This crappy little gun is going to save me after all.
Use the handle to shatter the mirror? This is going to hurt. But if I do it quickly, it won't hurt for long. There was just one audio log left. Junction R7 swam into view through the darkness. Exhausted, Calamity brought us in for a slightly rough landing. Ponies pointed glowing magical energy weapons at us from all directions. God stepped forward.
Welcome back. I was beginning to worry about you two.
She looked us over.
Got the ledger?
I nodded shakily. Yes, but before you look at it, I want to look at it. And there's something you should know. God raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
She asked appraisingly.
Deadeye's knows. He pretty much let me steal it. I overheard him saying something about letting you cook yourself.
God sat back, regarding me. Finally.
I'm impressed. You didn't have to tell me that.
Then, with a narrow look,
So why did you? What's in it for you?
I swayed on my hooves.
There's more, but I'll only tell you that after my friends and I get some sleep. Here, under the safety of your protection.
God's beak broke into a grin, the scar twisting it on one side.
All right, you've got yourself a bargain.
Pointedly.
But while you sleep, I want that ledger.
I nodded.
What I want out of it won't take long.
God guided us back towards one of the cattle cars. As I stepped a hoof inside, I felt a rush of relief to see Velvet Remedy, curled on a bed of slightly moldy hay. She was talking softly with another pony as she watched over a third, whose hind leg was wrapped in what had been some of our precious remaining bandages. I wondered how many medical supplies we had left, if any. Velvet Remedy jumped up at our return, giving us a weak but bright smile.
What did you two do? Take the scenic route? Yep, something like that,
Calamity responded.
And what did I say about this wing?
Velvet Remedy pushed Calamity towards the corner of the train car that had clearly become her impromptu clinic.
Let me take a look at it and change those bandages.
Shaking my head in a combination of adoration and despair, I followed behind her. I was too tired to even appreciate how nice a tailside she had. Finding a bit of hay that looked filthy but soft, I curled down and levitated out the ledger. Flipping through, I found entries going back many years. The newest ones I felt were suspect. Whatever Deadeyes was up to, I rather expected he had doctored the ledger as part of it. But the older entries, faded as they were, couldn't have been altered without being obvious. At least, not by an Earth pony. I found myself wondering what a forgery cutie mark would look like. It was easy to find the entry I was looking for.
Some of the nearby farmers have begun to put up resistance, armed themselves from that merchant caravan that passed through last month. One of them took a few shots at the raider pony I dispatched to the east side. Mr. Topaz doesn't care, just wants the rocks to keep coming. So I think it's time we reminded these rock farmers just why they do as we say. Tomorrow, I'm sending some of the boys up to the Bell farm to make an example. Told them to make it real graphic, so the rest of these ponies don't have any room to misinterpret.
I slammed the book closed, with more telekinetic force than I thought I had left in me. The ledger went flying across the cattle car, bouncing off the far wall. Now I didn't want to sleep. Now I wanted to march back in there, stuff little Macintosh down Deadeye's throat, and open fire. Instead, I got up, fetched the ledger, and walked out to have a talk with God.
So what now?
God looked up from the ledger, gazing at me from across her desk.
Now you go to sleep. Tomorrow we chat a bit over breakfast. Then you're free to go. By then, all the border patrols and outposts will know that I've set you free to pass. You did the job. A verbal contract is still a contract and I don't renege.
God frowned slightly.
Too bad, too. We really could use a skilled medic here.
I let that sink in. Still, not really what I was looking for.
How about you?
What about me?
I pointed a hoof at the ledger.
What do you know now?
Mr. Topaz contracted me to protect Shattered Hoof and his ponies from threats. Ain't hard to argue that Deadeyes has become just such a threat.
She jabbed the ledger with a talon.
I can't ignore this. I knew Deadeyes was up to something shady, but this is beyond the pale.
A little too on the nose, part of me thought. Almost like Deadeye's treachery was custom-tailored to get under God's feathers. I told her as much. She laughed, a bitter but still humored laugh.
Think I don't see that.
I could guess what she must be planning. And another question surfaced in my brain.
What would you do with this place if you were in charge?
She gave me a look.
Shattered Hoof, I mean. What would you do?
Slowly, evenly, she intoned.
I'm not in charge. I'm not going to be. Even with Deadeyes gone. Mr. Topaz runs this joint, and I'm still contracted to him.
Right, I thought as I nodded.
But what if you weren't?
Velvet Remedy approached me as I returned to the cattle car. I was so tired, but my heart still fluttered a little at her approach.
So, is the Griffin actually letting us go?
I nodded. Velvet Remedy looked surprised more than relieved.
We get to spend the night. We need sleep.
I would insist. Calamity's done more damage to his wing with all that flying around. He needs time to heal.
I winced painfully. Velvet Remedy switched topics with what my sleep-deprived mind insisted was a jarring abruptness.
Little Pip, I've had the most interesting conversation while you and Calamity were out stealing.
I sighed weakly. I wasn't really up for this.
See the buck over there?
She asked, pointing a hoof towards a dark shape that I assumed was a sleeping pony.
His name is Preacher.
I nodded, vaguely recalling God saying something about a preacher.
He says he came here to spread the word of the goddess from out under the hoof of Red-Eye.
My ears perked. Velvet Remedy had my full attention.
The word of the goddess?
I asked. The way she spoke made it clear that she wasn't talking about Celestia or Luna. Velvet Remedy nodded.
He claims this goddess of his has been speaking to him in dreams since he was a tiny colt.
Her tone suggested her prognosis didn't involve the divine.
I wasn't ready to dismiss it so quickly. Looking sternly to Velvet Remedy, I whispered back, "He might be right." Her eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could open her muzzle to mock, I elaborated. "Ever wonder how the slavers got ahead of our train like that? I've been wondering if there might be some sort of telepathic magic involved somehow."
I felt a sudden urge to travel to Timpani Tower and talk with DJ Pone 3. He seemed to have an incredibly good, if imperfect, network of informants. Or possibly some sort of magic or technology that was giving him the lay of the land. I wanted to trade information, find out what he knew. There was a puzzle here, and I was still several pieces short of seeing the picture. If any pony had those pieces, it would be DJ Pone 3. Velvet Remedy seemed to be digesting my comment. Finally, she spoke again.
Well, if that's true, it puts the rest of what Preacher said in a more ominous light.
She led me to the far corner of the cattle car, whispering,
According to Preacher, the goddess chooses to speak to very few ponies.
I found myself questioning that. Chooses? Or are there limitations to this so-called goddess's powers?
And the pony Red Eye is the one she speaks to the most. However, Preacher isn't so sure Red Eye is...
Velvet Remedy paused, searching for words.
Getting the message right. He seems to think that Red Eye's reception is being garbled.
Clearly, Velvet Remedy was not satisfied with the analogy, but I got the idea.
Either that, Velvet continued, or he's just not listening. Either way, Preacher is here to spread the true word of the goddess, away from Red Eye and his bands of slavers.
I thought of the armed camp parked a few hours' trot outside of Shattered Hoof territory. Preacher didn't go far enough. I hesitated to ask, and what is the true word? I really didn't want to ask Preacher directly. Sure, I'd get an answer that wasn't tainted by Velvet Remedy's own prejudices, but at the cost of being roped into sermon. I was too tired to even contemplate that tonight.
To paraphrase, praise me, worship me, and I will lift you up, and you will all become one, unified under me.
Velvet Remedy had clearly suffered through hours of this. I could understand why God had been wary of gaining another preacher. I nodded to Velvet.
There's a pile of hay calling my name. We're going to talk to God again at breakfast tomorrow. But after that, we're free to go.
I wasn't so sure, however, that I wanted to leave just yet. I played the last audio log before I headed to bed. This time, the banging on the bathroom door was much louder, rhythmic. It sounded like the ponies outside were using a piece of furniture as a battering ram. I could hear structural cracking from the door frame. The mare's voice was weak, and she spoke in a disturbing sing-song.
I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Wow. I just realized I've got all these diaries, and the only ponies that will ever hear them are you fuckers. Fuck you all. Every last one of you. Oh, wow. Dizzy. What was I... I kind of think red is my color. Splish, splash, clop, clop. Hey, Silver Spoon, let's paint the town red, or, at least the bathroom. Oh, keep knocking, you bastards. Doesn't go with my cutie mark, though. That's okay. It's a stupid cutie mark anyway. Really, a crown of diamonds? What the fuck's that supposed to mean? I mean, I get the diamonds. Celestia knows I've inspected enough of them. Said the best ones below for years now. There's something else you're never gonna get. Just like you're not going to get me. My name is Diamond Tiara. And you fuckers didn't get me. I got away. I mean, really though, a crown? What was that supposed to mean? You can't get me. You can't get
Footnote, level up. New perk, silent gallop. You have mastered silent movement, allowing you to move quickly and still remain quiet. You can sneak at full speed with no penalties. Chapter 12, Must Go On. So, you think you have what it takes to beat me on my stage in my town? Come on down, we'll see.
Breakfast. I hoofed a small pile of bottle caps across the sheet metal counter, while a scarred pony with a dark tan coat and a roasting meat cutie mark pulled a rabbit shish kebab from the barbecue grill. Guest or not, we were expected to pay for our food. I'm not sure why I had expected otherwise. I picked up my meal, the savory aroma assaulting my nostrils, and carried it over to the table where Calamity was already digging into a bowl of oatmeal.
Little Pip, what are you doing?
Velvet Remedy nearly shrieked as she saw me approach. I stopped short, looking at her quizzically. Velvet Remedy looked stricken.
You're not going to eat that, are you?
I nodded, unable to respond with the shish kebab still in my mouth. My stomach was rumbling. I sucked up a bit of escaping drool and was hit by the flavors of barbecued rabbit. It wasn't quite what I was expecting and made my stomach do an odd lurch, but it was good.
Little Pip.
Velvet raised her hoof to her chest in exaggerated offense.
That's meat.
Uh-huh. I mouthed through my breakfast, hoping in vain that having established this fact, I would be allowed to eat in peace. Velvet Remedy's eyes narrowed.
We're vegetarians,
she said flatly. I paused at that. True, all I had ever eaten in Stable 2 was apples. But I had assumed that was because it was the only thing we had for eating. And I felt I would be perfectly happy never eating another apple as long as I lived. I thought back to my first meals outside. How I had found cooked meat stored in a refrigerator and simply assumed that's what ponies ate in the wasteland. My stomach had fought it uncomfortably, but I figured that was more the result of a lifetime of apples, and that outside food would just take some getting used to. For the most part, I felt I'd acclimated well. Of course, now that I thought about it, it had been a Raider refrigerator, so diet was suspect. Calamity finally pulled his head out of his oatmeal bowl, winging in on the conversation.
Oh, well, we can eat meat all right, just don't much like to. Ain't really good for our diet.
Calamity looked sideways, his oatmeal-covered lips curling into a frown.
My brothers used to challenge me to hot dog eating contest, which mostly meant them shoving the disgusting things down my throat.
Velvet Remedy looked appalled.
Course, they were probably disgusting more 'cause they were 200 years old than 'cause they were meat.
I felt my appetite slip. Ugh! By Celestia's grace, I'd hoped they'd at least been kept frozen that entire time. Velvet Remedy turned up her nose and trotted away from our table. She was just leaving as God alighted next to us with a plate of roasted rats. She watched Velvet shudder in disgust and quicken her pace. Sucking up a rat by the tail and swallowing it whole, God turned to me and asked,
What's her issue? I suppose you'll be heading out after breakfast then?
God asked. Between bites of grilled vegetables and rabbit meat, I had told God about Red Eye's forces. She'd taken it with a grave expression.
Did you want that escort?
It was a question that had plagued me all night. Not the escort issue, but leaving now in the first place. We could leave now, put Shattered Hoof behind us completely, get out before the impending drama, and leave these ponies to the fate they had created for themselves. It was, I had to admit, not without its appeal, especially considering that the alternatives almost certainly involved getting shot at with a high chance of dying. Was there anyone or anything here worth risking my life or the lives of my companions?
I've been considering staying, I admitted, just for a little longer.
God smirked at that. On the other side of the bottle cap, I didn't have any place else pressing to be. I didn't have a home. The one friendly town I had encountered so far had just kicked me out. I was still as lost and adrift as ever before. I felt like I had in Stable 2 when I was without my cutie mark, without a place. Same feeling, only the walls had changed. Even the ceiling was still gray, just higher. I was the pony with the pit buck on her flank.
A symbol that didn't mean anything special and stable, too, didn't mean anything at all in the wasteland. Watcher had told me to search for my virtue. What virtue did I have if I walked away? Okay, sanity perhaps. Was sanity a virtue? Self-preservation? Truth be told, I didn't really have a larger mission. Personally, I found slavery a vile practice, and I wanted to take on Red Eye. And yes, I'd seen signs that Red Eye was involved in something big. But it was only curiosity and worry that cajoled me to investigate. I could leave under the auspice that I was moving forward in the goal of stopping Red Eye, if indeed that was going to be my goal. But the small army just over those hills were Red Eye's ponies. And if I really wanted to take the slavers on, why not here?
Maybe we should talk,
Calamity told me pointedly. God was staring at me thoughtfully, obviously weighing options. Finally, she came to a decision.
If you were interested in staying, I'd have a contract offer you.
I raised my eyebrows. Oh?
How would you feel about taking out Deadeye's for me?
My ears shot up. Calamity stared in surprise. Me? Why?
God grimaced. Because if you don't, I'll have to do it myself. And while I'm convinced it's within the wingspan of my contract with Mr. Topaz to do so, the political fallout wouldn't be good. Deadeye's got a lot of supporters, and I don't relish watching for the spear in my back. I don't see how hiring us to take out this feller is gonna make you any less of a target. Might not, God agreed, but it's worth a try. If, she added, turning her stare towards me, you're up for it.
My mind reeled. Was I up to killing Deadeyes? Hell, I'd already been wanting to do that. I'd been contemplating that and more. But to be hired to do so? I was already a vigilante, but was I ready to be an assassin? I'd been out of the stable more than a week, less than 2. If I did this now, what will I have become by the end of the month? By my next birthday? I'll think about that, I answered honestly. God frowned. Of course you would want an answer right away. There wasn't exactly much time. We had less than a day before Red Eye's people marched into Shattered Hoof. It occurred to me that, considering what I knew of God and the Talons, she'd have more respect for me if I asked, what would we get out of it? What's the pay? I swear the hint of a smile touched God's beak.
Deadeyes has a key. Keeps it hidden in his tail all the times. Key opens a vault under Shattered Hoof, down where the old mines are.
Made sense. Naturally, a place like Shattered Hoof would be built on top of a set of gem mines. They couldn't have always relied on just the rock farms. When the gem mines ran dry, what else was there to do with them but use them as storage? Diamond Tiara's last message had even said something about sending the best gems below. What's in the vault? God smirked.
Your payment? Whatever that happens to be. Could be gems, could be weapons. Pre-apocalypse ponies used the gemstones from Shattered Rock to build magical energy weapons. Considering that the armory was filled with them, it's a fair assumption that the vault might have even more.
The idea of storing a mass of magical weapons just beneath a prison seemed more than marginally insane to me. After all, surely they didn't build the things there. But then, if I killed Deadeyes, it wasn't going to be for the reward anyway.
You can't do this.
Velvet Remedy stomped and snorted about the cattle car, empty but for the 3 of us.
Little Pip, it's one thing to kill in self-defense. Or to protect others, but this...
She turned on me with a stare that could petrify the Overmare herself.
This is murder.
Calamity was scowling.
I have to agree with Velvet Remedy on this one, Lil Pip,
he said flatly.
I understand the Talons can even respect him just a bit, but I ain't a mercenary. You do this, I ain't with you.
Velvet cut deeper. You know that song I was writing about staying noble and true?
That was about you, Little Pip. And this is you failing on every level. To even consider this.
She backed away from me, her voice softening with regret.
I am so disappointed in you.
I felt like I was bleeding out, dying. But the more they yelled at me, the more I realized I had already chosen my course. I just had to make them understand why. Silverbell.
Both of them quieted, staring at me. After a long, pregnant pause, Calamity asked,
"What's Silverbell got to do with any of this?"
I felt weak, but I clamped down on my resolve.
Silverbell's mother and father were murdered by raiders, and they made Silverbell and her sister watch. Do you remember that?
I could see Velvet Remedy's expression quiver.
Of course we.
They made them watch.
I emphasized each word with a stomp of a hoof.
And they made it slow. Really slow and really painful and really horrible.
I asked again,
Do you remember that?
My companions were both silent.
Those raiders came from here,
I told them finally.
and they were acting on Deadeye's orders. Spitting, I saw it for myself in his ledger.
Calamity spoke first.
Well, now that changes things.
Velvet Remedy shook a little but stayed firm.
What does it change?
Ain't murder no more.
Calamity stated with that reservation.
It's justice.
Velvet shook her mane.
Revenge, you mean?
Nope, I mean justice, pure and simple.
Calamity nodded to me.
I'm in.
He glanced at my horn meaningfully.
How's your TK?
Rest did wonders. I won't be juggling train cars,
I admitted.
but I think I can manage barrels. How's your wing?
Velvet Remedy's eyes jumped between the two of us over and over. With a touch of desperation in her voice, she tried.
Are you planning on finding out which raiders were involved and killing them too? Or are you just going to lay waste to the whole of Shattered Hoof?
They're raiders.
Calamity said evenly, stretching his wing.
Honestly, I've been wondering just why we're helping them out at all. I figure, let 'em and the slavers duke it out. Stomp down what's left.
I had another idea.
Actually, not every pony here is bad.
I was thinking of the rock-breaker I had talked with while he escorted me out.
I believe this place could be turned around. Maybe become a trading town instead of a raider fortress.
Even as the words came out, I knew they were stupidly idealistic. But I pressed on.
I'm thinking, kill Deadeyes, find Mr. Topaz and deal with him, amiably if possible, lethally if not, and leave God in charge.
Deadeyes had told me to come back for one more job. Feeling the comforting weight of little Macintosh in my saddlebags, my sniper rifle and assault carbine now returned to my back and side, I suspected this wasn't the job he had in mind. But his invitation was the perfect opportunity. I'd left Calamity back at the yard, reading through zebra infiltration tactics, as I went in alone. He didn't like that one bit, but I explained that I planned to take the long way, explore some of the wings of Shattered Hoof that I hadn't seen yet, including how to get down to the mine below. Seeing the yard in daylight for the first time, Calamity had immediately spotted the metal plates of the hydraulic cargo lift. But the controls were damaged beyond repair. If it worked at all, it would only be from within the mine itself. There had to be another way. Somewhere there was a door that went beneath the prison itself, and I wanted to know where it was. Now I suspected I had found it. I was behind the stage in the mess hall. To one side, the curtains, heavy and stained, concealed this darkened space from the large catwalked area where the raiders ate whatever passed for their meals. Enough dust had accumulated back here that I could tell no pony ventured behind that curtain. Why would they? The space was full of rotting stage props and the skeletons of hundreds of ponies. Countless bones were stuffed into cabinets, spilled out of metal boxes, and formed piles that must have been 3 ponies high when they still had flesh. The guest of Shattered Hoof had spiraled into barbarism and cannibalism, and eventually every one of them had perished in here. I'd found logs. I'd found graffiti. I had wondered why I wasn't tripping over their skeletons. Above, a huge mural spanned the wall. A painting of the same noble-looking soldier pony I had seen a statue of back in Ponyville, rearing up. Behind him, clear even though the mural was badly faded and chipped, was the goddess Celestia herself, her divine features beaming with approval. Originally, I realized, this is what every pony who was a guest of Shattered Hoof would have seen each time they ate a meal, until the stage had been built, hiding it away. There was a barred gate set into the wall, wide enough to pull a wagon through. Beyond, a small kill zone only a few yards deep with 2 magical energy turrets set into alcoves on each side powered down, beyond a thick metal door. Based on the dead light above, I could tell the door had no power. I wanted inside, and not because there was a vault filled with possible treasure. Only Deadeyes had a key to the vault, and only Deadeyes had ever seen Mr. Topaz face to face. If Mr. Topaz really existed at all, I was dead certain he was down in that vault. My mind was conjuring up images of everything from a dedicated computer terminal that allowed Deadeyes to speak to a very remote Mr. Topaz, to the vault being a stable, to Mr. Topaz the brainbot. The gate was locked. I had to push aside mounds of crumbling bones to get to it, holding my breath as white flakes stirred into the air. It took several minutes of effort, but the gate finally opened to my talents. The metal door, however, was another story entirely. It could only be opened by a terminal elsewhere in the building, and only then if I could restore power to it. I must have spent hours poking around Shattered Hoof, seeking to restore power to that door. It was just a simple matter of replacing a mouthful of fuses and swapping out a row of spark batteries, but those proved annoyingly difficult to find. I did find the armory through a side room off the guard barracks. It was completely devoid of weapons, no surprise, as most of the raiders seemed to be armed with magical energy weapons that I assumed were looted from the armory. There was, however, a framed news article on the back wall, and behind it, a safe. As I took the frame off the wall, the photograph caught my eye. The scene was in the midst of a light winter snowfall. Picture was of a funeral. From the looks of it, a very important one, as the shadowy figures of 2 winged unicorns stood in the background, badly out of focus. One was markedly shorter than the other. My mind wanted to turn them into the goddesses Celestia and Luna. But that wasn't what had captured my attention. The photographer's eye had focused on a mare, a single orange pony who, unlike all around her, had shunned the formal black dresses worn by others to wear only a black cowgirl hat and a black kerchief about her neck, with an image of half an apple embroidered into the front. The camera had caught a splash of light glistening off a falling tear as she dropped a single, beautiful flower onto the casket. The mare's cutie mark, 3 apples, was identical to the design on Little Macintosh. All of Equestria mourns Big Macintosh, hero of Shattered Hoof Ridge. 2 weeks ago, we didn't even know his name. But when Big Macintosh leapt in front of a zebra assassin's bullet meant for Princess Celestia, dying instantly, he also leapt into the hearts and minds of every loving and patriotic pony, becoming a paragon of courage, bravery, and self-sacrifice to all of Equestria. Funeral services were held this afternoon in the western courtyard of Ministry Walk. By decree of Princess Luna, Pegasus ponies arranged for a light snow. The safe had opened to reveal 2 stealth bucks, and the last spark batteries I needed, and a variety of ammo clips which, according to the documents found with them, were magically enhanced. Bullets for Little Macintosh, the needle gun, even Calamity's battle saddle, plus 2 types for weapons of caliber I was unfamiliar with. Although I suspected one type was for the multi-barreled battle saddles I'd seen the slavers use. I had just saddlebagged my new treasures and was putting the framed article back in place when the sounds of talking raiders froze me.
Sure they ain't gonna blow themselves all to hell and back on the landmines?
One voice, a stallion. A youthful-sounding mare snorted.
Like I'd care all that much if they did. You have any idea what those damn slavers did to my town?
I hastily finished replacing the frame and hugged a wall behind one of the empty sets of ammo shelves, ears alert.
Ain't y'all from Little Horn? Heard they massacred that place.
Nah, but it would have been kinder to. They took all the mares and bucks they could, killed the rest, and left them dead and rotting where they fell. But the colts and fillies? Red-Eye doesn't have any use for kids, so they just left us behind to fend for ourselves.
After a moment of awkward silence, she continued.
Place went bad real fast. Hell, it was bad to start with. So many of us seeing our parents sliced and splattered. But it got a whole lot worse. Got my tail out of there quick as I could. So personally, I'd be more than happy if a good deal of this raiding party died screaming with their legs blown off.
I could see the shadows of the 2 Shattered Hoof raiders move across the floor of the armory as they walked past. too deep in their conversation to notice if anything was amiss.
Yep, I get that. But if Deadeye's trap works, we'll have a whole mess of them slavers as our slaves. Then you can take it out on 'em all slow and personal-like. I'm sure Deadeyes won't mind if a few of his new rock breakers are missing some non-vital internal organs.
Their voices faded as they turned a corner somewhere out of sight. I let out the breath I didn't realize I was holding. My mind raced to put together what I'd just heard. Deadeyes wasn't then betraying Shattered Hoof to the slavers after all. He was just tricking Red Eye's forces into thinking he was, luring them into a trap. Of course he wanted them to get in without any difficulties. And he was deceiving God into acting against him, which if his plan had the hoof stamp of approval from Mr. Topaz, or worse, was actually Mr. Topaz's plan, I needed to speak to God before I went shooting any pony.
I want you to kill God.
I stared at Deadeyes. This was the second task he had for me? Feigning ignorance as best as I could yet again. Who? Deadeyes snorted.
Godna Grimfeathers, griffin, scar running up her beak and across her face. Only one eye, can't miss her.
He leaned forward with a sadistic smile. You do this, you're in. Part of my crew. Seeming pleased with himself, he sweetened the deal. Hell, I'll even make you one of my personal guards. You'll get a nice room and some of the better food. I was at a loss for words. He was playing me, I knew it. But I was still totally thrown. I looked around like a drowning pony looking for a helping hoof. And once again, my eyes fell on the picture of Stable 2's first overmare, Sweetie Belle. I remembered something that Velvet Remedy had told me, something the overmare had told her. Looking straight into Deadeye's slate-gray eyes, I nodded firmly. Okay, not a problem. He blinked. Is that all? I asked, as if killing God was the easiest thing in Equestria. He raised his eyebrows. No, I think that will do. I turned as if to leave, took a few steps, and stopped. Looking over my shoulder,
It's not like ponies here won't suspect you. You should have an alibi.
his eyebrows raised further.
Tell you what, I've got a plan that will take care of your griffin problem and leave you looking clean.
His eyes narrowed now. Oh, do you? Please do tell.
Ever heard of a pony named Sweetie Belle?
Deadeyes blinked in surprise and then laughed. He pointed at the picture on the wall. Heard of her? I have every song of hers you can find in the wasteland. Do you realize she actually performed here? Right down on that stage. He pointed his hoof in the direction of the mess hall. Take the stairs just outside my office and they'll take you to the balcony where the Friendship Warden watched the performance. Wow! I had hoped Deadeyes was at least familiar with the mare he had on his wall, but I never imagined the sadistic bastard was a fan. He stopped gushing, his voice turning colder. Why? I took a deep breath.
Well, by now you know I didn't travel here alone. One of the people traveling with me just so happens to be a direct descendant of Sweetie Belle. And as it turns out, musical talent runs in the family.
I had his attention.
Her name is Velvet, and she's on her way to Manhattan to record some new music for DJ Pone 3's radio station.
Wait, that's actually a pretty good idea. And it would give me a way to talk with the Wasteland's most famous buck.
What I'm thinking, I think I can talk her into putting on a performance here, using that very stage.
My mind was racing, trying to put together a decent-sounding plan as quickly as I spoke.
We'll do it tonight. Invite every pony in to see it. And Godna Grimfeathers, too.
Deadeyes, I could see, was liking this idea. And with the battle coming tomorrow morning, he had to be figuring the timing for a morale-boosting celebration was perfect.
I'll be hiding up in the balcony. I'll take 2 shots, one through the head of the griffin, the other into your table, close enough to look like you were also a target.
I levitated out one of the stealth bucks.
I'll be gone before any pony can catch me or even see who it was. You can blame it on a slaver assassin. Who wouldn't buy that?
Especially if every pony knew the slavers were due to attack en masse the next morning. Deadeyes contemplated the plan while I stood there, feeling increasingly nervous. He had to realize this plan put him in the same crosshairs as God, and he already thought of me as her spy. Would he believe I would betray her so quickly that my loyalty was up for grabs? I like it. Deadeyes broke into a grin. He clopped his hooves together,
Just one stipulation.
Uh-oh.
This velvet of yours. I want to hear at least 2 songs before you go interrupting the show, including something by Sweetie Belle.
Any particular one?
He smiled. Hell, I love them all. He leaned back. Surprise me.
As I walked out of Deadeye's office, I took another look around. I remembered how Deadeyes and his guards had gone off a different way just before I stole the ledger. Now, I was unsurprised to find the passage led to stairs that wrapped around to the balcony above. I looked it over. Shadowed. Occluded. It was a perfect sniping position. On my way back down the steps, I noticed a sickly apple-colored glow which I hadn't seen before. One of the terminals in one of the desks in the room outside of Deadeye's office was powered up. I was sure it hadn't been before. Replacing those fuses and spark batteries must have powered it up. Pulling out my access tool, I hacked into the terminal. There were no menus, no entries. Instead, just a single function. I had found the terminal that opened the door to the mines in Vault Below.
I'll put a bullet through Deadeye's head,
I told God.
and another into your table. Then use a stealth bug to slip out before any pony can identify me.
You can blame it on the slavers who are attacking tomorrow.
God was pondering the idea skeptically.
Sure, some ponies might still have suspicions, but not the kind they could act on, particularly if you take over and lead them to victory against the slavers.
God shook her head.
I got to hand it to you. You're one hell of a devious plotter.
I felt a rush of pride, then immediately questioned if enjoying such praise spoke good or ill of me. A few minutes later, I joined Calamity and Velvet Remedy in the cattle car. Velvet Remedy was prancing around nervously. A show? With only hours to prepare.
And why are we doing this again?
Calamity was confused.
Whose side are we on now?
Same as before. Basic plan shouldn't change. But first, I want to get those two in the same room together.
Velvet Remedy opened one of her saddle boxes, pulling out a notebook.
What songs will I do? Most of my music isn't really Raider appropriate. Somehow, I don't think songs about peace and love, nobility, or freedom are really their fare.
Calamity whinnied.
Well, most of the lot are escaped slaves.
Velvet was checking down her list of songs.
Well, that one's out. That one might work. Oh, that could be fun, but it was originally meant as a duet. I read in an old magazine that Pinkie Pie and Vinyl Scratch once performed it at Hoofbeats. I could tweak it for one pony, but it really requires musical accompaniment. Maybe a Velvet Remedy original? How about...
I blinked, remembering.
Well, Deadeye's expecting 2 songs before the attack, and he says one of them has to be a song by Sweetie Belle.
Velvet huffed.
And you were going to tell me this when?
Just now?
She nickered.
Great, 2 songs. One by my great-great etc. grandmother. Well, at least I know most of those by heart. But the other...
I couldn't help but roll my eyes. As much as I adored Velvet Remedy's music and fell in love with her in every song, tonight we were just looking for a distraction. It didn't have to be perfect.
You think y'all will be able to keep every set of eyes on you?
Calamity asked. Velvet Remedy looked playfully insulted.
Why, of course, dear. There won't be an eye for any pony else in that room.
I believed it. I believed Velvet Remedy could keep every eye on her even if Ditsy Doo was in the audience. Suddenly, Velvet Remedy gasped.
Every eye? I'll need a bath. Oh no, what am I going to wear?
I can help with that.
Velvet cocked her head.
No, thank you. I can bathe myself quite well enough, dear.
I stammered, flushing hotly. That wasn't what I meant. But now that she had said it, I couldn't drive the image out of my mind. My heart fluttered in my chest. Calamity neighed and turned away.
I'll give you two some private time for...
He waved a hoof between us.
Whatever this is.
He made a quick exit, muttering something about helping God's ponies get their magical plasma cannon up and running before Red Eye's forces got here. I wasn't paying any attention. I only had eyes for Velvet Remedy, and I could feel my face burning. I stomped.
I meant I have the perfect thing for you to wear.
Focusing my magic, I opened my saddlebags and slid out the most beautiful dress in the wasteland, my find from Carousel Boutique.
How can I fix this? How many times must I try? Please this time, let me get it right.
Velvet Remedy was gorgeous. The dress was perfect on her, making her more stunning than I had ever seen her before. Her horn was aglow, and the stage was awash with warm, colored light that shifted with her voice and the mood of the song.
I rear up on my hooves, throw a buck in the air, and let firm resolve overwhelm my despair.
She'd chosen as her first number that same incredibly heartbreaking song from the radio, something every pony would be familiar with, and she was more than doing it justice. She was magnificent. I crouched on the balcony, covered in the ever-disgusting mattress cover. Sats was ready. My sniper rifle was loaded and tucked at my side. I actually hated myself for planning to ruin her performance. Deadeyes hadn't been stupid. When I entered the balcony, I found a note had been left for me. 1 shot to the target, 1 to the table. The stage is rigged to explode if you shoot anything else. Celestia, burn him! Even if I could get a message to Calamity, he was no better at disarming explosives than I was. Out of petty spite, I stole his copy of Applied Gemstones. Velvet Remedy drew the song to a tear-jerking close. The audience, scores of raider ponies, sat utterly stunned. Even Godspeak had dropped open. There were several seconds of dense quiet, the stage going dark save for the faintest glow from Remedy's horn. Then an explosion of hoofbeats shook the mess hall, vibrating the balcony and sending bits of debris down from the roof as dozens of ponies hoof-stomped in applause. I caught Deadeye shooting a glance up at the balcony. Out of the corner of her eye, God caught it too. She dipped her beak into a tin drinking cup, her gaze never leaving him. New music began to swell from the stage, an orchestra and a single horn. Velvet Remedy began clopping a hoof on the stage, setting a rhythm. Soon, most of the ponies in the hall were matching her stomp. Enough of this slow stuff. Who's here to party? She bellowed out, drawing a roar from the crowd. My ears were up, my eyes widened, and for a moment, I completely forgot about the sniper rifle at my side. All that mattered was that I didn't recognize this music. I'd never heard this song. Gallop, don't trot, nights burning hot. Don't make me wait to go. Band's playing loud, screams of the crowd. This here's what feeds my soul. If you're not smiling, you're not trying. Start a riot, don't be quiet. Hoof to the floor, just give me some more. I need my rock and roll. By Celestia's grace, she's going to set off any explosives under that stage herself. I floated up my sniper rifle, now terrified of letting her complete the song. With the light and sound now bursting from the stage, Velvet Remedy absolutely had every pony's and Griffin's attention. By Luna, I could probably start shooting and no pony would notice until half the room was down. Well, if the stage didn't go up in a fireball. Don't be lazy, just go crazy! Why, don't you get that it's a party? Flowing into the perfection of my Pip-Buck's targeting spell, I locked onto a sequence of 3 targets. Blam! Blam! First shot tore through the tin cup, splashing God with her drink, and dug into the table. Before any pony could react, the second ripped the top half of Deadeye's head clean off, splattering several of the ponies in front of him. My third target was Velvet Remedy, who glowed with a light not of her own making as I telekinetically shoved her back through the heavy curtains and off the stage. True to Deadeye's word, the entire front of the stage detonated in a roar of fire and splinters not a breath later. Waves of ponies in the front row fell. I saw God stagger, bleeding from wooden shrapnel. I activated the stealth buck and galloped silently towards the stairs. From below, I could hear some pony yelling, "It's the slavers! They're attacking early!" Completely fair assumption, I thought, as I hit the stairs. I was halfway down when the explosion from somewhere outside let me know the panicking pony hadn't been completely wrong. As I raced for the terminal, my mind boggled at the coincidence. But no, I realized as I got to the desk and activated the terminal's single function, it wasn't a coincidence at all. Red-Eye's slavers weren't going to trust Deadeyes. Just as Deadeye's planned to betray them, they must have always intended to attack early. And right now, every single pony was in here. In accordance with the plan, even God was in attendance, as were her loyalists. We'd pulled all the ponies into one place and left the outskirts and guard post undefended. Of course they would attack now. The stealth buck was just wearing off as I dashed into the room behind the curtains. I found Velvet Remedy, pulling herself out of a pile of skeletons. Her perfect dress had bones hanging from it. Panting, I apologized, explaining about the note. She waved it off.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'd much rather be buried in a pile of skeletons than actually join them.
With a smile that melted my heart.
Thank you, little Pip.
Then, as an afterthought,
Couldn't let me finish the song, though.
sheepishly, I was afraid you'd set off the explosives yourself. I looked back towards the curtains. From the flickering light around their edges, the front side of the curtains was on fire. They were thick enough that the flames hadn't chewed their way through yet. I looked up. Black smoke was beginning to coat the ceiling. On the other side of the curtains, I heard gunfire and magical energy blasts being exchanged. I looked around for Calamity. The rust-colored Pegasus galloped in a moment later, his black cowpony hat nearly falling off. A key dangled from a chain between his teeth. Velvet Remedy rolled her eyes with a laugh.
You actually stopped to get the key.
Calamity turned his head, hooking the chain of one of the guns on his battle saddle.
Hells yeah.
He grinned to Velvet.
Depending on who wins out here, I'm already making plans to swoop back in and loot the bodies.
Velvet Remedy turned up her nose. Even I rolled my eyes. Then I turned and trotted for the gate. Come on! Calamity bit the tip of my tail, stopping me.
Whoa there, Dumpling.
He nodded his head towards the gate. I turned to look. On the other side of the gate, between us and the now open metal door, were 4 turrets pointing right at me. I groaned. Turning back on the power turned on the turrets, too. How could I have been so stupid as to not realize that would happen? I could have disabled them before, when it was safe.
We take all 4 out at once?
Calamity asked.
No. Hold on. Let me think.
Why are we still going down there anyway?
Velvet asked, clearly assuming the rest of the plan was a bust. I was tempted to agree. Now, more than anything,
I'm kinda hoping there's a back way out.
I lifted my pit buck and looked at it.
Okay, we're in luck. I have got one more stealth buck. I can use it to get up to the turrets and reprogram them, just like the ones back at that Pegasus convoy. That way, they'll let us through and keep any pony who gets the idea to follow us out.
We had a plan. I pulled the dead stealth buck out of my pit buck and slotted in my last one. Then I got to work. We found ourselves creeping through caves converted to storage, piled with crates emblazoned with the name Shattered Hoof Re-Educational Stockyard. A few were marked with a circle proclaiming them Celestial Tier Priority and branded with either the initials MAS or MWT.
Well,
I whispered conversationally to my companions.
I know MAS is for Ministry of Magic, but I haven't heard of the other one.
Calamity stopped, an expression of confusion clouding his face.
How does...
Ministry of Arcane Sciences.
Velvet Remedy explained casually before he hurt something. A voice, low and deep, rumbled through the caves, bringing us all to a halt.
So, you're the little ponies who have come to my town and made such a mess of things? You've killed my lieutenant, and now you've come for me.
Mr. Topaz?
Calamity asked, echoing my own thoughts. Either he was using an impressively well-hidden speaker system, or he was using magic to augment his voice. I suspected the latter. And that probably meant a unicorn. Or, a worse idea struck me, one of those pseudo-goddess things like the creature from old Appaloosa. And here I was, all out of boxcars. I quickly passed out the magical ammo, giving a prayer to Celestia and another to Luna. If Mr. Topaz was one of those monsters, we'd need all the divine assistance we could get. Calamity quickly changed the load on his battle saddle. Velvet Remedy, however, looked unimpressed. Her horn began to glow, and when she opened her mouth, her voice cried out from every rock and timber in the mines. Not impressed. Her nicker rang out off the walls. Velvet Remedy turned down the awesome until her voice was only a little more terrifying than his.
Now, why don't you be polite? Stop playing games and come out to say hello.
I floated up little Macintosh and prepared for the appearance of what I now convinced myself was one of those pseudo-goddesses. As the orange-scaled dragon loomed around the corner, licking his teeth, I realized I was so very wrong.
Well,
Calamity shouted as his wings propelled him down the caverns faster than Velvet Remedy or I could gallop.
at least he's not a full-grown dragon.
I poured on the speed, somehow managing to keep up with Velvet Remedy. Calamity was right, for what good that did us. Mr. Topaz was slightly smaller than a train car, not counting his sharply spiked tail. He could swallow me in one bite, but for Calamity, he might require two. I didn't see how that benefited him much. Using my magic, I ripped another support beam out of the wall as we raced past. I could hear rocks crashing down as the ceiling caved in. I wasn't stopping him, but at least I was slowing him down enough to stay ahead of those teeth.
We could have tried diplomacy,
Velvet cried out as she ran for her life,
if Calamity hadn't shot him first.
My breath was becoming labored, and stitches of fire were growing through my lungs. I could hear Mr. Topaz tearing through the newest collapse.
Left ahead,
I gasped. I was unable to stop and check my Pip-Buck's automap, but my eyes-forward sparkle compass indicated we were circling around.
At least we know the new ammo works.
Calamity spun in place, firing off twin shots at the dragon, then took a hard left, disappearing around the corner. We followed, not far behind. The hall we had just left turned into an inferno, the walls shaking from the dragon's roar. The ammo was working. The shots punched right through the dragon's armored hide, but he was so big that they mostly just seemed to make him mad. Without slowing, Velvet laughed as we ran past a large metal door.
Well, there's your vault. Any pony want to stop and open it?
Smart-ass rhetorical question. Calamity stopped at the next junction, hovering in a nicely controlled panic.
Little Pip, which way?
Should be right this time. At least I really hoped so. If not, I was sending us into a dead end, with extra stress on dead. Calamity disappeared down the right passage. Luna and Celestia were with us. The choice had been right, and the passageway led us back into the first tunnel. Recognizing it, Calamity had already flown back into Shattered Hoof, where the battle between the raiders and slavers was fully engaged. Velvet Remedy was next out. But as I raced for the door, Mr. Topaz finally caught up. He opened his huge maw, teeth glistening. A drop of saliva fell onto my neck. The turrets opened fire as I raced through them. The dragon screamed. The sound rocked the mess hall and brought a temporary halt to the fighting, as every pony turned to stare at the now quite wounded and extremely pissed-off dragon as Mr. Topaz blasted all 4 turrets with fire. Internal components melted with a static hiss, and they stopped. I felt the fire wash over me, my coat blackening, my skin blistering under the heat. One of my saddlebags caught fire. My heart was pounding like it was going to explode. My sides burned from exertion. I tried to yell out to the others, but I couldn't get the breath. I wasn't going to make it outside before I collapsed. I veered away from the others as the fire began spreading from the saddlebag to the harness that held my sniper rifle. I was running for a hallway too narrow for the dragon. Behind me, the mess hall was washed in flames. Mr. Topaz was burning to death slaver and raider ponies alike. And then the dragon was gone. I collapsed against the wall of a washroom 2 corridors away from the mess hall, panting hard. Water filled the sink next to me, soaking my saddlebag and pouring onto the floor next to me. It felt cool against my burn-tortured skin. I flopped over and wallowed in the forming puddle, wishing I could dip every part of me that hurt into it. I was crying. I tried not to think of how much it hurt, to focus elsewhere. It wasn't easy. The dragon, I assumed, had headed back into the mines. He could fly around the mess hall all he wanted, but the rest of the halls were too narrow for him. He was probably born down there, or... Velvet Remedy collapsed next to me, breathing heavily. It was nothing short of miraculous that neither of us were more gravely injured, much less dead. I tried to get up, but now that I'd stopped, my legs were refusing to work again.
Where's the dragon?
I panted, searching for confirmation of my theory. Velvet Remedy just shook her head. She didn't know.
Where's Calamity?
I don't know. Lost track.
Damn it. Calamity wasn't foolish enough to go back down there after him, or the vault, was he? No, of course not. He just got separated, that's all. But if the slavers and raiders were still going at each other in the yard, it wasn't safe to stand around at the rendezvous point. Would he fly back to Junction R7 and wait for us there? Or engage the ponies fighting in...
Oh, blessed Luna!
Little Pip.
Velvet Remedy, as exhausted as she was, held her ears alert. I had realized that the giant hole torn in the razor wire over the yard must have been the work of the dragon. And that led me to...
The cargo elevator! The dragon's going to come up through the rock yard!
I hissed in pain as I tried to move. Velvet Remedy looked to me with alarm.
Little Pip. Here. Let me.
She weakly opened one of the yellow medical boxes she used as saddlebags and pulled out the very last of our healing bandages, as well as a syringe.
This will dull the pain,
she panted slowly.
Trust me, you'll need it.
She was very right. The painkiller helped. I screamed anyway. When Velvet Remedy had finished, I felt lightheaded and my vision was blurred with tears. I moaned weakly, my knees trembling as I finally got to my hooves.
Little Pip, you're in no condition.
But there was no conviction in Velvet Remedy's voice, just sorrow. She knew as well as I that we couldn't stay here, and she knew I had to try to help Calamity.
Do we have any buck in our supplies?
I bit my lower lip, hating to ask her for such a thing. Velvet Remedy spared me her usual gasp of disapproval, simply bringing out the bottle and passing me a few of the yellowish-orange pills inside.
Thanks,
I whispered, floating them into my mouth. I stuck my head under the waterfall spilling out of the faucet and swallowed them without chewing. It took a few moments, long enough that I feared it wasn't going to have the effect I needed. A burst of energy flooded through me. I felt stronger, faster, less exhausted and more awake. This was good. This would definitely do. I lifted my soaked saddlebag out of the sink and back onto my flanks, hissing as they rubbed against my bandaged skin.
On second thought,
I thought, lifting it off and letting it float beside me. Turning to Velvet Remedy, I made an effort to keep from sounding bossy.
Velvet, would you please try to find Calamity? Just be careful. Don't get caught by any pony.
She nodded.
What are you going to try to do, Little Pip?
I glanced towards the door.
I'm going back down. I'm going to get to that vault. If we're lucky, there will be something inside that will give us a chance against that dragon.
But...
Velvet Remedy frowned.
Little Pip, you don't have the key.
With a smile,
when have I ever needed a key to get past a lock?
The mess hall was a slaughterhouse. The charred frame of the stage was still licked with flame. The air was choked with smoke. The smell of roasted ponies, some of them still on fire, tried to strangle me. I was in a hurry, but I still took the time to snag a few of the random, less damaged weapons from the floor before I made my way past the heat-twisted gate and slagged turrets. Behind me, the flame-broiled crossbeam that once held the stage curtains came crashing down. I made my way towards the vault. Turning a corner, I found myself face to face with a pony in leather armor wielding a magical energy lance. I couldn't tell which side she had been on, but it didn't matter. She immediately dropped into a combative stance.
Wait!
She thrust the glowing tip of the lance at me. I tried to dodge, my side slamming into the cave wall. A line of stinging agony swept across the side of my neck, my flesh bubbling and melting.
Ah!
The pony backed up, swinging the tip of the magic lance towards my head. I dropped to my belly, the lance passing over me, and flung my saddlebags into her face. The pony stumbled back. As she recovered, I kicked into Sats and aimed one of the random weapons at her. My heart sank as I realized it was a magical energy rifle, and I had no idea how to fire it. The pony thrust the lance towards my eyes, and I swung the rifle into its path, deflecting it. The rifle hissed and warped where the lance's tip connected. I dropped everything I was floating and charged the pony, head down. She swung the lance again, but I was inside its reach. The shaft slapped against my side, with enough force to bruise through my armored utility barding, but not enough to knock me off course. My horn punched through her armor and buried itself deep into her chest. I felt the lance bounce off my head as it dropped from her mouth. She tried to pull back, but I pushed forward until I felt her weaken, her body becoming dead weight. I stepped back, my horn coated in blood. The pony fell at my feet, still breathing shallowly. I felt the blood trickle down my head. A drop fell into my left eye, tinting my sight with scarlet. Weakly, she whimpered, "I don't want to die." I cringed. I tried to blink the blood out of my eye, but instead more drops fell in, blurring my vision.
It's too late, I'm sorry.
I was honestly.
I can't save you.
I contemplated breaking her neck. She was already dead. Why make her suffer? I raised my hoof and stepped over her. I just couldn't do that. No matter what I was allowing the wasteland to make me, I hadn't changed that much yet. I walked down the shaft a few more feet, then stopped and turned. I floated my saddlebags to me, opening them and drawing out my blanket. I gently laid it across her. Then I floated the weapons up from the ground, leaving the magical energy rifle, but adding her lance to my collection. I didn't have any further trouble before reaching the vault. The tumblers fell into place, and the metal door to the vault unlocked with a click. And then all the alarms went off. Apparently, while I didn't need a key to open this door, I did need it to do so quietly. I planted my forehooves on the heavy metal door and, straining, pushed it open. Something I almost certainly couldn't have done if I wasn't hyped on Buck. I stepped into the darkness beyond and focused, increasing the light of my horn to illuminate the room. There were many things I had been expecting. This wasn't any of them. The room was filled, top to bottom, with shelves of memory orbs. Each orb was tagged with a date and a guest number. There must have been hundreds of them. My ears and tail drooped. There was nothing in here that would help against.
Well, well, aren't you insistent?
I spun around. Mr. Topaz was crouched at the door of the vault, the dragon's head sticking in. He was too broad at the shoulders to fit, but he completely blocked my only exit, and one breath of fire would incinerate everything in the vault.
I was on my way up to chomp a few of your friends outside, particularly that delicious-looking Pegasus, when you just had to ring the dinner bell.
I was able to back just out of chomping range before my tail hit the back shelf, sending memory orbs falling to the floor. I looked around frantically, but there was no place to hide or flee.
You just had to get yourself eaten first. I admire that perseverance.
The dragon joked wickedly.
First?
Mr. Topaz was sadistic, but at least he was talkative. If I could keep him speaking, maybe I could figure a way out. I tried racking my brain for some telekinetic trick that could save my hide.
The gemstones are dessert, of course. You ponies, you're the main course.
The dragon scowled, making me want to scream.
Of course, you went and mucked everything up. I spend all this time and effort ensuring a harvest perfect for a final pre-sleep meal, and now most of them are dead.
His glare was filled with hatred.
You little ponies taste so much better alive.
I backpedaled, pressing myself into the shelf, knocking down dozens of the little mystical orbs which scattered across the floor, rolling in all directions. The dragon's gaze was drawn momentarily to one of the rolling balls.
What exactly were you expecting to find in here anyway? Mountains of gems? Because you thought I'd enjoy needing to call down that imbecile Deadeyes every time I got a bit peckish? Did you even look in the crates?
No.
He laughed, the breath of his merriment heating the room until I felt I would faint. I lost all focus, my saddlebags and collected weapons clattering to the ground. He glanced at them with amusement.
Or was it weapons? Did you hope to find a magical shotgun of dragon slaying, perhaps? Because there would never be any dragon suicidal enough to keep something like that around the house.
No,
I said again, although this time he had been fairly on the nose. The dragon reached into the room and flicked one of the orbs at me with a claw.
Go ahead, try one. You died for this after all.
I was going to die. Hesitantly, I reached a hoof towards one of the orbs, but then drew it back. I was sweating profusely. The heat in the room was draining my strength. Soon, I wouldn't be able to stand. And still, the only strategy I had was to keep him talking.
Well, what are they?
Confessions?
The dragon smiled cruelly.
Seems the old mayor of your Ministry of Morale didn't exactly trust normal methods of interrogation. Some incident in her youth or something. So instead, they trained up unicorns like yourself to sift through other ponies' memories, find the condemning thoughts or experiences, and rip them out for public record. Didn't want any innocent ponies getting sent to Shattered Hoof after all.
What? But that's...
Of course, not every pony came out of the process in the same condition they went in, mentally speaking. But what is it you ponies say? Can't bake a pie without dicing some apples.
He laughed again. This time, I did lose consciousness. Only for a moment, I think. But I found myself laying on the floor with no memory of falling.
that's awful.
The dragon stopped laughing.
You see, little pony? Look at what you ponies are doing to each other up there. Look at what you did to each other in here. What makes you think your pathetic, wicked species is worth being anything other than dragon food?
I tried to get up. I just couldn't. The heat was making all of my burns blaze in agony. I felt like I was on fire again, only this time it was worse. I cried out. The dragon was going to eat me. There were no options, no tricks, no other ways out. I was going to die here. Like this. Alone in a tiny metal room underneath a prison. But still, I tried to answer.
Not all of us are bad. Some of us are good.
The dragon snorted, adding smoke to the heat.
Yeah, I can see that.
He was staring at me, and it took a moment for me to realize he was staring at my horn. The heat had caked the blood. Mockingly, he offered.
Well, I suppose some of you are good. With ketchup. Makes you little ponies nice and slippery going down.
I cringed, fearing he would laugh again. The air was almost too hot to breathe.
Although personally, I prefer mustard.
The mine shaft outside erupted in green liquid fire, the blast catching the dragon in the side with enough force to yank his head out of the room, sending him sprawling.
Yee-haw!
Blessed cool air swam into the room, clearing my head. That was Calamity's voice.
How'd you like them apples?
Calamity flapped into view, carrying the magical plasma cannon from Junction R7.
Hey, little pet, boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Sorry it took me so long to get back. These things are heavy when not properly mounted.
The monstrous tri-barreled weapon was bigger than he was, strapped to his underbelly, with its power array attached to the top of his battle saddle with rope. I found myself giggling, half hysterically. You look ridiculous.
Yeah, well.
Calamity's jovial voice cut off.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
What?
He's getting back up. Run!
Run was a bit more than I could manage. A third of my body felt like it was being held to a flame. I staggered, trying to focus. My saddlebag started to lift. Calamity fired again, the blast from the cannon obliterating the air, the kick sending the Pegasus pony hurling backwards. The dragon roared in pain and rage. Glorious Luna, what does it take to kill one of these things? Telekinetically grabbing the rest of my possessions, I dashed out the door. Calamity was biting off the ropes holding the cannon.
Can't carry you and this at the same time.
I looked back. The dragon was badly wounded, possibly mortally. One of his wings was warped and deformed. The scales on his side had melted back against his ribs. One of his legs was a deformed stump. And still, he was getting back up, his eyes filled with rage. He opened his mouth to bellow fire. The fire was only a fraction of the blast he had managed before. I felt the wave of superheated air that rode in front of it, but the flames didn't reach us. Moments later, Calamity was pulling me through the air, up out of the hole left by the lowered hydraulic cargo lift and into the cloudy sky. We shot past God, engaged in a brutal aerial combat with 2 griffins from the slaver camp. Out of the corner of my non-blooded eye, I saw her draw that magical energy shotgun and empty it point blank into the breast of one of her opponents. Beneath us, the chaos of warring ponies filled the rock yard, explosions and bursts of magical energy forming a violent dance of carnage around the dark, hollow square of the lift. The dragon impossibly followed. Even with its ruined wing, the dragon was faster than we were, tearing through the hole in the razor mesh in pursuit of us. Calamity would have been more maneuverable had his wing been fully healed and he wasn't carrying the extra weight. As it was, we were a 2-pony flying brick. As the dragon drew closer, Mr. Topaz opened his maw wide. Glancing back, I saw rows of viciously sharp teeth surrounding a dark, insatiable gullet.
I had an idea. Keep flying straight.
Calamity grunted, straining his wings for more speed. I hope you know what you're doing. I opened my saddlebags and pulled out the rest of my grenades. All of them. I noted with terror-tinged amusement that they really did look like metal apples.
How do you like?
I whispered as I let go of everything but the stems, sending the grenades right into the dragon's ravenous throat. Even as they disappeared, it occurred to me that I may have made a horrible mistake. Dragons can breathe fire and eat gems. What made me think a few grenades would cause more than indigestion?
A moment later, I learned my reservations were right,
As the grenades did absolutely no harm to the healthy parts of the dragon,
but blew out his damaged side,
warped and deteriorated by potent assaults of magical plasma and a blast of sick gore. Mr. Topaz, a gaping hole in his side larger than 3 full ponies, was almost certainly dead before he hit the ground messily and skidded 30 yards, leaving a swath of blood and internal fluids. Calamity turned and banked, taking us back to the junction. There were still battles raging in parts of Shattered Hoof, but we had both had enough excitement for the night.
Oh, horse apples,
Calamity said wearily.
I almost forgot about Velvet Remedy.
Before I could panic, he informed me.
She hit herself in the visitor's center. I told her I'd be right back for her.
Gently, he set me down and then flapped back into the night, looking utterly exhausted. I sat there, waiting for him to return, and at some point I fell asleep. Footnote: level up. New perk: Sniper Pony. Your chance to hit an enemy's head in sats is increased by 25%. Chapter 13. Voices of the Past.
It is a ghost story. They're all made up.
Home.
Relinquish your rights to the contents of the vault, and she's all yours,
God explained as she pointed a wing at Junction R7.
Do you accept?
A vault full of memories torn from the minds of ponies 200 years dead, or a place to call my home.
Won't you need it?
I asked cautiously. For defense?
Now that I'm running this show, I'll be moving into Shattered Hoof proper. We don't have the numbers to effectively spread between all the outposts anymore. We have to consolidate and build up new defenses. If we're lucky, red-eye slavers will scurry back to their dens and lick their wounds. I don't trust in luck.
God gave a hard smile.
I prefer to count on the people being greedy. Tends to work much better.
I nodded slowly.
And the ponies here, they won't loot it while I'm away?
God smirked. I was getting good at asking what she seemed to consider the right questions.
Not if I tell them not to, they won't.
With an uncharacteristic touch of warmth, she added,
Everyone acknowledges what you did for them back there. Those that don't feel like they owe you at least have the good sense not to draw the ire of the local dragon slayer.
I looked at the disabled train and scrap metal shacks, seeing it in an entirely new light. This could be my home. Our home, if Calamity and Velvet Remedy were willing. A place to rest. For Calamity to hang his hat. Figuratively, at least, considering he even slept with it on, just like he slept in the underbarding for that battle saddle. I trotted around it, drinking it in. There was a water pump out back, grills for cooking. a small water purifier in what had been God's private quarters. As well as the passenger car, the train included several lockable cattle cars and 2 boxcars. We could each have our own space, plenty of room for storage. A generator in one of the shacks kept the lights on at night and the refrigerator in the back boxcar running. I glanced at the guard platform over what had been God's office. Calamity waved his bandaged wing back at me. He was almost finished mounting the tri-barreled plasma cannon in its position. I wondered. Calamity was the only one of the 3 of us who had any skill shooting that monster manually, but would it be possible for me to rig it up like an automated turret? Thinking of the sky camouflaged convoy, I knew a perfect place to get the parts. True, the place was rusted, filthy, full of moldy hay, but most of that could be set to rights with a lot of hard work and a little TLC. The horrible reek from the station house, its bathroom overflowing with manure, was another matter entirely. I glanced over to it, gagging slightly. That would be an arduous and entirely unpleasant task to fix. Velvet Remedy caught my expression and sing-songed,
Don't think of it as years of piled-up pony pies, little Pip. Think of it as free fertilizer. We could start a garden.
"We." The word filled me with more warmth and joy than direct sunlight possibly could. My home in the Equestrian wasteland would be the former house of God, including her office. Any hesitation, or concern about why God suddenly wanted a vault full of memory orbs, was washed away by that wonderful "we." "I'll take it."
I don't get it, Calamity muttered. She's helping raiders now?
Together, Calamity and I walked through the rock yard of Shattered Hoofs slightly behind God. Velvet Remedy was elsewhere, insisting that she do what she could to mend the injured, despite having completely run out of medical supplies, both our own and those of Shattered Hoof, the second morning after the battle. And even though it was entirely possible that the vile monsters who killed Silverbell's parents were amongst the wounded rather than the dead.
Won't be raiders anymore.
The voice of God had a finality that was hard to question. Calamity being Calamity did anyway.
Don't change the horrible things that some of them did.
He shook his mane.
I still don't like it. That was under Deadeye's.
Gonda Grimfeathers had led the embattled ponies of Shattered Hoof to victory against Red Eye's slavers. Now with both Deadeye's and Mr. Topaz eliminated, she was the one the ponies of Shattered Hoof were turning to for leadership.
I've got big plans for this place. There won't be any room for honorless monsters in my Shattered Hoof.
I watched her, admiring her words and the way she moved. I didn't like Godna, but I couldn't help but respect her. And yes, she was sleek and powerful and very attractive for a non-pony. And so what if she's a griffin? There's nothing wrong with just looking. God herself had taken on both of the enemy griffins, felling them with her magical energy shotgun and her talons. She'd picked up a few new scars in the battle. I thought they only made her look more impressive. I hoped other mares could find them so. I was wearing a scar of my own now. Burns, however horribly painful, could be healed fully with magical remedies. But the malignant damage caused by warping and destructive magical power could not so easily be undone. The small line of corrupted flesh where the magical energy lance had touched my neck would be with me for the rest of my life.
We'll have a few rotten eggs, but they'll be dealt with.
Godna was speaking to Calamity. I realized my attention had drifted. I'd been admiring her flanks in a perfectly respectful way and lost part of the conversation.
Every other pony is realizing they've spent the last years breaking their hooves for a dragon who intended to eat them as a reward. They're reassessing their life paths, and most will be ready for a change.
Godna smirked, looking at Calamity.
I'll put the fear of God into any who aren't.
Over the last few days, I had learned that Mr. Topaz had lowered the cargo lift and was just emerging into the rock yard when I set off that alarm. The dragon's voice was loud and had carried all the way into the yard. While no pony had been privy to my side of the conversation, several dozen had heard everything the dragon had to say. Word had spread amongst the survivors. Every pony knew my companions and me by name now, and had formed an opinion.
Hey, little Pip!
A shout rang across the yard from a group of ponies sorting armor stripped off the dead.
Found any good bullets of dragon slaying yet? Did you try Mr. Topaz's pantry?
Some less empowering than others. I rolled my eyes and tried to ignore them. Focusing forward, I broke into the conversation.
What big plans do you have?
God stopped and turned, looking me over appraisingly. Clearly, I tried to pry a secret she preferred to keep close to her breast. After a long moment, she gave me as much of an answer as I was going to get, and nothing more than I would have learned naturally in a matter of weeks.
In the wake of Mr. Topaz's untimely splattering, we have enough gemstones to entice caravans and establish trade routes. Shattered who flies within a few days' caravan travel of both Manhattan and New Appaloosa.
God fixed me with a knowing grin.
And I hear the Appaloosans are looking for some new trade partners.
I tried not to wince.
Just how much did Godna know?
And I've got a barn and canter lot to sell you,
Calamity scoffed, giving God a wry smile.
if you expect me to believe a hardened mercenary like Godna Grimfeathers is looking to settle down and play mayor.
God laughed. It was a rich and seasoned laugh.
You're right, I'm also sending out.
She paused, finding the right word.
Invitations to talents not currently under contract.
She didn't elaborate further, but I was beginning to get the picture. And the memory orbs? I asked, mostly out of curiosity. As pleased as I was with the way Junction R7 was shaping up, especially now that we had sealed up the vomit-inducing stink and started turning my designs for a turret array into a reality, I had begun to suspect that I had gotten the shorter end of the deal. The idea didn't upset me. I had my saddlebags full as it was. If anything, I admired how shrewd Godna appeared to be. God's eyes narrowed.
None of your concern.
About what I expected. As we reached the end of the yard and stepped into the guard tower, I could hear a radio playing. The ending of an ancient song by Sapphire Shores gave way to the voice of DJ Pone 3.
Good evening, Wastelanders. How's every pony doing? Got some great news for you today. Remember that little stable gal who took on the slavers of Appaloosa and saved all those ponies? Well, don't ask me how, but she survived taking a nosedive off a cliff in a speeding train. That's right, fillies and gentle colts. She's back.
God had kept walking, but Calamity had stopped and was staring at me, eyebrows raised and hat tipped back. I felt myself blushing hotly and not knowing why.
And what she's been up to now, I hear you ask? Well, sit down and put on your listening ears, 'cause it's time for DJ Pone 3 to tell you a story. Ready? Good. This is the story of a little filly named Silverbell.
I looked to Calamity in distress. I did not like getting credit for what was really Velvet Remedy's good deed. All I did was push Watcher into recruiting Ditsy Doo's help.
Wait till she starts calling you Dragon Slayer.
Calamity made merry at my discomfort. DJ Pone 3 didn't mention my Pegasus friend at all, and Calamity seemed unduly pleased by that. I looked back over the rock yard and the ponies hard at work in the aftermath of the battle. A slightly melancholy feeling took hold in my chest. The end of the week, I thought. By then, I would have the turret scavenged from the sky convoy up and running. By then, we would be fully mended and rested. My coat was growing back nicely over where it had burned off. Velvet Remedy had already stopped fussing over Calamity's wing. Calamity was already getting restless. He had joined me because, like him, I wasn't content to do nothing while others were being abused and murdered. He respected the idea of Junction R7 as a base of operations and was already drawing up plans for a workshop in one of the cattle cars. But my Pegasus friend was never going to settle down and play happy homemaker. Velvet Remedy was still fretting over the most gravely injured whom she had been able to save. But I could tell. She was beginning to accept there was nothing more she could do which other ponies were not capable of. Soon, she too would desire to leave this place. The Nightingale wasn't done flying yet. I, myself, wanted to stomp out the cruel shadow of red-eye slavery that darkened the soul of Equestria. But that was a goal both vague and absurdly ambitious. I had proven I could save individuals, but I wasn't so arrogant as to believe I could actually change the course of armies and economies. In truth, the only tangible goal ahead of me was meeting with DJ Pone 3. I was rather counting on him to point me the way. Plus, after listening to his radio broadcast for the last few days, I really did fancy the idea of getting Velvet Remedy's music onto the airwaves. By the end of the week, it would be time to go. We were ready to go, except that was for Velvet Remedy. I watched her laying on the floor of the train car she had claimed as her own, battling the memory orb we had scavenged from the wreckage of Ditsy-Do deliveries between her forehooves.
You still haven't viewed that?
I asked with surprise. Velvet Remedy looked up at me with a cutely meek stare.
After what you found in the vault, how can I?
I've been hoping that if it's about Fluttershy. But now? She caught it between her hooves and brought it up to her eyes.
What if it's a confession? What if it's bad?
I could understand. I remembered my reaction upon realizing Velvet Remedy was not a prisoner of the old Appaloosa slavers. And even though that had turned out to be for laudable reasons, I knew how much it hurt to see the pony you idolize fall from the pedestal you put them on.
Would you like me to view it first for you?
I offered. Velvet Remedy smiled gratefully and nodded. She set the memory orb down and backed away. I took a deep breath, swallowing back a sudden hesitation. I'd never actually viewed a memory orb before. Logically, I knew what to expect. A reliving of some other pony's experience. I'd been told such memories were visual, auditory, tactile. Even taste and smell were preserved. But would it be crisp and vivid, or blurred by age? Would I see things as they had really been, or would it be filtered by the perceptions and biases of the rememberer? Would I sense the pony's thoughts? And would I be able to tell them from my own? I felt a little weak, but also intensely curious. Velvet Remedy was watching me, her presence reminding me why I was doing this. I knelt. Leaning forward, I touched my horn to the memory orb and focused ever so lightly. A strange, flushing sensation washed over me as the train car, Velvet Remedy, and the entire equestrian wasteland was obliterated and replaced with an entirely different reality. I was standing on a stage, or more precisely, the ponies whose eyes I was seeing through and ears I was hearing through had stood on a stage. It was strangely like being paralyzed. I could feel what she felt, but I couldn't move on my own. I suddenly had the urgent desire to bite my lower lip, a desire followed by a flash of panic when I couldn't. I was looking out over a crowded auditorium in a large and rather nice indoor theater. Many ponies in the crowd were engaged in conversation, and a low storm of overlapping voices filled the room. Everything was slightly muted and out of focus, but I could still make out the faces of each individual pony. A level of detail that defined this as a raw recording of the events by the brain of the pony I was, for lack of a better word, writing, rather than what the pony could have naturally recalled on her own. I wanted to take a closer look at the walls of the auditorium. I had the distinct impression that they were not wood-paneled, but rather actually formed from growing trees, much like the Ponyville Library. But, of course, I could only watch what this pony had watched. She concentrated on an elder, yet adorably cute yellow Pegasus with a flowing pink mane falling over much of her face, and a matching pink tail, who walked reluctantly past her towards a podium standing front and center on the stage. The yellow pony stared at the floor as she walked, as if afraid to make eye contact with the crowd before she had the podium between her and them like a shield. I was struck by the distinct similarity between this pony and the one on the billboard I had seen a week ago. Although what string of fortunes could take a pony from being the spokesmodel for carrot-flavored cola to serving as one of the most powerful mayors in government was beyond me.
Hello? Can I have your attention, please? If you don't mind.
The massive speaker system of the auditorium magnified the pony's voice, boosting it up to what nearly reached the volume of normal conversation. And yet, the crowd hushed instantly. Every buck and mare in the crowd turned their attention fully to the yellow mare with the 3 pink butterflies as her cutie mark. I immediately recognized the pattern. Velvet Remedy had hung the medical boxes in her Appaloosa boxcar so their butterflies would look exactly like that.
Thank you,
the Pegasus squeaked, seeming surprised at being so abruptly the focus of so much attention. It dawned on me that she didn't have the assertiveness to command their attention like this. The ponies in the crowd didn't listen out of obedience, much less fear of the mare on the stage. No, in fact, this wasn't even respect I was seeing. This was love.
Now, I know every pony is really busy, so I'll try not to take too much of your time.
I got it, but I didn't think she got it. Fluttershy was worried about offending them or inconveniencing them, From their expressions, I doubted that was even possible.
Princess Luna has given us, that is, she's allowed us to. We have a new project.
I heard a few knickers and nays rippling through the crowd. No matter how much they loved the mayor on the stage, this was clearly not welcome news. The yellow Pegasus eeped, cringing slightly.
Please, it's okay. I know we're all overworked and every pony has so much to do already. And you're all doing just wonderful.
As she added that last statement, she smiled warmly at all of them. If all the water in Stable 2 had frozen, that smile could have melted it.
But this is really important. I've been talking with Princess Luna, and I really, really want to do this project. I'm behind it completely, and I really hope you will be too.
The dissenting sound stopped. Every pony listened.
This horrible, terrible war has gone on far, far too long, and hurt so many people.
I could hear the sadness and hurt in her voice. Sweet, merciful Celestia. I wanted to gallop over and give her a hug. I wanted to lie to her and tell her things would be all right.
So Luna says the Ministry of Peace should work on a way to end the war and bring everyone, pony and zebra alike, back to the table of diplomacy.
Some pony, who I had the distinct urge to buck in the face, actually asked,
If the war ends, won't we all be out of a job?
I heard Fluttershy whisper the prayer.
From your lips to Celestia's ears.
I stumbled, gasping as if I had been holding my breath, as my own world burst through, flooding over me. I spent a moment steadying myself. Velvet Remedy was looking up at me with big, beautiful eyes. I smiled to her, levitating the memory orb back to her, being careful to focus around it rather than directly at it, so as not to be lost in the memory again.
It's not bad.
We had traveled for most of a day under the slate-gray skies. The cold, dead bones of Manhattan loomed ahead, still at least a day off. But even this far out, the balefire bomb's destructive power had been felt. The flames had not reached anywhere near here, but the massive shockwave had flattened trees and caved in homes. We approached a small, very humble home set apart from all the others, a few miles farther from Manhattan than the rest of the suburbs which had surrounded the city. The front door of the hut faced away from the city, as if the home itself felt shunned by the urban monoliths in the background. Because of this, the front door had survived entirely intact, while most of the hut beyond had collapsed into itself. At this distance, damage from the bomb couldn't have been more than that of a strong windstorm, but it had weakened the other side of the home enough for the decaying effects of age to ravage it. As we got closer, Calamity whispered,
Some ponies home.
He lifted off into the air, stealthily flying forward to get a better look. A moment later, he returned with a smile.
We're good. Got ourselves a wandering merchant who holed up in the ruin. Don't mind the owl. I'm pretty sure it's tame.
Calamity spun on his wings and flew ahead to greet the merchant. Velvet Remedy trotted after him, moving around to the small buildings, lack of, a west side. As I followed, I noticed that some pony had nailed a recording to the front door. It looked ancient and badly weathered. I suspected it had been there since the owner of the hut had died. I changed course, trotting towards the door, and my pitbuck flashed an enigmatic notice on my eyes forward sparkle, letting me know that it had decided to label this particular ruined hut Trixie's Cottage. I had long since given up on trying to understand why my pitbuck kept marking seemingly random locations. The recording was in horrible shape. I pulled it down, intending to work on it while Calamity haggled with the merchant. In the back of my mind, a voice insisted that this might be hard enough to call for some party-time Mentals. I knew the voice was lying, and I tried to ignore it. As I rejoined the others, the merchant, a grizzled unicorn stallion with a dust-colored mane and wearing trader barding, was telling Calamity and Velvet tall tales of the Manhattan ruins. From the looks he kept giving Velvet, it was clear he had not seen so lovely a mare in, well, a very long time, if ever.
Ghost?
Velvet Remedy asked skeptically.
Yup, that's why I don't venture any further than Fetlock myself. Well, them and the manticores. Manticores?
Calamity questioned.
What would forest creatures like those be doing in the ruins of a major pre-war city? Don't know, but the place is lousy with them. Best steer clear.
Velvet wasn't going to give up. And with Ghost. The merchant unicorn nodded.
That's what they say, at least. Keep in mind, Manhattan isn't like Canterlot, where the ponies died slow and painful. In Manhattan, it was like nothing. Happened so fast, the pony spirits didn't even realize they were dead.
Nonsense, Velvet neighed. The pony finally noticed my approach and gave me a big grin.
Oh, and another customer. Welcome to...
He waved a hoof at the collapsed building around him.
The Luna damned shithole.
Behind him, a robotic owl whirred and hooted from the top of a doorless cabinet. When it opened its metal beak, I could see the gleam of a small magical energy weapon hidden inside.
It ain't much, but it's all mine.
Curiosity got the better of me. How much for the bird? The merchant pony laughed roughly.
Sorry, miss. Old Gearwing ain't for sale. A merchant don't live long in the wasteland if he travels without backup.
I nodded. I passed Calamity the magical energy lance to add to his bartering load and sat down to work on the recording. These things were designed to be ridiculously hardy, but this one had taken one hell of a beating. As I floated out a few of my precision tools, I realized it would be a small miracle if I could get anything off of it. I had just started working when Velvet Remedy gave a stomp.
No, no, no.
I looked up, wondering why she objected to my efforts, only to realize she was neighing to Calamity. Lowering her head, she pushed him away from the merchant.
What's got your tail in a twist?
He huffed.
You're letting him rob you, that's what,
She retorted.
Here, let a pony who knows a thing or two handle this.
I watched my companions bemused. The merchant pony was staring at them with a slight frown. Velvet Remedy returned, and while Calamity watched from behind, she ignored the pile of goods he was trying to sell the pony, not to mention everything he had been hoping to buy. She fluttered her eyelashes at the merchant, giving him a look that sparked a twitch of jealousy in my breast, and asked,
That dress over there, the one in the spring colors, how much is that?
She haggled, turning on the charm while demurely noting the poor condition of each dress he floated over to her. Before long, she had purchased 4 dresses for the cost of 2. Trotting over to Calamity, her dresses in tow, she asked him politely,
Now, would you be a wonderful dear and use the fabric from these to fix the damage our awful fight with that dragon did to the magnificent gown little Pip gave me?
I felt my heart do a little leap. Calamity was just staring at her, nonplussed. The merchant slowly mouthed,
Fight with that dragon?
as he watched her.
What'd you do that for? You didn't even get any medical supplies.
Velvet shrugged off the question.
Pretty please,
She added, smiling at Calamity, who got quickly to work. I went back to tinkering with the recording. After the better part of an hour, I was pleased by my progress. I realized the contents of the recording wouldn't be worth the effort, but by now it had become a challenge. The actual message really didn't matter. Calamity had finished repairing Velvet Remedy's gorgeous dress. I was impressed. It almost looked as good as new. Velvet smiled and gave him a small kiss on the cheek, eliciting another flutter of jealousy from me. Then took the dress and trotted around behind some rubble to put it on, which, truth be told, made no sense to me. My pit buck made its last scan of the message, reconstructing it. I had salvaged almost the entire thing. I slipped in my ear bloom and listened to what an hour's work had gotten me. I knew better than to expect much, but if it turned out to be a door-to-door advert recording for ties, I was going to be a little miffed. White Lip, I'm so sorry to miss you this week. You know that seeing you is one of the high points of my week. But I just got the most amazing call. Twilight Sparkle, yes, the Twilight Sparkle called me. Right out of the blue. Isn't that amazing? I mean, I knew her back when she was nothing and I was... Never mind. I'm just so surprised she even remembers me. But no, she invited me to Manhattan this weekend to talk about a proposal. Can you imagine? Me, working for the Ministry of Magic. And when the mayor of the ministry herself personally calls you up to pitch the offer, you know it has to be important. I hesitate to say it, but I'm back. Oh yes, Trixie's life is about to finally turn around.
I don't know how long I'll be in Manhattan. But just to be safe, go ahead and leave my usual order on the doorstep. 3 bottles of milk and a carton of butter. I'll pay you next week, I promise.
All of that effort, and I'd salvaged an order to the local milk buck? I'd promised myself I wouldn't be bothered, but I kinda was. Velvet Remedy had reemerged, looking impossibly stunning. I'd already seen her in this dress, and it still made my legs weak. The merchant pony had not, and he was clearly smitten.
Now then, let's get down to business,
Velvet said with a gracious smile, floating the magical energy lance from the pile of goods Calamity had been trying to sell.
Now, I'm not sure you have the caps for something like this, but I'm sure we can come to an arrangement.
Not sure I have.
The merchant tried to regain his footing.
Lady, I'd say that's worth.
Quite a lot,
Velvet smiled.
Consider all the power of a magical energy weapon, but in the form of a lance that any pony could use without special training. A devastatingly effective weapon that will never run out of bullets or sparkle packs. No spending your hard-earned caps on ammo. No threat of having to stop and reload at a critical point in battle.
Velvet Remedy lifted it up dramatically,
And look at its condition! Why, the gemstone alone is worth more than the meager medical supplies your delightful little shithole has to offer.
She paused, eyeing the magical energy lance.
Why, on second thought, I can't imagine parting with it. Sure, it's a little heavy, but...
All right,
The merchant unicorn broke in.
What do you want for it?
I looked over to Calamity. From his expression, he was thinking the same thing. From now on, Velvet Remedy would do all our bartering. The body of the radroach crunched grossly under my hoof. I quickly scraped the radroach gunk from my hoof using a collapsed road sign. We'd slept at Trixie's cottage the night before, and had made good time over the course of the morning. According to my pit buck, the maze of blackened, ruined homes we were pushing through had once been the suburb of Fetlock. We were taking it slow. Such a large area meant that there was still a dusting of scavenge-worthy items to be found, even outside of locked safes and trunks. Sadly, no medical supplies. Velvet was trying to use the few supplies we got from the merchant sparingly, cutting healing bandages in halves, or thirds, but still insisted on cleaning and dressing cuts and scrapes to avoid infection. Velvet Remedy squealed happily as she opened up an old refrigerator and found several bottles of still pure water inside. Our canteens were almost empty, and the few working faucets I had found made my pit butt clickety-click at the radiation levels in the water. Her find was a blessing straight from Luna. There was no shelter to speak of, and red spots were always crawling across my EFS compass. Mostly radroaches or the occasional giant mutant hedgehogs. The magical radiation that had soaked into the water had twisted a multitude of wasteland's animal inhabitants into grotesque and often monstrous versions of their original species. Most creatures had not survived the transformations. But at least it wasn't raiders or slavers. It was a relief to not be battling other ponies. Velvet Remedy was beginning to develop skill with her needler pistol. Her moral reservations about killing clearly did not apply to ravenous and hostile beasts. Calamity swooped up to us, having been scouting ahead.
We're in luck. I think I've spotted some place for us to crash for the night.
Velvet Remedy and I let him lead the way. 2 blocks later, we came upon the hulk of a passenger skywagon. This one was in far better shape than the one I had taken a shortcut through back under the Cloudsdale outskirts. The paint was blackened by fire and flaking away with age, and what lay beneath was as much rust as metal. But it was fully intact, having been rusting at the wagon stop when the megaspell went off, rather than having fallen from the sky. It had also been loaded with passengers who, along with the wagon pony harnessed to the front, had been burned alive by the rolling wall of bale flame that had swept through Fetlock. The passenger wagon was full of charred skeletons and burnt luggage.
You want us to bed down in there?
Velvet Remedy asked, looking appalled.
Calamity, that's grim, even for you.
I stared at the wagon full of pony skeletons and found myself wondering who they had been. What had their lives been like? Had they been happy? I wondered if the wagon had been heading into Manhattan. Were these ponies all heading into work? Were some of them friends, chatting about the shopping they would do? I squelched those thoughts under a strong hoof. The apocalypse was already a daily assault of horror and sadness without making it worse by actually thinking about it. Doing that could only drive a pony to suicide or madness. Looking away, I felt a tiny ember of joy as I spotted the flickering light of a sparkle cola machine tucked into a nook just around the corner from the wagon stop.
I'll be right back,
I announced, leaving Calamity and Velvet to clean out the passenger wagon. Or argue about it, whichever. I trotted around the wall and into the nook, which I immediately realized was much larger than I had imagined. The red dots on my EFS had become so ubiquitous that I stopped paying attention to them. Big mistake. The manticore turned, took one look at the intruder who had just blithely clopped into its den, and let out a roar that blasted my mane back. The carrion stench of its breath let me know I was dinner. I stared up at the huge, brutish monster with its mighty forepaws, huge wings and venomous tail, and was very glad I hadn't had anything to drink in several hours. I didn't have any of my weapons ready. I hadn't wanted to waste precious ammo on things I could kill with a buck or a stomp. The manticore certainly didn't fall into that category, but I spun, throwing a kick with both hind hooves at its nose. It was like bucking a brick wall. Instead of knocking the manticore back, I sent myself forward in a faceplant. The manticore lifted a paw full of large claws and swiped at my back. If it hadn't been for Ditsy Doo's armoring, the blow might have cut through my spine. Instead, pain splashed through my bruised back. I scrambled onto my hooves and ran. The manticore gave chase, bouncing after me. I am short. It was bigger than several stacked apple carts. The chase was brief. The manticore headbutted me, sending me flying. I hit the street hard and rolled until I hit what was left of the wall of the hardware shop across the street. The manticore charged at me as I struggled to my feet, dazed. The sound of Calamity's battle saddle cracked through the air. Blood erupted from one of the manticore's front legs, and it stumbled, missing me to crash instead into an old lamppost. The lamppost tore out of the ground and toppled with an iron thud. As the manticore recovered, a half-burned dress that must have come from the luggage littering the wagon flew through the air on a field of Velvet Remedy's magic and tied itself around the manticore's head like a blindfold. The manticore lashed out blindly with its poisonous, scorpion-like tail. One of the strikes hit the broken sidewalk less than a foot from me. Calamity fired again, this time into the side of the creature. I floated out little Macintosh and took aim, backing away. The manticore shook its head violently, tossing the blindfold. I got one good shot off, hitting its tail. The power of little Macintosh cleaved the manticore's tail in two. It roared in pain and launched itself at me. This time I was ready and dodged swiftly out of the way. I turned back towards it, leveling little Macintosh at the manticore's backside. The monster spread its wings and launched itself into the air, flying towards Calamity. Calamity got one more shot off, blossoms of crimson sprouting in its chest, before the creature plowed into him, knocking Calamity from the sky. Worried for my friend, I turned to see where he had fallen as it circled back. Calamity groaned, not getting up, but at least looking intact. His hat was laying on the street not far away. Velvet Remedy trotted up to me.
You're the telekinetic expert. Try these.
She was levitating along with her a stack of saw blades from the hardware store. As the manticore swooped towards us, I filled the air with spinning death. Velvet Remedy finished watching the Ministry of Peace memory orb for at least the 12th time, and was now pretending not to watch me cooking manticore meat. According to my pit buck, it was relatively healthy, at least as far as meat went. Velvet was eating our last can of corn. Calamity had polished off our last 2 cans of beans the better part of an hour ago and then crawled under the passenger wagon to look at something. He had yet to come up for air. It was getting quite dark. The wagon was still the best option for a place to sleep, but we would have to do it in shifts. My whole body ached from getting knocked around by the manticore. I was almost getting used to being in a constant state of pain. Calamity had gotten worse, but his concussion seemed mercifully minor. Only Velvet Remedy made it through unscathed. Still, the fight was worth my aches and pains, The venom sacs from the manticore's stinging tail were the last thing I needed to build a poison dart gun from the schematics I'd found in the old Appaloosa armory. With a sigh, Velvet Remedy clopped over to the wagon and crouched down, peering under it.
Oh, come out. There's nothing under there that could be this interesting, she judged. You took a really bad fall back there, and you still haven't let me examine you.
With fierce determination, she added, "And this time, I want you to strip completely out of that saddle
And let me give you a full examination."
I popped open one of the sparkle colas I'd found inside the vending machine after the battle and took a sip. Warm, but not quite flat, and deliciously carroty. Calamity crawled obediently out from under the wagon, a big grin on his face. "Great news," he announced. "It's pretty much intact."
Whatever are you talking about?
Velvet Remedy asked, cocking her head. Calamity nodded back towards the passenger wagon. I found myself questioning his definition of intact. The windows were all shattered, and there were several gaping holes in the roof. A spot the size of 2 hooves had rusted through on the left side. What I'm talking about is that unlike the one y'all saw before, this beauty is more than just an explosion waiting to happen. Calamity turned to the wagon and smiled. "I could fix her up. All she needs is a flux regulator."
She?
Velvet whinnied. Yup. Calamity flapped his wings, lifting into the air. I raised an eyebrow.
A flux regulator? That's a pretty specific piece of equipment, not something we're likely to find just laying around.
Calamity came back down to earth.
Yeah, I know. But just think, if we did, then I could pull all of us plus any equipment we wanted to carry all over the equestrian wasteland. No more multi-day trots across the infested landscape.
Velvet Remedy nickered.
Oh, yes, because your track record with vehicles has been stellar so far.
I remembered the train and the apple cart. Maybe climbing into one that was also a bomb wasn't such a good idea. I didn't say so, however. No reason to smother Calamity's enthusiasm. It wasn't as if we had the party needed to fix it, and any further hesitations could be put off until we did, which in all likelihood would be never. Velvet, meanwhile, was prodding Calamity to get out of his battle saddle and barding.
I know you made it yourself and you prefer to wear it, but really, I've been with you two for over a week now, and I still haven't seen your cutie mark. There's fondness for sense of fashion, and there's just plain being ridiculous.
My attention had turned towards my dinner, but I perked at that. Come to think of it, I'd never seen Calamity's cutie mark either. He was always wearing at least his barding and saddlebags, except when he bathed. And I'd always given him privacy for that, albeit mostly out of disinterest in watching a stallion clean himself.
That's 'cause I don't have one.
What? No way. My own cutie mark had taken forever to show, but I'd still had it for years. How could a grown buck not have his yet?
Oh.
Velvet Remedy looked away, seeming unsure of how she should respond to that. Calamity gave a low, humorless chuckle.
Ain't like that. I used to have one, I just don't anymore.
What?
Velvet Remedy echoed my thoughts, albeit more dramatically. Calamity looked at the two of us, then let out a long sigh.
Well, hell, I suppose y'all might as well know.
He shucked himself out of his battle harness and started tugging at the straps of his barding.
It's been branded off.
What? Why?
Velvet stammered.
Who would do that?
My brothers.
Calamity said, less evenly than he intended to.
Look, that's just what they do to Pegasus like me.
Like you?
I asked, remembering he'd said that before. Calamity nodded.
I told y'all about the Pegasi. Well, they say that when that megaspell wiped out Cloudsdale, all the Pegasus ponies abandoned Equestria and hid behind their ceiling of clouds. All that is, except one.
I had stopped eating. It seemed disrespectful. But I still took a swig from the sparkle cola as I listened to what was obviously going to be a story.
They say Rainbow Dash saw what the other Pegasus ponies were doing and turned away from them just as they turned away from all the ponies below.
Who? Velvet Remedy interrupted as politely as she could. Calamity smiled.
Rainbow Dash. The best of us, in some ponies' opinion. The one who trained the Pegasi into the most elite and feared fighting force both in and beyond Equestria. The mayor of the Ministry of Awesome. The one who...
I swear Calamity had waited until I was taking another drink to say that. I coughed violently, sparkle cola spraying out of my mouth and nostrils. I would be smelling carrots for a week.
The Ministry of what?
I gasped, tears in my eyes. I knew I was further derailing Calamity's story, but I didn't care. Calamity grinned at my reaction.
The Ministry of Awesome.
And what, pray tell, did they do? Velvet Remedy inquired.
Calamity shrugged. As far as I know, nothing.
He elaborated.
Remember when Watcher told us about the ministries? Well, I'd heard it a bit different. The Pegasi never told about any of those other mayors, but they talked about Rainbow Dash. And the story I heard was that when Princess Luna told her that she would be given her own ministry, Rainbow Dash immediately proclaimed, "Well, then mine will be the Ministry of Awesome." And when asked what such a ministry would do, she replied, "Oh, they'll figure it out." Rainbow Dash herself was too busy fighting to win the war to be bothered with running some government office.
I just stared. There were simply no words.
That's interesting,
Velvet Remedy finally stated.
So, this Rainbow Dash was a hero to the Pegasus ponies.
Calamity's eyes narrowed.
Emphasis on was. She didn't cotton to their closing up the sky and retreating, so she flew off, never was seen again. And the Pegasi? They tossed their opinion of her faster than a filly who's had his own fire.
Calamity finished unstrapping his barding. It fell away, revealing a flank marred by a magical brand. His cutie mark had been obliterated, replaced by a gruesome scar that looked like a cloud with a lightning bolt.
I'm a Dashite,
Calamity said.
To them, it means traitor.
Thunder rumbled overhead. It wasn't even noon, and the sky had grown dark enough to be mistaken for early night. The first drop of rain touched down on my nose, followed by a second on my left ear. We had moved beyond Fetlock into a rolling area of grassy hills, occasionally marred by incongruous patches of sand. There was a lake visible at the bottom of the next hill, with a shack and several sunken rowboats on the shore. As we approached, my pip-buck ever so helpfully told me it was Steelhoof's shack and that I had found it. I floated out little Macintosh and used the scope to get a closer look. There were tools lined up against the wall, and I could see the glow from an operational terminal in the sheltered outside alcove. And... were those turrets? There were metal things on the ground near each corner of the shack, hidden by camouflage. It might have just been my recent work on Junction R7 that had me thinking that way. If they were turrets, they were mostly buried. "Wait!" I called out, now spotting marred holes in the grassy hillside all around the shack, the aftermath of mines that had exploded. The grass was just high enough that the mines would be fully concealed until you were standing on them. Calamity and Velvet Remedy both stopped, looking towards me with concern. I opened my mouth to explain about the mines, but another voice cut me off.
Well, look who we have.
The voice was regal, majestic, and terrifying. The winged unicorn suddenly appeared directly in front of us, shimmering into existence. Velvet Remedy let out a short squeal.
We remember you from Appaloosa.
My jaw dropped. No way. But as I stared, I knew that this was a different pseudo-goddess than the one in the slaver town. Her coloration was nearly identical, but there were differences in her face, mane, and flanks. Patches of air on either side of us rippled, and two more of the wicked winged unicorns appeared.
Invisibility spells,
Velvet Remedy complained, apparently beginning to join in my conviction that the wasteland simply hated us. The pseudo-goddesses surrounded us. Each one was different, but only subtly, like they were all siblings. I looked around frantically, but the rolling hills were completely bereft of boxcars. A sunken rowboat wasn't going to cut it.
You're not the prize we were looking for, one of them said. But it will be a joy killing you anyways,
the third almost purred.
Footnote, level up. New perk, counter canter. Your fancy hoofwork, or agile flying if you are a Pegasus pony, keeps you out of harm's way. Opponents suffer a -5 to combat skills when attacking you.
Chapter 14. Steel Hooves. The stables were never meant to save any pony. Explosions! The world around me was rent apart by a cacophony of violent light and bombastic sound, shocking heat following a roar beyond the might of thunder. The twilight darkness was annihilated by too bright brilliance. Time slowed to a crawl, as if sensory overload was causing my own brain to lag. Fire and shrapnel tore at me, sparks of pain igniting all over my body. The roar that filled the world died with a high-pitched whine as I lost my hearing. I was rooted in place, unable to make my body move. Blood splattered across my face as the pseudo-goddess standing in front of me tore apart, the parts of her body savagely flung in every direction. I felt myself thrown to the ground. Velvet Remedy covered me with her body, her shield forming around us with aching slowness. I could feel a sticky warmth as her blood seeped down, mixing with mine. Only belatedly did I realize that I was not the one being attacked. The second pseudo-goddess was turning, wide-eyed, as she brought up her own magical shield, but it was too late for her. The rapid-fire explosions that were killing Velvet Remedy and me just by proximity were ripping directly into the creature. The pseudo-goddess's shield rippled, fluctuated, and died before it could fully manifest. Then she too was consumed in a mutilating blaze. Time snapped back as the rain of explosions momentarily stopped. My vision was warped, with after-images of the creatures, their obliterating bodies flash-burned into my sight. My ears still heard nothing but a distant nauseating buzz, but now I could see the source of the massive attack. And I had seen this thing before. It was the poster from the recruitment center, come to life before us. A pony completely concealed in steel-gray armor, even its tail. It was a mighty relic from the war, a Steel Ranger. A bright lamp on its forehead spotlighted its target, and the huge gun on the right side of its monstrous battle saddle began to fire again. But the last pseudo-goddess had been given plenty of time to bring up her shield as her sisters were slaughtered. And the explosions, which I now saw were metal apples similar to those I had used on the dragon, only being fired at terrifying speed, detonated against the shield while she stood inside, looking cozy, unconcerned, and only mildly pissed. The flames illuminated her midnight blue coat and sickly green hair and made her eyes sparkle like gateways to hell. Again, the Steel Ranger's grenade machine gun stopped. And now a large box on the left side of its battle saddle sprung open, unleashing 2 rockets which arrowed through the air towards the creature, leaving contrails of smoke in their wake. The pseudo-goddess merely lowered her head, a spark of light bursting from her horn. In an instant, the 2 rockets had reversed course. The Steel Ranger tried to step back, but there was no time. The rockets impacted directly into our armored would-be savior, the explosion tossing the massive body back down the hill. The grass erupted in smoke and dirt and flame as the tumbling body bounced over several mines before coming to a stop, motionless and seemingly lifeless at the foot of the shack below. Velvet's weight bore down on me. We waited for the Steel Ranger to get up, and the world seemed to wait with us. When after long moments it did not stir, the pseudo-goddess strode forward towards it. I could hear her laughter even though my ears could hear nothing but that awful ringing. In the back of my mind, I realized I must have been right. Telepathy played a part in the pseudo-goddess's threat. See now, how the so-called mighty alicorn hunter has fallen. The majestic and cruel voice of the pseudo-goddess purred in my head. The goddess will be most pleased. The impact of bullets created twin sparks in the pseudo-goddess's shield. Limping and bloodied from the storm of fire and shrapnel, Calamity strode forward. I could see his mouth moving. Undoubtedly, he was saying something snide and witty. The pseudo-goddess, or alicorn by her own title, turned and snorted derisively. Calamity shot again to just as futile an effect. I shrugged my haunches, trying to tell Velvet Remedy to get off of me, but she did not. Her body was warm, dead weight. I realized her shield spell had dropped and felt a surge of panic. I heaved, rolling her off, and turned to find my beautiful companion unconscious, her hide flayed by shrapnel, bleeding excessively. With a flare of my horn, I opened one of her medical boxes and started pulling out what supplies we had left. My heart screamed at seeing how little it was. I may have screamed too, but I couldn't hear. I pulled open the other, hoping for more, but all that was left in the second medical box was her dress, a bottle of Buck, and the party time Mentols. That voice in my head roared. Velvet Remedy was counting on me. She'd die if I couldn't help her. I needed to be smarter right now. I needed to be better right now. I needed those Mentols. The little memory orb rolled out and fell into the grass as I tore the tin of party time Mentols from her saddle box and floated it to me. A craving hit me, and I had to force myself to only take one. Make them last. One would be... The world became so much brighter, clearer, cleaner. I was aware of each raindrop as it struck me. I was aware of each pain, each bleeding gash in my own body. My mind sped down pathways of thought. Once again, brilliant light burst all about us, this time carrying a choking stench of ozone as the alicorn summoned lightning from the thunderclouds and struck Calamity to the ground. I turned, trying to cry out, but I had no voice. Or I did, but I could not hear it. Calamity shuddered, twitching on the ground. He was not dead, not even yet unconscious, but he was in no condition to fight. The alicorn didn't seem to care. A malicious smile broke over her features, cold and wicked, as motes of pinkish-purple light ignited around her head, growing and shaping into magical arrows. I tried to get to my hooves, but my legs wouldn't work. A wave of felling nausea dropped me. I knew I too was suffering from loss of blood, and the ringing in my ears was shredding my sense of balance. But I also knew that Calamity and Velvet were about to die. So might I, but I would die saving them. And in the sheer brilliance of a mental-enhanced acumen, I knew just how to do it. My telekinesis did not fail me, even when my body did. I brought my sniper rifle to me as I simultaneously lifted the memory orb and floated it towards the alicorn, moving it so that it approached from her flank. I felt a pang of conscience risking something so precious to Velvet. The pseudo-goddess turned, catching the movement out of the corner of her eye. She reacted before she recognized it, expecting a grenade, focusing her magic against it to send it hurling back at me. The memory orb glowed softly as the alicorn touched it with focused magic. Her eyes went wide, her shield dropping, and the forming cascade of magical arrows evaporating as the alicorn was lost inside the memory. Slipping into the targeting zen of Sats, I lined up the headshot and pulled the trigger. No. Velvet Remedy intoned harshly, her voice sounding distant and muffled through the buzzing in my ears. She floated the tin of party time Mentols away from me before I had a chance to take yet another. I had taken 2 already, one before killing the alicorn, and a second to stave off the massive depression that I knew would come when the first wore off. But I tried to come up with something that Velvet Remedy would buy. I was amazing now. I could talk anyone into anything. At least let me hold on to them. I might need them. And yet somehow, I couldn't convince the most beautiful mare in the wasteland to let me keep a tin full of medicine. I administered the last of the medical potions to Velvet Remedy. The magical liquid seemed to work achingly slowly at closing her wounds. Now she was left with just the healing bandages to aid Calamity and myself. We didn't have anywhere near enough. She was still very weak from the loss of blood and was having trouble standing. Calamity needed a medical brace to fix his leg. Velvet Remedy didn't want to risk a mending spell until it was properly set. More, he needed serious bed rest to recover from the lightning strike. There was one more. I had to wave Velvet Remedy back before I approached the unmoving armored figure crumpled against the shack below. Harnessing my levitation, I could pass over the minefield safely. Velvet Remedy could not. Between the alicorn's thought words and the label my pitbuck had spontaneously given the shack, it didn't take party time mental-enhanced smarts to realize this had probably been Steelhooves. The great alicorn hunter, meaning there were more of these, Possibly a lot more. The thought was frightening. Steel Hooves had exterminated 2 of them with a combination of surprise and epic firepower. It was by wits and luck that I had killed the 3rd before she slew us all. Last time, I needed a boxcar. These creatures were not invincible, but they were powerful and very hard to kill. The metal stallion, or at least I was assuming stallion based on the form of the armor, had not moved since the battle. I crouched down next to the fallen ranger, several of my bandages shifting and coming undone as I did so, my wounds oozing blood. Up close, the armor was even more impressive. It had its own air filtration system, complete life support, even mechanized drug injection. The damage from the rockets was far less than it had any right to be. Still, the armor had caved in at the point of impact, gruesomely crushing the pony inside. I tried to find a way to remove the helmet. If there was one, it was well concealed. But I found a jack point that would allow my pit buck to interface with the helmet's own arcane technology matrix. I pulled out a tool from my utility barding, already suspecting that the helmet included its own EFS and SATS equivalents, if not more. Whoever had designed the armor must have worked tail-twined with tail alongside stable tech.
Don't do that.
The voice from inside the helmet was low, rumbling, exceptionally masculine. I jumped back, startled. There was some pony alive in there. Fueled by party-time confidence, I approached, trying to reassure him.
I'm a certified stable tech pit buck technician,
I lied, but only a little. I'm sure I can help.
No, you can't.
The voice spoke, but the body still did not move. The helmet did not even turn to look at me.
My armor took a crippling hit. Everything is offline. Medical, self-repair, the entire spell matrix has crashed.
I sat back on my haunches, wincing as several sharp bolts of pain lashed up through my flanks.
Can you...
Without magical power, I cannot even move. I will die here. I am truly already dead.
The low voice in the armor sounded resigned to the idea and at peace with it.
But I took them with me, and if I am not mistaken, I saved the stable dweller. As a final act, it was a good one.
I was taken aback. My overblown reputation. A deep discomfort stirred inside me. It wasn't right for other ponies to risk their lives for me, thinking of me as something special. I stared at the Steel Ranger, not dead but paralyzed. If the armor had no power, jacking into it wouldn't do any good. I looked back towards Velvet Remedy, wishing I had actually taken some time to learn more about medicine from her rather than just relying on her skills. I contemplated lifting her over the minefield. Turning back to the fallen armored pony.
Okay, Steel Hooves, right?
How did you... Oh, of course.
Of course what? Shaking off the confusion, I continued.
I'm bringing our medic over.
Without another word, I turned and focused my magic on Velvet Remedy. She floated into the air with a shocked eep. She started to float through the air towards us. Little Pip, put me down.
Minefield,
I said casually. Okay, move me, then put me down. A moment later, she had joined us. She gave me a ladylike nicker and turned to look over the armored hunter. As I informed her of what he had told me, my mind flashed to the poster I had seen on the wall of Candy's clinic. You don't have to be a Steel Ranger to be a hero. Join the Ministry of Peace today. I looked at Velvet Remedy, knowing she must be familiar with the same poster from somewhere, and wondered if she was remembering it as well.
You need not bother,
Steel Hooves insisted.
There's nothing to be done. I've had a good gallop.
Nonsense, Velvet Remedy neighed, brushing off the Steel Ranger's morbidity. Now we just have to get you out.
No,
the low gravelly voice said again. Sorry? Velvet asked, confused. She had spent several minutes examining the armor, looking increasingly worried. Even if the armor protected you from burns and slashes, you've suffered massive blunt trauma. The internal damage could... As she spoke, she began to wrap the armor in a soft magical glow.
Don't remove my armor!
Velvet Remedy whinnied. Oh, please. I just went through this with Calamity. I can't treat you if I can't see you.
If you remove my armor, I will die.
I blinked, gaping at him, eyeing the huge dent crushing into his side. I didn't possess Velvet Remedy's medical insight, but I could imagine that the armor was the only thing holding him together. Velvet pulled back, canceling her spell.
Well, that seems like a design flaw.
The armor is meant to keep me alive.
Steelhooves said, a touch defensively.
Open the armor plate over my flank.
Velvet Remedy did so, revealing a system for administering drugs and medical potions. Everything from Buck to...
I don't even recognize some of these drugs.
Velvet said in surprise.
The armor has a doctor enchantment. If it was working, I would be fully healed already.
I was still looking over the injection system, casually observing.
It doesn't have a system for party.
Little Pip, Velvet Remedy scolded, silencing me. I stepped back, cowed. I turned my mind from the drugs, instead focusing on the failure of the magically powered armor's spell matrix. If this was a Pip Buck, I could easily...
Wait,
I blurted, already knowing exactly what to do. Velvet Remedy gave me a look. Little Pip, she hissed dangerously. I couldn't blame her. It had been only a second since I made that other observation. She didn't have any appreciation for how fast I could think right now. If she did, maybe she wouldn't be so fast to take my party time mentals away.
No, I know how to fix him. I can restore power to the armor and reboot the spell matrix.
I beamed.
The suit designer obviously incorporated stable tech arcane technology. It's really not that different from fixing a Pip Buck.
Velvet's expression softened.
Well then, don't just stand there.
She smiled, backing out of my way, careful not to move closer to the minefield. I trotted forward and came crashing back to reality. Recognition of my mistake mixed with the crushing depression that flooded me in the wake of party time mentals wearing off. In a moment, I was stupid, ignorant, and dumb.
I can't,
I moaned.
But you just said...
I don't have the tools.
I felt like crying. The Steel Ranger was going to die, imprisoned in his armor because I wasn't a certified stable tech Pip Buck technician. My utility barding didn't include a spell matrix master key. Reluctantly, I admitted as much. Velvet Remedy walked to me, wobbling a little, still faint from loss of blood. She wrapped her tail over me, whispering comfortingly into my ear.
A spell matrix master key?
The voice of Steelhoof sounded hopeful rather than resigned.
You might be able to find one in Stable 29.
We were going into another stable. I felt myself tremble at the thought, from apprehension more than physical weakness, I assumed. Velvet Remedy had rebound my wounds. Calamity limped up to me.
Remember, little Pip, this isn't your stable.
I nodded. I was still in the grips of post-PTM depression. I knew I wasn't in any condition mentally to be doing this, but Steelhooves needed the help, and we owed him.
I've changed my mind.
The Steel Ranger protested.
I cannot allow you to go into a stable for me.
His sense of hope had swiftly been squelched by a stubborn nobility that I both understood and rejected. I wasn't the only one.
Oh, well then, come right over here and stop us,
Velvet Remedy suggested. Then added,
oh right, you can't.
Your bedside manner is horrible.
The voice from inside the armor reported. I looked at the three of us. We were in no condition to travel into unknown and likely hostile territory. Each one of us could barely stand.
I won't tell you where the entrance is,
Steelhooves said dissuasively. Calamity whinnied.
Pony hull cover marked Stable 29? Near the Fetlock passenger wagon stop?
Steelhooves pointedly said nothing. Calamity leaned over and whispered,
And Velvet Remedy thought there was nothing interesting under the passenger wagon.
It took us much longer to reach it than I remembered. We were moving gingerly, avoiding marks of red on my EFS compass. Right now, I felt a few radroaches could finish us off. Calamity was flying, keeping all the weight off his leg. He looked at the passenger wagon and announced too cheerfully,
Well, I hope your levitation is back to its full impressiveness, little Pip. Unless we found a flux regulator and no ponies told me, moving that thing will be up to you.
I laid down. I needed to focus fully on the passenger wagon. Sky Bandit stages, I noted pointlessly. And that meant not diverting my energies into remaining upright. My horn lit up as I concentrated on the huge wagon. Magical power enveloped it. I pushed, converging all my will onto moving the vehicle. My horn flared. A layer of overglow burst around it. The wagon began to rock, groaning. Sweat broke across my forehead. I began to have trouble breathing. Somewhere distant, Velvet Remedy was being concerned, but I blocked it out. A second layer of overglow erupted around my horn, and the whole wagon lifted several feet into the air and was shoved back onto the sidewalk. I let it down gently, then collapsed, exhausted. I could see the pony hole cover. Yay, sleep now.
How long was I out?
I asked, aghast.
Long enough to get some much-needed sleep, Velvet soothed. I rested my eyes a little myself.
We were in a short maintenance tunnel. On one end, a door led to even more maintenance tunnels that snaked all under Fetlock. On the other, 3 steps led up to the massive door of Stable 29. Calamity was standing on 3 hooves, his crippled foreleg lifted, and staring at the control mechanism.
Well, this was a bust,
he proclaimed. It looked like Stable 29 had never opened, and without an override password, it was unlikely we would be getting in. Still, I went to work at it. My mind still felt sluggish, and I considered munching a menthol. Even the non-party flavor would help. But I didn't want Velvet Remedy or Calamity to think I needed them. I didn't. They just made me a better me. After invading the control system and thoroughly probing it, I found something interesting.
I think I found a back door.
Where?
Calamity asked, looking up at the pony hole.
Is it far?
I shook my head.
No, I mean into the system.
A 3-part key is required to bypass the normal security.
What kind of key?
Velvet Remedy questioned.
Voice recognition. 3 different voices are required,
I informed them. Then, before any pony pointed out the fact that they were coincidentally 3 of us, I explained,
it has to be the right 3 voices. What is being said doesn't seem to matter, just who's saying it.
It was a very interesting back door at that. I wondered just what prompted such a design. And if all stables had the same security hole.
Whose 3 voices?
I thought a moment and cursed how slow my brain was. Then I remembered Stable 2's override code. CMC 3BFF.
I think I know.
The first voice was the one that took the longest, simply because I didn't have a recording of it. Instead, we sat there listening to DJ Pone 3 on the radio, waiting for his selection of songs to cycle through. For the first and only time, I was actually grateful that his radio broadcast had such a limited selection of music.
Good evening, every pony. This is your humble host, DJ Pone 3, master of the airwaves. And it's just about time for me to turn in. But first, the news. Looks like our Wasteland Crusader from Stable 2 is an equal opportunity savior. From the reports I'm getting, she and her companions helped out a bunch of raiders up at Shattered Hoof from being enslaved and decimated by an attacking slaver army. And then, because you can't have a cupcake without icing, she killed a dragon.
Luna, damn it. Why wasn't it ever Calamity and his companions? Or Velvet Remedy and her entourage?
Don't know if I agree with you on this one, kid. Saving raiders? Some monsters deserve to be enslaved.
Perfect.
Also in the news, got another report of hellhounds attacking travelers in the wasteland between Manhattan and Philadelphia. Honestly, ponies, if you have to travel that way, make sure you have a heavily armed escort. And if you don't, just don't. This has been a DJ Pone 3 Pony Survival Tip. Tune in for more tips in this series, including grenades aren't for eating, and raiders do not want to be your friend. But first, it's Sweetie Belle singing The Dark Days Are Over.
I leapt up.
Here we go, ponies.
Back at the controls, I fed the voice pattern recognition spell the first few lines of the song, mentally noting to record the song for use if I had the deep misfortune to have to enter a stable a 3rd time. I followed with snippets of 2 recordings.
The override code for opening the door to Stable 2 is CMC
3 BFF.
Hello, my name is Scootaloo. You probably know me since I'm pretty famous for my awesome performances at events like last year's Gallops, or maybe just as the founder of Red Racer.
With a mighty hiss and a draconic groan of protest, the door to Stable 29 began to move. I turned to find Velvet Remedy walking past me to face the door. The gorgeous mare had donned her beautiful dress and groomed her mane. I shot a look to Calamity, who merely shrugged.
Velvet?
The dress hid most of her bandages. We're meeting the ponies of another stable for the first time. We want to put our best hoof forward, she said aristocratically. Especially if they've never had outside visitors before. We want to look like diplomats. Her eyes moved to look at me without turning her head. If you two went in first, we'd look like invaders. The vast metal door swung away, and Velvet Remedy stepped into Stable 29 regally and without hesitation. Calamity limped up to me as I watched her disappear inside. She's really something, ain't she?
Yes, I said, feeling a little dumbstruck. I glanced at Calamity, who was staring through the door at Velvet. I did a double take. Calamity wasn't looking at Velvet Remedy. He was looking at her. Something broke in my brain. No, that was just... No!
No?
He asked, confused, his eyes not leaving her haunches. I stammered, recovering.
No, not no. I mean, yes. Yes, she is. She's...
Mine, damn it! This was not fair. I loved Velvet Remedy. I had since long before Calamity ever met her. Yes, I knew I didn't actually have a chance with her. She was her, and I was just me. And I knew all about swinging barn doors. But, I took the mental image of Calamity successfully wooing Velvet Remedy when I could not and shoved it into a deep, dark hole. Then filled in that hole. Then built a house on top of that hole and moved into it. I focused instead on the pristine but extremely gloomy interior of Stable 29. At first glance, it looked perfectly preserved. A gasp from Velvet Remedy shattered that illusion. Velvet was backing away from the remains of a skeleton dangling overhead from part of the door mechanism, its midsection pulverized. Velvet wavered, looking about to faint. I grimaced, looking to Calamity, who rushed over to steady her. This was an ominous start. 2 metal doors offered us 2 options, maintenance or atrium. My eyes forward sparkle was clear of any red. For that matter, it was completely clear of anything other than my 2 companions. There was no life in this stable, at least not within the range of my Pitbuck spell. The stable was utterly silent, save for the ever-present high-pitched hum of the lights and the gentle rumble of the generators.
This place is a tomb,
Calamity voiced. Maintenance should take us directly to the Pitbuck technician stall, but the atrium would lead us to the clinic, and we were in desperate need of medical supplies. On the off chance there was something lurking in Stable 29, we needed the medical supplies before we did any wandering. I passed my logic by Velvet Remedy and Calamity, and they both agreed, Calamity wincing as the hoof of his injured leg brushed the floor. I stepped forward, and the door to the atrium slid up. Stepping in, my eyes immediately fell on the skeletons of at least 3 dozen other ponies. They were strewn about the room, but the highest concentration was right at my hooves. I had to use telekinesis to create a path through the bones of the ponies lucky enough to have made it into a stable before the megaspell destroyed Manhattan. I felt anger biting at the back of my head. I reminded myself it wasn't my stable. There was a lot of other debris in the atrium as well. Bottles of beer and whiskey, scotch and wine, most of them empty and many shattered. Dresses and gentle pony wear turned greasy with decay. In the far back, a sound system was riddled with bullet holes.
Do you think they...
Velvet's voice trailed off. She was looking behind us, just above the door we had come through. 2 automated security turrets were mounted on the wall. They had power, but didn't seem to be tracking us. My EFS claimed they were not a threat. The room suggested that had not always been the case. I looked up towards the circular window of the Overmayor's office, only there wasn't one. The wall was blank and featureless where that window should be. The stairwell that should lead up to the security center and Overmayor's offices was there, but it was simply labeled security. I found myself getting irrationally upset at the incorrectness of the stable's design. Again. Behind me, I heard Calamity whispering to Velvet, "She's had bad reactions to a stable before."
What, was I that obvious?
"We better keep an eye on her."
Oh, perfect. Now they are going to be my parents. Ugh. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger. We should split up to save time. Velvet, why don't you raid the clinic?
It was safe. I could see into the clinic through the atrium window.
Calamity and I will head down to maintenance.
Velvet Remedy argued, "No, Calamity should stay with me." I barely kept myself from stomping. Velvet Remedy continued simply, "I want to mend that leg as soon as possible. I can use my magic to heal the bone once I have it set properly." "Fine," I groused mentally. Then, sounding as pleasant as I could,
Of course, no problem. I don't need any help finding the Pitbuck technician stall anyway.
that is assuming any of the rest of this place isn't laid out bizarrely.
I'll be back before you're done.
I started to trot back through the door. Velvet Remedy stopped me with a soft voice.
Little Pip, are you all right?
I waved a hoof.
Oh yes, I'm just feeling a little drained. Blood loss, you know.
I put on a good smile. She looked like she was trying to be convinced.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised, but I'm happy. It's a good thing that my two friends like each other.
Calamity coughed. "Wait, what?" he nickered. "She's a self-righteous, self-idolizing elitist who'd rather fix up our enemies than shoot 'em." Velvet Remedy shot him a scowl. "And he's an impulsive ruffian who thinks he can fix the wasteland by drowning it in blood." By the goddesses, could they be any more obvious? I left before I screamed. I spent the rest of the trip down through stable maintenance reminding myself that it was actually a good thing that my friends got along, that it was stupid to be jealous when I had no real chance to begin with, and if I wanted to keep those friends, I'd best bury these feelings in that same dark hole. I wondered just how long this had been going on. Was it new? Had there been signs that I was too oblivious to catch? Or had I just not wanted to catch them? The idea of catching them brought an entirely unwanted mental image of Velvet Remedy and Calamity to mind that I quickly shredded and burned. This was going to be hard. You know what would make being cheerful for them easy? A little pony in my head waved a 10 at me. Fuck that little pony. I wanted to wallow just a little longer. A little light appeared on my EFS compass. It was not hostile. Did one of them come down here after me? If so, how did they get ahead of me? A moment later, a maintenance bot hovered out of one of the stalls, its multiple limbs bobbing as it cleaned the wall. No wonder this place looked spotless. I felt a spark of annoyance that we didn't have a wall-washing bot in Stable 2 maintenance. I'd had to wash the walls of my stall by hoof. The robot started to clean in my direction. I decided to get out of its way by ducking into the robotics technician stall. The room was filled with maintenance bots in various states of disrepair. There were enough tools in here to upgrade Calamity's workshop plans. I began looting. The robotic technician's back office had been burned black. I found the charred skeletons of 2 ponies along with a partially dismantled medical bot. From the looks of it, some pony had made a fatal error while working on it, causing the sanitary flamethrower to go off wildly. The maintenance bot passed by in the hall. At the back of the burned office was a safe. The paint on the wall around it bubbled and peeling. The safe itself had feared nothing from the fire. I slipped out my screwdriver and bobby pin, only to discover the safe wasn't locked. Already in a bad mood, I felt cheated. Inside was a flask of apple whiskey, a pouch of 200-year-old, old-fashioned gourmet honey drops, a tin of sadly normal menthols, several maintenance clipboards, and a recording. Leaving the clipboards, I downloaded the recording into my Pitbuck and gave it a listen. "This is Mender, reporting on diagnostics progress for Kannekin's household utility bot. Stayed up all night probing through this thing's programming. Wanted to have this report ready in time for the funeral. From what I can tell, looks like the robot suffered a glitch while receiving an automated update to its subroutines from StableTech. That's really the only explanation I have of how it gave Kaneken a cup of steaming hot industrial solvent rather than coffee. All those pony folk who whispered old Kaneken was going to drink himself to death are probably choking on their words right now. If not, they should be. I saw the poor fellow before they incinerated him. His whole mouth and throat were eaten away. I've had nightmares about it for days. I plan to talk to Shadowhorn later today. I want all the house helpers to be shut down until we can check each one of them. Of course, that's going to take some doing and a lot of time. I know it's uncomely of me to use Kanekin's death to push my own agenda, but this is just another example of why we need an unstable authority. How can the ponies of StableTech possibly expect to properly govern a stable if they're not here, seeing what's going on? That was unexpected and gruesome. I tried to shove the mental image of Kaneken out of my head, centering my thoughts instead on the idea of a stable without an overmare at all. A stable run remotely by StableTech. The Pitbuck technician's stall was right where it was supposed to be. I was surprised, relieved, and a touch annoyed that I should feel either. The technician's spell matrix master key was locked away in a cabinet, along with a dozen other enchanted precision tools that mere apprentices like myself were not allowed access to. I floated out my screwdriver and bobby pin once more. A few minutes later, my armored utility barding was fully loaded with everything I could need for advanced Pitbuck repair. And, at least in theory, everything necessary to restore the flow of magical power to Steelhoof's armor. And just in case, I packed several spark batteries and a small magical field conducting array. The office of this stable's head technician lacked the hammock that had so often bore my teacher's weight back in Stable 2. I shook my head, giving the stall one more look before leaving to rejoin my friends. I spotted an audio journal amongst the items scattered across the technician's desk. Sit here and play the journal, or trot back to find Velvet Remedy and Calamity. Together, hopefully not kissing. Okay, journal it was.
Shadowhorn called us into a meeting this morning. We nearly had a major disaster yesterday. That idiot Buckwright built his Colt a BB gun for his birthday, then brought the kid down to the reactor level for target practice. What was he thinking? Kid missed a radroach and punched a small hole in the environmental system. Actually nicked the water talisman. Thankfully, it's working fine. But another half an inch and the whole stable would be in serious trouble. As head of maintenance, Shadowhorn laid down a whole new series of safety protocols. They aren't official until she gets them passed through StableTech, but we're going to follow them anyway. If StableTech doesn't like some pony giving orders for them, well, they can trot themselves down here and say differently.
Velvet Remedy pushed 3 jars of extra strength restoration potion over to me.
Drink these. You'll be in perfect health in 10 minutes.
I was shocked.
Shouldn't we take these with us? Use them sparingly?
Velvet Remedy shook her head. She was looking a lot better. She had stowed away her dress and removed her bandages. Her hide was perfect. Her coat looked pristine and healthy. She had a couple IV bags draped over her haunches, with surgical tubing running to a spot beneath her left shoulder.
No need. I've already stored a dozen more away for our travels. Plus plenty of bandages, some braces, blood packs, and more. For the first time, we're positively flush with medical supplies. I'd say this clinic was a gift from the goddesses, but I know better.
I raised an eyebrow as I floated the first potion to my lips. Velvet Remedy slid me a recording.
I found this while I was requisitioning supplies.
I smirked at her reluctance to call it looting or scavenging. I downed 2 of the extra strength restoration potions and slipped the third into my saddlebags. Memories of Velvet, her hide shredded and bloody, had resurfaced in my mind. I could handle being mostly healed if it meant I had one of these ready in case of an emergency. Calamity was also looking much better. He complained that after Velvet Remedy's mending spell, the brace wasn't really necessary, but she insisted he keep it on for at least another day. I walked about the clinic, looking for a good spot to sit down and listen to the recording. I frowned at it, expecting bad things. Recordings so rarely carried good things in the equestrian wasteland, especially, it seemed, in stables. I found a chemistry lab in the back of the clinic. For a moment, all thoughts of the recording fled my mind. Looking over the drugs and supplies, I realized that along with what I had already, I had all the ingredients to cook up my own batch of party time Mentols. And having the ability and opportunity, I couldn't resist. It would have been silly to. As I started to work, I remembered why I'd come back here. I let the recording play as I ground down the regular boring old Mentols into a fine powder. Oh! The voice was so filled with raw despair that I quickly shut the recording off. I didn't want to hear that. I concentrated on my chem cooking for several long minutes, the recording just sitting there on the counter staring balefully at me. Finally, with a huff, I turned it back on. How could this have happened? The doctor and I just stepped out for a few minutes. When we came back, the clinic had sealed itself and the fire suppression system had activated, flooding the entire clinic with... It took us over an hour to get it open again. We tried breaking through the window, but it's armored. Why would they armor the window? Every pony inside had choked to death. Lemongrass had only been in there to have her stitches out. She was planning for her daughter's quinceañera this evening and had been talking to me about what flavor cake to get from the dispensers. The Orange's new colt was still in the clinic nursery. Oh gosh, I don't think any ponies told them yet. I shut it off again. My heart was twisted up in knots. Part of me wanted to cry. Part wanted to rage at something, but there wasn't anything obvious to rage at. So I raged at the faucet, beating my hooves against it for refusing to give me water. It was stupid, but it felt good. Finally, after pouring water from my canteen, I finished mixing the concoction and set it to bake. The sound of machine gun fire snapped my attention away. All thought of journals, Mentols, and chemistry evaporated when I heard Velvet Remedy cry out. My friends were in trouble. As I turned, 2 red spots lit up on my EFS compass. The turrets had become hostile. Dashing back into the central clinic, I saw Calamity and Velvet ducking under an overturned medical bench as the 2 turrets outside, above the now closed door, peppered the glass window. Pockmarks and spiderweb cracks covered every inch of it, the armored glass about to give. Floating out little Macintosh, I positioned myself where I would be able to target both of them the instant the glass came down. I didn't have much cover, but if I was fast and just a little lucky, I wouldn't need it. The window broke apart in a tinkling cascade. I felt the first bullet slam into my chest, not quite punching through my armor, as I girded myself with sats and targeted both turrets twice. A second bullet ripped through my foreleg between my pit buck and my knee as I fired off the first shot, and the second. Blam, blam! The first turret exploded. The second swept its arc of bullets away from Calamity and Velvet Remedy and towards me. Blam, blam! One last bullet struck my side, bouncing off the handle of my combat shotgun with a loud crack as the second turret exploded. I collapsed, suddenly realizing that I was yet again in a truly bad amount of pain. But this time I had no worries at all. I had Calamity and Velvet Remedy right nearby, and we were in a clinic. If I had to be shot, I couldn't think of a better place or better company. But as soon as I hit the floor, I struggled back to my hooves, ignoring my injuries. Limping, bleeding badly, I tried to push back towards the chemistry lab. I had to make sure my party time Mentols didn't overcook. Now that my friends were safe, my mind locked on what had become a decidedly second but still important priority. The atrium door had closed and locked. We were sealed inside. It was more of an aggravation than a real worry. I knew that I should be able to override every door in this place from the security station, but reaching it meant getting past several more points where the suddenly trigger-happy security system could attack us. I looked to my companions. By now, I was beginning to think of us as seasoned warriors of the wasteland. Well, at least Calamity and I. I hadn't been out here long, but the time had been a forging fire if there ever was one. A few turrets shouldn't pose much threat to the slayers of dragons. I quickly checked myself. That kind of thought was dangerous. The last thing I needed was to start buying into the hype on the radio. Velvet Remedy was looking at me sadly. I think I was fast enough, but I was guessing that she suspected what I was up to in the chemistry lab. She hadn't taken her eyes off me since, and the reproachful look was burning into my soul. Calamity was gazing over something on the wall. At first, I assumed it was another pre-war poster. He was studying it with the same intensity that Velvet Remedy usually reserved for anything involving the Ministry of Peace. But as I moved closer, slightly limping on my own mended and bandaged leg, I saw that it was a map of the stable. My eyes followed the path up the stairs to the security station. The armory was up there, as well as a series of rooms that in a proper stable would have been the overseer's personal and family quarters. Here, it was labeled as VIP, Very Important Ponies rooms. There was a big area of absolutely nothing where the overseer's office was supposed to be. My brow furrowed.
I really hate these stables.
Velvet Remedy was looking back over the skeletons while keeping me within her line of sight. Was the other one you found this bad?
Worse,
neighed Calamity. We moved towards the stairs, stopping at a bulletin board covered in the usual notices. I shrank back. Some pony had written, "Stop killing us," across the board in what looked like blood.
Oh my,
Velvet whispered. To my surprise, she magically tugged one of the notices off the board, floating it closer for inspection. The notice had been between a posting of new safety regulations and a flyer for 2 missing fillies whose smiling faces had stared into an atrium of corpses for centuries. The bottom part of the inn was painted on the sheet Velvet had taken. I stared from the bulletin board to her, wondering how by Luna's mane she could find anything more noteworthy than the giant plea for mercy written in a dying pony's own bodily fluids. Velvet Remedy turned the flyer so that Calamity and I could see. 3rd month survival party, tonight in the atrium, 10 o'clock to 16 o'clock. Stable 29's own vinyl scratch hosting. Alcohol will be provided after 12. Calamity whistled, tilting up his hat. Vinyl scratch, the original DJ Pone 3. Least according to some. So, she survived the Manhattan Balefire bomb after all. I shot Calamity a look that suggested he needed to revisit his definition of survived. I really hated these stables. Between Stealth and Little Macintosh, the other turrets proved little threat. I reloaded as we pushed into the security station. I sat down to hack the terminal, trying to be respectful as I floated the pony skeleton off of it and laid it down in the corner near the others. Velvet Remedy had begun saying prayers over them. Calamity trotted to the armory in the vain hope he could open it without my skills. Discovering he couldn't, he turned away with a disappointed expression. I waited until he took a step away before opening the door remotely from the easily hacked terminal. He jumped, then shot me a grin and disappeared inside. A petty but good-natured revenge. I was still smelling carrots. I turned back to see a huge mass of security logs. Tentatively, I brought up one of the later ones. Entry 67. This is insane. Over half the population is dead. At first we thought they were freak accidents, but now it's clearly malevolent. It's like the stable itself has turned against us. Yesterday the school sealed itself and plasma was vented into the room. 23 cults and fillies were murdered horribly, their bodies literally melting away. We could hear their screams. My nephew was in the class. He'd just gotten his cutie mark. He was going to grow up to be an artist. My sister can't stop crying. She locked herself in our room with all the pictures she has of him. Some pony has to be responsible for this. Some pony has to pay. I found myself shaking and not from pain. I commanded the security terminal to play one of the older ones. Entry 43. Shadowhorn passed away last night from complications after being nearly electrocuted early yesterday morning while trying to access the junction behind a security panel with her pit buck. This, so soon after Buckwright and his son were killed in that accident with the lift. This stable's a death trap. I hit another. Entry 72. It's Stable Tech. It has to be. Those fuckers at Stable Tech have locked us all in their little fucking death maze and are killing us off. It's not even one by one anymore. They're slaughtering us in groups. What kind of sadistic bastards could do this? They've killed children. Don't they realize we're the only chance for pony kind? These stables are supposed to save us. What kind of evil saddle fuckers play murder games with the last surviving members of their own species? We can't even get at them. It's all done remotely. I brought up the next one, ignoring Velvet Remedy's plea for me to stop. Entry 73. Ha ha, the joke's on us, isn't it? It occurs to me that we don't actually know that the megaspells went off. We believe the world above us has been destroyed because that's what Stable Tech told us to believe. But what if it's not? All of Equestria is just going on about their daily lives in the sunny world above us while we scream and cry and die down here in some depraved amusement for the sick soulless ponies at Stable Tech. It's the only thing that makes even a breath of sense in this horror. I reached to trigger another when Velvet Remedy physically pulled me away from the terminal.
What?
I yelled in pure rage, my body shaking so hard I felt like I would explode. Little Pip, she said, and I realized she was crying. You need to stop. Calamity and Velvet Remedy sent me off to look over the last 2 rooms, the VIP rooms, while they turned off the security systems and opened all the doors. That was good. They wanted me to catch my breath, calm down. I wanted to find a place away from them and something to violently destroy. I was seeing red like never before, and I couldn't even attack the source of my anger because they were all dead. Dead decades and centuries ago. My body hadn't stopped shaking. The first room had a banner lit up above it. Vinyl Scratch. This was her room then. The original DJ Pone 3. I stepped forward and the door slid open. The room inside had been untouched since the night of the party. 3 months after the door of Stable 29 closed, trapping every pony inside. I walked about staring. Stacks of records, turntables, recording equipment, a rather luxurious if small place to eat and sleep, a private lavatory with a full body bath. I could throw quite a rage in here. The records would shatter beneath my hooves quite enjoyably, but I couldn't do that. Destroying the things that had been loved by the ponies who lived here, ever so briefly, didn't feel like railing against the vile ponies that had created this place. Rather, it would be a continuation of their work. Instead, I collected a few records, slipping them into my saddlebags. When I returned to the others, I would have Velvet Remedy lock them in one of her medical boxes, where it would be safe from bullet fire. I still remembered that apple. There was a safe in the room. I hesitated. Somehow, it felt a little odd breaking into the safe of a celebrity, even a long-dead one. But with a long breath, I brought out my tools and set to work. Inside, I found an old child's toy, several framed photographs, and a handful of posters, and one box that looked like it had been rescued from a fire. Inside were 4 memory orbs. One caught my eye. It was labeled Pinkie Pie's Last Party. I took it, slipping it into my saddlebags, and walked to the next room. The sign over the door announced Shadowhorn. The mayor in charge of maintenance was a VIP in the stable? Even in the midst of my barely reigned fury at Stable Tech, my pure hatred towards whom could not be told, part of my brain recognized that seemed odd. The door slid open for me and I stepped in. This room was more disheveled. There were parts and scrap metal everywhere. Half-finished projects covered the table. Schematics of different stable systems were pinned to the wall. One of them had been torn away to reveal this room's safe. Once again, I set to work. When the safe opened, it revealed another recording. This one looked startlingly similar to the one I found in the Overstallion's office. I needed to hear it, but part of my mind screamed for me not to. I didn't pay attention to that voice. Instead, I played the message, and another familiar voice burst to life in the tomb of Stable 29. The voice sounded determined, but weary and filled with sadness. She sounded like she was reading a script that she had grown to hate. Hello, Shadowhorn. The following is for your ears only. I'm speaking to you because you have been selected for a very important job, due to your sense of loyalty and duty to both this company and the ponies around you. My name is Scootaloo. You probably know me. Oh, who cares? I'm sick of these things. Try that again. Hello, my name is Scootaloo, and I'm the Vice President of Stable Tech.
If you're hearing this, that means that the Omega level threat protocols have been enacted, and the citizens of Equestria chosen for Stable 29 have been safely sealed inside the most state-of-the-art apocalypse survival facility ever created. I'm very sorry. I wish there was more we could do. Hell, I wish this whole thing could have been prevented. But instead, it falls to us to save who we can and try to prevent it from happening ever again. To that end, your stable has been selected to participate in a vital social project. The first goal of Stable 29, like any other, is to save the lives of the ponies inside. But there is a higher purpose to your stable beyond saving individual ponies. We here at Stable Tech understand that it doesn't do ponykind any good to save ourselves now only to annihilate each other later. We must figure out where we went wrong. We must find a better way. We must be ready to implement it as soon as possible once the stable doors open, and survive what our current leaders have managed to do to Equestria. Damn it! How did we come to this? Damn it, damn it, damn it. I guess we came to this. Maybe because we're ponies. We try our best. We have the best intentions. But when things go wrong, we get flustered or confused or upset or angry. Our ability to make smart decisions is impaired the most when we need it the most. Bad decisions, emotional decisions. They've dragged us into a war no pony wanted. They've pushed us to the brink of extinction. And if you're listening to this, beyond, damn it all to hell, damn us all to hell. Sorry, I hate this whole thing. I wish the world was the way it was back when I was a filly. But wishes are just wishes. Damn it, I can't seem to get through one of these without going wildly off track. I'm sure you're wondering what, if anything, does this have to do with you? Why am I telling you this? Don't worry, there's actually a point. This isn't just the rantings of some stable tech pony who has already died. Haven't I? Your stable has a very exceptional design. Despite the official documents, this stable has no remote connection to stable tech whatsoever. Instead, replacing the normal overmare position, we have fitted Stable 29 with a Crusader-class computer system. The Crusader-class mainframe is the most advanced supercomputer ever created by pony kind, using the greatest available improvements in Arcano technology. The Crusader is capable of independent thought, creativity, and learning. We've only built 3 of these, and the other 2 are currently in the possession of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences and the Ministry of Awesome, respectively. The goal of this social experiment is to remove the emotional, fallible pony from the equation, to see if we can do better through a pragmatic and logical system of government that is not subject to our own faults. As always, just in case something goes wrong, there is a backup. And that backup is you. Provided with this recording are the codes to shut down the Crusader mainframe in case of emergency. Doing so will unfortunately also shut down all the automated systems, so this should only be done in a matter of life and death for the general population of the stable. There's an access junction between the security station and the VIP rooms through which you can access the Crusader mainframe. As a last resort, the programming of the Crusader mainframe can also be entirely overwritten via magically transfer mapping the brain of a pony into the mainframe itself. This would allow you to effectively become the Crusader, taking control of the automated systems yourself. However, this is untested, and the effects on the pony initiating the transfer are unknown, so I really don't suggest it. In any other circumstances, however, it is crucial that you keep to the ruse as per the directives provided. Thank you, from all of us, from all of Equestria. Best of luck, and may Stable 29 and all of its ponies live long and well. Finding the security access junction was easy. I was replaying the message again, this time in my earbloom. It made no sense. But it had the singular benefit of not being overwhelmingly evil. I had to know more. Pulling away the security panel, I found a maze of tubes and wiring, and set into it a small yellow-orange box with a black jack point. It struck me that the last pony to try this was effectively electrocuted. Hooking my own pit buck into the junction could be a death sentence. Fortunately, I had another option. I pulled out Velvet Remedy's pit buck for the first time since shortly after I found her. It was a thing of beauty, but I realized it had a less pleasant meaning to her. Holding it by levitation only, I jacked her custom pit buck into the junction.
Minutes later, I was looking through streams of data. One string caught my eye. Error detected. Water talisman functioning at 98% capacity. Analyzing damage. Chance of restoring water talisman to full functionality, 0%. Analyzing options. Surface radiation level 1300% above survivable level. Preservation of pony life requires water rationing, and 0.02% reduction of stable population. Initiating water rationing. Analyzing population for most expendable, 0.02%. Initiating population reduction. The strength went out of me. I stared at what I was reading, my rage melting into cold despair. There were many more strings of similar data. Over the course of a season, the damaged water talisman continued to deteriorate, and every time the degradation reached a new threshold, the Crusader running Stable 29 culled a portion of the population in a coldly calculated attempt to preserve pony life in the stable as a whole. After 3 months, the water talisman failed altogether. The Crusader acted accordingly, to preserve pony life. I poured what was left of a bottle of apple whiskey down my throat, enjoying the burn. The rage had drained from me, replaced by a numbness that was even worse. I decided to escape this horrible place through the memory orb, at least for a little while. Setting it down gently, I focused my magic on the orb. Instantly, I was overwhelmed by bright flashes, a horrible thudding roar, and gut-wrenching nausea. The memory orb had decayed somehow, and I was trapped inside a nightmare of sensory feedback and vertigo. I tried to escape, but there was no way out. Then the world righted itself. But it wasn't my world. I was quite certain I had vomited all over myself. But I wasn't myself, so I couldn't tell. All around me spanned a massive party, colored lights, festive decoration, and a dance beat that grasped hold of your soul and made you want to move. I was at the turntables, bobbing my head to the beat. And everywhere, ponies. Ponies dancing, ponies eating, ponies doing things in corners and behind potted plants that would make their parents blush and faint. A gracefully aging light blue Pegasus pony with rainbow-colored hair fluttered towards the turntables with a slight swagger and looking a bit sloshed.
Possum beat Vinyl Scratch, she grinned. Your rhythms always makes for the best parties.
She wore her years well and must have been a damn cutie in her youth.
I wanted her hair.
And whoa, was Vinyl Scratch checking her out? She had my gaze going up and down. No, wait, that's just head bobbing. Yeah, said a familiar-looking orange pony with a cow pony hat on her yellow mane and red ribbons in her tail that matched her 3-apple cutie mark. She was significantly older than her statuette portrayed. She looked even older than in the news article, and she had not aged quite so gracefully. I wondered if her looks were more from stress than years. Fluttershy and Rarity gonna be hatin' they missed this. Her accent reminded me a lot of Calamity. The orange earth pony sauntered up to the turntables, looking at the blue Pegasus who swayed slightly as she smiled back. Are you safe to fly home, Rainbow?
Oh, hell no!
The rainbow-maned Pegasus clopped the orange one on the shoulder.
I haven't left one of Pinkie Pie's parties safe to fly in nearly 20 years now.
The orange pony gave her an odd look. You ain't tried any of the harder stuff, have you?
Hell no!
Rainbow stomped a hoof as she repeated herself. You know, she dropped her voice, which had been getting loud.
I don't touch any of that stuff.
She held a hoof to her breast with a slightly wobbly pride.
Rainbow Dash doesn't need enhancements.
The orange pony looked relieved. I realized I was looking at the mysterious mayor of the Ministry of Awesome, the one whose rebellion gave Calamity his title of Dashite. I didn't know what to think, although I had to admit she certainly had the right hair.
I heard they got stuff back there called Dash,
Rainbow Dash said conspiratorially.
Which Pinkie says can make me even faster.
She landed with a heroic stance, her voice filling with extra bravado.
Of course, I don't do that stuff, AJ. Dash on Dash? I wouldn't just break the laws of Equestria. That would break the laws of physics.
An apple green-coated stallion trotted up and whispered something in the ear of the orange pony, apparently named AJ. Rainbow Dash stopped with a stare.
So, AJ, who's the new buck?
You don't have to ask it like that, AJ bristled.
If you wanted some company, Rainbow Dash clopped the orange pony on her cutie mark, you could have just asked me. The Earth pony fixed Rainbow Dash with a look. My barn door don't swing that way. Something stirred in me, and neither does yours. The stirring died. You're drunk, the orange pony added unnecessarily but accurately, stepping out of the way of a green mare whose plate was loaded with cakes. Rainbow Dash just giggled. So, are you gonna introduce me to your new buck friend or not? AJ rolled her eyes before introducing him. This here's Sergeant Steelhoof's apple snack, served with Big Macintosh. Apples, dear, this is Rainbow Dash. The old friend I told you about? No way. No way! Rainbow Dash echoed my thoughts, then proceeded to derail them. You're dating a buck named Apple Snack? The Pegasus, who had just begun to fly again, collapsed onto the floor, rolling in laughter. The elderly orange earth pony rolled her eyes. Not looking at her laughing companion, she nickered, Don't hurt yourself. Somewhere else in the room, an argument had broken out. Applejack and Apple Snack! Rainbow Dash tried to get up again, but broke down in a fresh wave of laughter. Oh, it hurts too much. I was thinking that his title had to be a coincidence. I'd know for sure from his voice, but so far he hadn't said anything. He was watching his date's old friend with a gracious, wry amusement. My sight was torn away from the two as Vinyl Scratch looked up to the balcony, where the argument I'd barely noticed earlier was beginning to draw every pony's attention. I immediately recognized Pinkie Pie, although the purple unicorn who was trotting determinedly away from her was not familiar. Not this again, said Pinkie Pie, bouncing after her. You wouldn't expect me to bake a cupcake without tasting it to make sure it's good, would you? I'm leaving, she said. I shouldn't have come. She was barely audible through the clamor of the party. Pinkie Pie's voice, however, could somehow be heard clearly over the intense rock music. Oh, don't be like that, Twilight! It's a party! Have fun! She sang it like a mantra. The unicorn glared forward, ignoring her until the surprisingly bouncy pony dropped herself right in front of the purple unicorn. Have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun! She sang it like a mantra. The unicorn stopped, one forehoof off the ground, and stared. She seemed to struggle with an inner urge. For a moment, events could have gone either way. But then she stomped the hoof down. I'm not having fun, Pinkie Pie, she said, her voice dangerous and loud. And do you want to know a secret? Neither are you. Pinkie Pie giggled. Of course I'm having fun. There's cake and ice cream and cupcakes and the best party music and drinks and party favors and these? The unicorn floated a tin off a nearby table. I knew immediately what they were. Yep, especially those. The pink pony was nearly beaming. I heard Applejack groan next to me. Twilight opened the tin, then turned it over, spilling party time Mentos all over the floor. Some bounced over the side of the balcony, some down the stairs. The pink pony gasped and jumped for them, scooping them up. Part of me wanted to join her, but I was just along for the ride. I'm sick of lying for you, Twilight scolded loudly. For covering for you with the princess? Every pony is, and I'm not going to do it anymore. Pinkie looked up, with a glare as she picked up her party time Mentos. You didn't have to do that, you witchy-twitchy rhymes with itchy! You're not a party pony anymore, Pinkie. You are just an addict, like half the ponies at your parties. The purple unicorn stared at the pink pony, unleashing a level of mad that had clearly been building up for some time. Well, this is it! I want my old friend back. I want my Pinkie Pie. You are not her. But if you should happen to find her, have her give me a call. The song ended. The beat stopped. The whole room fell into silence. No, don't twy me. It won't work this time. Either clean up and fess up. The unicorn took a deep breath, clenching her own eyes against what she was about to say. Or this friendship is over. Twilight turned and walked away. The pink pony seemed to deflate. Even her hair fell limp. Beside me, Applejack moaned again. Oh gosh, Twi. Rainbow Dash, who had long stopped laughing, flapped her wings.
She's kinda right.
And then the blue Pegasus slowly flew towards the exit. She still beat Twilight out the door. Twilight turned back, looking not quite at Pinkie Pie. In a voice I'm not sure reached the balcony, she said, "If you decide to be my Pinkie Pie again, really do, and need help, you know where to call." Then she walked out the door into what looked like a rainy Manhattan night. It swung shut behind her. One thought hit me as I collapsed from the memory, like I'd been kicked in the stomach. I had, in fact, vomited on myself. Leaning against the wall, I assured myself,
I'm not that bad, but I have to be careful with you.
I said to the party time mentals in my saddlebags. I can't let Calamity or Velvet Remedy get to thinking I have a problem with you. I don't want to lose my friends because they think I'm addicted. Footnote, level up. New perk, Tough Hide, level 1. The brutal experiences of the Equestrian Wasteland have hardened you. You gain +3 to damage threshold for each level of this perk you take. Chapter 15, Whispers in the Darkness.
Psst, Pinkie Pie, are you asleep yet?
Rest. Sleep came in fits and starts. I seriously, desperately needed rest. But every time I closed my eyes, fevered dreams of wasteland horrors dashed themselves against my mind's eye. I saw ponies loading into a passenger, Sky Bandit Stages, wagon. In my mind, they were families on their way to a day of laughter and fun at a Ministry of Morale amusement park. Parents smiling warmly as their colts and fillies pranced in place with anticipation. I don't know why, but I was certain that MOM had built amusement parks and that they had been regularly packed full of screaming kids. I saw mothers urging their colts not to climb on the seats, fathers checking to make sure their cameras had film, and a great wall of green flame with a sinister rainbow sheen rushing towards them that somehow no pony could see. I saw a pony named Trixie leaving a message on the door to her cottage, grinning as she assured herself that her whole life was about to change. I saw her walking away from that door, which in the dream I had somehow become, even as I called out to her to come back, knowing that if she left, she would never live to see her little cottage again. I called, pleaded, cried, but she could not hear me and walked away. I saw ponies giving their loved ones the great news that they had been selected for a stable. I watched as they, bright and colorful and living ponies, trotted into their new home, a clock on the wall above them counting down the minutes until an accident would doom them all to horror and death. I awoke with a fit. I was laying somewhere, abed, but every time I tried to remember exactly where I was or how I got there, the memory slipped away. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but light poured in through a cracked open door. I didn't recognize the walls with their shadowed posters or the roof with its still and silent turret. My body felt wrong. I ached. I felt horribly weak. I had chills when I wasn't sweating profusely. My stomach churned. My mouth tasted strange and mushy. Shadows trotted near the door. I heard Calamity's voice. "Do you think she went and picked up something in the stable?" Velvet Remedy's voice, soft and clear, responded, "Or it could be brought on by stress. I'm worried about her. I think the wasteland is getting to her." "Y'all seem to be doing well," Calamity observed, his voice low so as not to wake me. Velvet gave a wry, yet very feminine laugh. "Not as well as you think, my noble outsider." Was that sarcasm or affection? I couldn't tell, and trying to think about it made my thoughts swim. "And I should do better than little Pip. I'm over a decade more mature than she is." "Great. I'm a child to her. Beautiful. I'm a fucking filly. The same filly as the first time we met at some older filly's quinceañera. My life just couldn't get any better. And all those drugs she's been taking, they're certainly not helping." My stomach convulsed violently. I wanted to cry. My eyelids were too heavy to look around anymore, and I didn't fight them as they closed on their own. I turned away from the slice of light coming through the door, falling again into a fitful sleep. "Are you gonna stay in here with her all night?" Calamity's voice was a whisper, very close to my bed. I wasn't entirely sure that I was awake. much less at which point the tides of dreaming had deposited me on the shore of awareness. I vaguely recalled a change in the darkness, a fluctuation of light, perhaps the opening of a door.
At least until her fever breaks.
The whisper of Velvet Remedy's voice sounded from near my head. My ears twitched.
She's awake? She's been in and out. She'll sleep better once the fever's broken.
Wonderful. My body felt alien to me. My mind was a horrible, shifting haze. I said a silent prayer to Celestia, begging her to take my sickness from me and cast it to the moon.
I'm more worried about you,
Calamity said.
and not just 'cause you need to sleep too.
Celestia, do you hate me? My sickness and misery was giving them time to bond. My mind started tormenting me with images of how they might be spending their time together now that I was effectively out of the picture.
Oh.
My fevered brain insisted that she sounded pleased as well as oddly condescending.
Your shield spell ain't anywhere near as strong as them.
Calamity paused.
Alicorns, I guess we're calling them now.
Was that disgust in Calamity's voice? No, not disgust, but something else. Something unpleasant, as if the word didn't taste good.
Your point. If you're gonna be making a habit of using your body to shield other ponies, you need to start wearing armor.
Calamity insisted. Yay, Calamity! I was going to tell her that too, just never quite had the chance. My head was feeling heavy. Just listening seemed to take effort. My body was too hot. The blanket drenched in sweat, but my limbs were too heavy to move. Sleep was creeping up on me like a manticore ready to pounce, wanting to drag me off into nightmares again.
Won't get me into anything warm by one of those nasty raiders,
Velvet was saying. I realized I'd missed part of the conversation.
Wouldn't want you to. Slaver armor neither, bad idea. Ask Lil Pip when she's up and about.
Calamity whispered firmly.
But when we get to Timpani, we gonna buy you some proper duds for the equestrian wasteland.
My despondency evaporated at those words. A strange sense of relief, twisted by illness, washed over me. Part of me, I realized, had been afraid they would leave me. I felt doomed to wander until either I found my place in this hellish outside or I fixed it. At least as much as I could. I supposed I was searching for my virtue, as Watcher had suggested, like a filly trying to invoke her cutie mark. But Calamity and Velvet Remedy were not burdened by my quest, or my sense of being utterly lost. Why wouldn't they leave me to it on my own once they found some place to stay? Timpani Tower, for instance. Why shouldn't they? To hear them speaking of getting Velvet Remedy armor, something I firmly agreed with Calamity that she needed, even though I couldn't picture my elegant idol wearing anything other than classy dresses. To know they were planning for a future wandering the equestrian wasteland, presumably with me, filled my heart with assurance and hope. But despite the warmth of these feelings, as I drifted back to sleep, my mind began to venture again down dark paths. I found myself wondering what, if anything, could have been done to save all the ponies of Stable 29. With exposure to the surface fatal and their water talisman dying, all I could see was hundreds of ponies trapped in a sarcophagus under the ground, already buried, waiting to die. They did not, my mind insisted, need to die with such violence and horror, but the only way I could think of to save even one of them. No, that would have been too abhorrent to consider. The only way to save even one would have been to make sure the strain on the water talisman was so minimal that its deterioration would have taken several decades. Something that could only have been done if, instead of initially reducing the population by that minimal 0.02%, I cringed away from myself, revolted that I could even think such a thing. I awoke again hours later with a silent gasp, drenched and chilled with a cold that sank into my soul. My sense of what I had been dreaming collapsed into a dark pit that was swiftly sealed by wakefulness. Only a few shreds of memory remained. I was fairly certain it had something to do with the Ponyville library, dead cats, and being burned alive by a dragon. I found a canteen had been hung by the side of the bed. I drank greedily from it, and then fell back into the horrors of sleep. No, don't go! I'm trapped! I cried out, my hind legs crushed under a fallen wall, but Velvet Remedy and Calamity just walked away. Please, don't leave me here. Velvet Remedy leaned her head against Calamity's mane and nuzzled. The ground was stretching between us. They were barely walking, but they were getting further away. The clouds were boiling down, becoming fog, surrounding and obscuring them as my heart threatened to seize. I knew that when they disappeared, I would die. I awoke crying and beat a hoof against my pillow. Despair tainted my hope, like a cupcake with ashes mixed into the batter. They were staying with me, but I was losing them to each other. My ears perked. There were no voices. Oh, Luna, I was alone. They'd left me. I still felt trapped. My head jerked up, looking around frantically. Gray daylight seeping between heavy curtains. Were they armored mesh? Raised the ambient illumination in the room. Something heavy pressed against my side. Turning, I found Velvet Remedy asleep, her head having fallen onto the bed beside me, pinning me under the blankets. Relief was like a flood of painkiller, numbing the irrational fears of my night terrors, which clung to me like leeches. I was happy for Velvet and Calamity. No, I really was. I was just lonely. Lonely and frustrated. I looked away from Velvet and found myself staring at a huge wall poster, garishly pink, advertising the Philadelphia Fun Farm Amusement Park. Everything the Grand Galloping Gala should have been, endorses Pinkie Pie every day, forever. Well, now I knew where that notion had come from. On the opposite wall was another copy of the recruitment poster. You too can be a Steel Ranger. I realized where I must be. Lifting my pip buck, I checked the auto map. Steel Hooves Shack. I collapsed back onto the bed, feeling unbearably exhausted physically and mentally. And even worse, I felt horny, which is not a sensation that mixed well with illness. Maybe it was having Velvet Remedy so close, her head pressing against my flank as she slept partially on my bed. My stomach twisted in warning. I didn't care. I was too hot, too sick. But still, as I lay back, I tried to summon up daydreams that would relieve at least one of my symptoms, my hooves beneath my blankets. I turned to face away from Velvet Remedy in shame. I contemplated Candy, but her face and features were already faded in my mind, and the ending of my relationship with New Appaloosa would sour any fantasy. I considered the rainbow-maned mare from the memory orb, but no matter how well she had aged, she was still older than I wanted to fantasize about. And even if I pictured her younger, the link between her and Calamity would just make it weird. Finally, I settled on daydreaming about the mare on one of my statuettes, the breathtakingly alluring white unicorn pony with her dreamy purple mane and tail. I enjoyed that as much as my sickness-addled body would allow, for maybe half an hour. Then, like a splash of cold water, I realized the mare I was fantasizing about was Velvet Remedy's great something or other great aunt. That murdered my fantasy and danced cruelly on its corpse. The weight of Velvet Remedy's head was suddenly more present than before. I could feel the warmth radiating from her, and my stomach knotted with guilt. Suddenly, I felt a heaving inside me and the taste of bile. Pushing to the edge of the bed, I vomited into the crevasse between the bed and the wall. Still retching, my mouth foul and burning, my eyes shedding tears, I heard Velvet Remedy stir awake. My fall was complete. Now, instead of being a child in her eyes, I'd be a vomit pony. I had no chance of stealing her away from Calamity now. Not that I ever did, or ever would. I'm not that kind of jealous, selfish pony, but just saying, if I was that kind of pony, this would be the final nail in the coffin of any chance I had. I felt Velvet's weight lift from the bed as she pulled back from me.
Oh, little Pip, are you okay?
What a stupid question. Yet I nodded, my head pressed against the wall.
Let me get you some water.
I waited for her to go, crying just a little against the wall, my coat matted in sweat, my head burning against the wall. Goddess, I'm pathetic. Velvet Remedy returned to give me water, to clean the wall and floor of my vomit, to bathe me and replace the sheets on my bed. I was in no state to enjoy any of it, but I could properly marvel that she took the time on some pony like me. My fever finally broke sometime that evening, and I finally slipped into a restorative, dreamless sleep. I awoke feeling like I hadn't felt in days. Sane. My body was weak, but not feeble, and I was warm and thankfully rested. My mouth tasted pasty, but my stomach was settled, and I found I was quite thirsty. I rolled over in the bed, wondering how long I had been half delirious, and spotted Velvet Remedy curled up on the floor fast asleep. My heart went out to her, recognizing how much I owed the older unicorn. Her head rested on an old jacket, and some pony had pulled a blanket over her while she slept. I was sure it was Calamity, and I was pleased. As I floated the canteen from the bedpost, the deep, resonating voice of Steelhooves carried in from the other room.
Sorry, but I just don't buy it.
I don't get you.
I heard Calamity respond. There was something in the tone of both ponies that caught my attention. My ears perked, and I drank quietly as I listened.
Your group is like the beginning of a bad joke.
Steelhooves elaborated.
A covert agent, a princess descended from pre-war aristocracy, and an outcast from an advanced civilization trot into a saloon and try to tell ponies that they're completely normal.
I nearly choked. Swiftly and without a sound, I plugged the canteen and rehung it on the bed.
You think we're lying?
Thank you, Calamity, for sounding offended.
I think either you're lying to me, or they're lying to you.
I heard a stomp I assumed was from Calamity.
What makes you think?
Because I was conscious, if barely. I saw all of us down for the count. That alicorn was at full strength, unimpaired, her magical shield shrugging off grenades. Then, a moment later, she was dead.
The low voice gave a grave accounting of our meeting battle like a schoolteacher reading test scores.
A single bullet hole, right through the brain. You want me to believe some innocent young mare just weeks out of a stable did that? Do you even believe that?
I didn't like how quiet Calamity was before saying,
Yeah, I do, 'cause that's what happened.
An innocent young mare,
Steelhooves repeated.
just out of a stable, with refined criminal skills that let her pick every lock and hack every computer, even when no pony else in 200 years has managed the feat.
I frowned. I had to admit I'd wondered about the lack of other skilled lockpickers myself. But then, I also knew that I had honed my skill in precise telekinetic lockpicking over years as part of my attempt to conjure my cutie mark. My CAT proved that my natural talents were focused towards mundane and arcane sciences, and my studies as a pitbuck technician and the tools of my trade gave me the education to manipulate terminals that few outsiders would have. But most of all, I knew that I hadn't been anywhere near as good at either of these things when I left Stable 2 as I had become since. I had been reading books and getting a lot of practice. Steelhooves continued.
For that matter, a stable that is still in closed operation, it's hard enough to find a stable whose population survived.
A dark cloud threatened my mind at that. Calamity's voice was low and perhaps a little dangerous.
Are you suggesting they ain't from a stable?
No, I'm sure they're from a stable.
The voice was cool and even.
I just find it more believable that they are highly trained agents on a mission, perhaps from someplace akin to a Ministry of Awesome Black Ops facility, than wide-eyed tourists from a repository for civilian ponies.
What? I thought Calamity said the Ministry of Awesome didn't actually do anything. Calamity nickered.
That's ridiculous.
Really?
Steelhooves asked.
She survived a train jumping off a cliff.
I caught her.
Steelhooves paused and seemed to concede that one.
How did you meet her?
My friend hesitated. Then, with a sad breath,
I nearly killed her. She'd just come out of Ponyville, where she cleared a nest of raiders,
Calamity explained.
She was covered in blood and wearing armor she'd scavenged from 'em, so I mistook her for a raider herself. Swooped out of the sky and started shooting.
I could hear the regret in his voice. I felt a pang in my heart for him. But I also winced at his description. Even Calamity seemed to do a double take at how that sounded, because after a pause, he quickly followed with,
They were raiders, mind you. Raiders ain't that hard to kill.
Then, seeming to remember the wagon crash, he amended,
If you're at least a little lucky, and the terrain is on your side.
I see.
Steelhooves deadpanned.
So she's not a secret agent death pony. She's just lucky. How about the other one?
Velvet Remedy? She's...
Calamity chuckled.
She's a civilian. She's a medic and a singer. How does that fit into your covert ops stable theory?
Any other talents?
Does being the most beautiful pony I've ever met count?
I could hear the smile in Calamity's voice. Other than that, no. I mean, well, she does have a freakish knack for getting what she want. Bartering, I mean. And talking folks into stuff when she's not being... Calamity shut up. Good buck, Calamity. Don't finish that sentence.
A direct descendant from one of the 3 founders of Stapletech. The founder who, I believe, was Stapletech's face of public relations, and also the sister of one of the 8 most powerful figures in the pre-apocalyptic government. A descendant with skills in seduction, trade, and diplomacy.
Steelhooves intoned wryly.
No, you're right. That does sound like a civilian pony.
I groaned inside. How the hell did Steelhooves manage to do that? I was beginning to doubt my story, and I'd lived it. I heard Calamity sigh. I hoped it was out of exasperation. Okay, let's pretend for a minute that my companions have been lying to me through their teeth. Oh no. Calamity, please don't. We've been honest. I know it sounds bad when he says it like that, but... Calamity finished.
To what end?
Well,
The deep masculine voice rumbled.
they marched into the center of a battle between raiders and slavers, somehow got the heads of 2 factions to sit down in the short one's crosshairs, and then proceeded not only to eliminate the one they didn't like, but to kill the dragon running the show, assuring the one they wanted was in charge.
Calamity interrupted.
I dare say I had a mite to do with that myself.
Steelhooves continued, undissuaded.
To me, that sounds a lot like a special unit rearranging local power structures to suit their purposes, whatever those purposes might be.
Goddess damn it! Is this what ponies were thinking? And I had been chagrined by my reputation when I was supposedly just a hero. This was insane. At least Calamity seemed to agree with me on that.
Right, okay then, how about this? If Lil Pip was some sort of special Black Ops pony, how in tarnation could I have nearly killed her?
Because underground training facilities aren't exactly the best place to learn to fight aerial opponents. I doubt you'd be able to get the drop on her again.
Calamity was fighting not to fall for it too, bless him.
Look, I've been with them. Y'all haven't. I know they're surprising, but if you got to know 'em,
I'd see that they're not spies at all.
Steelhooves' deep voice seemed on the verge of a chuckle.
yup.
Thank you, Calamity.
Not a sly, sneaky hair in their manes, then.
Not a one.
Did you know that when little Pip sleeps, she has a cute little snore?
I do not snore. Oh, crap. Come again? I was just finishing dressing myself and was levitating my saddlebags into place when the pony in magically powered armor had stepped in and made his announcement.
I will be accompanying you to Timpani Tower, after risking yourselves to save my life. Escorting you safely to your destination is the least I can do.
I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Steelhooves, however, put his hoofs down.
I insist.
I frowned, looking about the room while I thought. The shack had 3 rooms, the bedroom, the main room, and a workroom in the back. Upon seeing the whole of it, I realized that Steelhooves had given me his own bed to sleep upon, and that every pony had slept on the floor save for me. It made me feel grateful and guilty. This was not the bedroom I had spent the last several days sick in, but the main room of the shack, featuring a dinner table, rows of metal lockers, a desk with a glowing terminal, and a few scattered trophies as decorations. Above the desk was a banner, a half apple with an inlay of 3 magical sparks ringed by gears, held by crescent-shaped wings and overlaid by a sword of war with a mouth brace hilt. It was the same emblem that adorned the flank of Steelhooves' battle armor, right where his cutie mark would be hidden beneath. The Steel Rangers. I sighed. You'll have to ask the others, I said, cinching my saddlebags tight. I started to strap on the holsters and slings for my weapons.
I already spoke with them on this. They claimed you're their leader.
What? Why? I was really the least qualified to be in charge. Because the radio kept saying so? I added that to the list of things to talk to DJ Pone 3 about when we arrived at Timpani Tower. I looked over to Velvet Remedy, but she was laying on the floor, her mind lost in the Fluttershy memory orb. In the back room, I could hear Calamity working on the weapons he had procured from Stable 29's armory. Our pockets were now filled with common, low-caliber ammo that fit none of the weapons we preferred to use, and Calamity was swapping parts and doing repairs on small pistols and low-powered rifles meant to use those bullets. Not that we expected to use them. Only the armory's supply of shotgun shells was likely to be of service to us. But both weapons and ammo would be valuable trade goods. A radio in the back room played DJ Pone 3's radio station. The sounds of a quartet of ponies gave way to a melody of sorrow, fear, and hope, and the vocals of a pleasant-sounding buck who was 200 years dead.
I want to calm the storm, but the war is in your eyes. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies, when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding? And the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive.
Strapping my sniper rifle into place, I finally looked to Steelhooves. But my answer faded when I saw he was looking away, his gaze focused on a small picture in the corner of the room that I hadn't noticed before. The picture of an elder orange mare, her yellow mane salted with gray under her cowpony hat. He swayed slightly. I felt a gravity in the room that told me not to speak. I did move forward for a closer look, but I already knew I had seen this mare before, many times. Her statuette was in my saddlebags, as was the memory of her that had been Pinkie Pie's last party. I was certain now that the memory of Steelhooves was in that orb too. Beneath the picture was a display safe. Inside, perfectly preserved, was yet another statuette of the bucking orange pony, Be Strong, in the glory of her youth. On top of the case was a small, silk-lined box, much like the one I had found in Vinyl Scratch's safe, within which sat a single memory orb. Steelhooves only stirred again when the song ended, the last refrain echoing into nothingness. "You knew her, didn't you?" I asked softly, gently. Steelhooves turned towards me.
How could I have? She died 2 centuries ago.
I gazed at him, not judging, just knowing. He stood rigid against the gaze for several minutes, until finally I looked away. DJ Pone 3's voice erupted from the back room.
Got your ears up, faithful listeners? 'Cause I've been talking, and some of you ain't been listening. For years now, I've been reminding you that ghouls and zombies ain't the same thing. Ghouls are ponies who have had the misfortune of soaking up a major dose of magical radiation and not dying. That stuff twists and rots their bodies, but unlike zombies, their minds are still like those of any other pony, and they deserve to be treated as such. Well, some of you ponies up in Timpani Tower didn't get the message. And when Sheriff Rottingtail kept pressing for him and his ghouls to be allowed inside, just 'cause they were sick of being hounded by manticores and slaughtered by bloodwings, Chief Grimstar, the head of Timpani Security, responded by hiring a bunch of mercenaries to scour the tenements along the Celestia line and wipe them all out. In an interview, when asked how he managed to be such a supreme douchebag, Chief Grimstar had this to say.
Another voice, gruff and irritated, came through the radio speakers.
Fuck off. I did what was right by those I swore to protect.
DJ Pone 3's voice returned.
Just warms the heart to know that there are ponies steadfastly defending prejudice and bigotry, doesn't it? Thank you, Chief Grimstar. And may Celestia bless you, with a kiss from the sun.
The last certainly sounded like it was said through gritted teeth. I shook my head. On the one hoof, I actually felt relief to hear a news report that wasn't about me. But on the other, I had experience with both ghoul ponies like Ditsy Do and actual zombie ponies. I knew the difference. And the idea of some pony endorsing wholesale slaughter of innocent ghouls because they couldn't be bothered to discern between them made me hurt and tinged my vision with red. The deep masculine voice of Steelhooves nickered from within his metal helmet.
Not a fan of ghoul supporters, I take it.
I looked at him in confusion that bordered on several darker emotions. My disgust had clearly been evident in either my face or body language. It hadn't occurred to me that my reaction could be easily misread as directed towards DJ Pone 3 himself.
One of the wisest, kindest ponies I've met in this blasted hellscape is a ghoul pony.
I spat at him.
Her name is Ditsy Do, and she's easily worth any 3 Steel Rangers put together. Not for fighting skills or fancy weapons, but for the quality of her character.
I stomped a forehoof hard enough to sprain it.
DJ Pone 3 is right, and if you don't get that, then you have no place traveling with us.
Steelhoof said nothing, but began to pack. I gazed at the leftover parts strewn across the workbench in Calamity's wake. Now that I had all the parts to build my poisoned dart gun, I should use this opportunity to put it together. Invoking my single magical ability, I started to clear away the space while simultaneously pulling the schematics out of my saddlebags.
Morning, little Pip.
Calamity trotted into the room.
Good to see you back on your hooves.
I smiled a little thinly, giving him a nod. The conversation from the night before still cast its shadow in my mind. I knew what Calamity and the Steel Ranger had talked about, and just how convincingly Steelhooves had woven doubts. Calamity knew I'd been eavesdropping, but neither of us had said anything.
Looks like we got ourselves a new traveling companion, at least for a little while,
Calamity said conversationally.
What you think of 'em?
I shrugged. I still wasn't sure what to make of the Steel Ranger. I'd seen the shadows of both good and bad in him, but it was too soon to do anything more than hop, skip, and jump to conclusions. From Calamity's cautious tone, I could tell he was having doubts about Steelhooves.
I'll admit, we could use the firepower,
he offered graciously.
Be damned useful having an explosive ordnance specialist like that in the saddle if we run into any more of them alicorns.
I nodded, having begun to worry about the next time we encountered those creatures. If my suspicions were right...
On the other hoof,
Calamity started to say, then stopped, as if questioning whether his opinion was worth voicing. I turned to look at him and lifted a hoof in a way for him to go on.
Well, let's just say that the Steel Rangers ain't exactly got a reputation as champions of the common pony.
Ah, yes. Reputations. The night's conversation loomed in my mind again. My eyes looked over Calamity, taking in the distance between us. I wondered if the gap was more than just physical. My memories pulled back the sheet on an almost forgotten dream of being trapped under a wall and watching my friends just walk away.
Hey, Lil Pip, are you okay?
Clearly, I bore my worries like a cutie mark. I snorted at the dark humor of it. Some secret spy I'd be. Calamity clopped up next to me and put a hoof gently over my back.
Now don't you worry. Nothing said by that lot is gonna sow seeds of distrust between us.
I looked up at him, wide-eyed. He smiled at me.
I've seen your heart, Lil Pip. Y'all genuinely want to help folk, and you put your own life at risk to do so, even when some of them don't deserve it. I ain't gonna start questioning what I know about you just 'cause some pony who don't know what he's yapping about can get it twisted all up.
I could feel tears gathering in my eyes. I tossed my forelegs around the big rust-colored pony and hugged him for all I was worth.
You can look into it if you want.
It was the first thing Steelhooves had said to me since my outburst over an hour ago. Velvet Remedy was in the room looking over our provisions. Calamity was refilling our canteens from Steelhooves' water purifier. I had finished my packing and had been staring aimlessly. My curious gaze had eventually fallen on the memory orb sitting enthroned under the picture of Applejack, Mayor of the Ministry of... I realized I didn't really know which ministry of Luna's government Applejack had been in charge of. I just had enough clues to make a few educated guesses.
Go ahead,
Steelhooves encouraged.
It hasn't been viewed in a long, long time. Some pony else should remember.
I regarded first the Steel Ranger, then the orb. I had to wonder why any pony other than a unicorn would be keeping one, since only unicorns could access the memory stored within. It made no sense, I realized, unless that pony was keeping it so that it could be shared, or safekeeping it. But even safekeeping it was just the same as throwing it away if no pony ever witnessed what was kept inside. I nodded, respectful of what I was being offered, then leaned forward, pointing my horn towards the sphere and touching it with my magic. My world fell away. I was harnessed to something. We were standing off stage, concealed in darkness by a heavy curtain. Applejack stood next to me, staring out at the dark stone stage, the podium with microphone and speakers, the mumbling throng filling the auditorium in front of it, the huge brass MWT logo on the wall behind it. I, or at least the pony whose memory I was writing, only had eyes for her. She looked nervous, not to mention uncomfortable in her formal business dress. I can't do this. I felt myself speak, heard the words coming from my mouth.
You'll be fine.
The voice was deep and strong like steel hooves, but not nearly so gravelly. They hate me. Half of them already saddle sore 'cause I started putting all my hooves into the ministry instead of just letting them do what they wanted. But bringing in Twilight's ponies? From her tone, that had apparently not gone over well at all. I wrapped a foreleg around her neck, allowing me to glimpse the apple green color of my coat, and nuzzled her gently, a sensation that I found quite pleasant.
And after today, they'll all understand it, and they'll admire you for it.
I, or more precisely the pony I was riding, leaned close and whispered into her ear.
Now go on out there and make history, or I'll be forced to spank you.
Oh, Goddess Celestia! The orange pony blushed and gave her encourager a look that I would have paid almost anything to have a mare give me. Later, lover boy. She smiled, at least more cheerful now, and strode out before the crowd. The pony I was riding watched her stride, his eyes straying repeatedly to her flanks, taking my gaze with his. As much as I couldn't blame him, it was making me feel distinctly uncomfortable. This was an odd memory to be sharing. Then I noticed that she had a holster strapped to one leg, mostly hidden beneath her formal attire. The ivory handle flashed 3 red apples as she walked. The reception was not the respectful and admiring silence which Fluttershy received. But Applejack stood up straight at the podium, cleared her throat, and spoke slowly and clearly. Now, listen up. I know y'all been a bit sore about having ponies from the Ministry of Arcane Sciences working with us. I know y'all are dedicated to improving Equestria the Earth Pony way, and magic kind of flies in the face of all of that. But there are some things that are just too important to let stubborn pride get in the way of asking for help. Trust me, I know. And I want y'all to know how proud I am to be standing here today, able to finally show you the fruits of your efforts. Most of you don't know what you've been working on. 'Twas important to keep things... The next words did not seem to come naturally to her. Compartmentalized, to keep this project out of zebra hooves. What y'all have accomplished in just 1 year? Ain't been a bunch of Earth ponies do more good work in less time than when we built Appaloosa. Until this point, her words were undercut by resentful mumbles of whispered opinion. Now, her voice dropped into a tone both somber and deadly serious. The ponies in the audience began to hush, not for her, but out of reverence for what she spoke of. When I was young, my big brother, Big Macintosh, was always there for me. He was my closest kin, and he never let me down. And when Equestria needed him, he didn't let us down neither. He served heroically in our army, fighting for our way of life for 3 years. And then, when we needed him most, he made the ultimate sacrifice. When that zebra bullet punched through my brother's armor and pierced his heart, it broke my heart too. I could see Applejack's eyes start to tear. Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. The room was now dead silent except for her. 1 year ago, we buried my brother, Big Macintosh. And that day, I swore an oath that not one other pony would die needlessly in battle. They're risking their lives out there for us. We owe them better. And now, starting today, we give them better. My memory escort started walking onto the stage. I felt the ropes trailing from me lift and pull taut, the harness digging into my flesh. I felt the resistance and heard the wheels of the wagon I was pulling begin to move. Ponies of the Ministry of Technology, I give to y'all the Steel Ranger. Moments later, the memory collapsed, the last sight lingering in my mind as my own world reasserted itself. A glance back at the display wagon and the magical power armor it was carrying. I looked to Steelhooves, sensing I now understood him far more than I had moments ago. The light gray of the clouds had descended, shrouding the landscape in fog. All around us, the rubble of blast-flattened and age-demolished buildings created shadows and obstacles. I regularly had to check my EFS compass to make sure we were still headed in the right direction. Even Calamity was grounded to avoid losing us. We were entering the outskirts of Manhattan now. I felt a pang of disappointment that I couldn't properly see the city. Calamity and Velvet Remedy had taken the lead. My frequent attention to my eyes forward sparkle was as much to spot hostile creatures as to navigate. Another red dot flared up in front of us, and just off to the left.
Calamity, 7 o'clock.
Calamity nodded and crouched down, sneaking forward. The fog wrapped about him, concealing him from my vision. But my EFS compass marked his position. Velvet hung back a little, but kept him locked in her sight, her horn glowing faintly as she prepared to throw a shield around the orange-maned Pegasus in the black desperado hat. A moment later, a single twin shot rang out. Calamity returned.
Giant red hog.
One of the mutated pig-like creatures I had encountered under the train bridge.
I do hope you're not planning to cook and eat that,
Velvet Remedy intoned despairingly.
I can't imagine all the meat you've been eating did you any good over the last few days.
I shot her a look that she probably couldn't see and said nothing.
You see, now that's why y'all are a vegetarian.
Calamity laughed.
You ain't never had bacon. Trust me, if ponies were meant to only eat fruits, oats, and grasses, then the existence of bacon would be the proof in the pie that the world was just cruel and evil.
Oh, great. Now I had to try eating Rad Hog. A few moments later, we had a cook fire started, and Calamity was explaining to me which parts of a Rad Hog were the most delicious. Velvet Remedy had chosen to join Steelhooves in ignoring the two of us. Her silky voice sliced through the air as she told Steelhooves,
Now, if we get into a battle, I do hope you have a good sense to let Calamity and Little Pip handle it. No offense. I really am thankful for your coming to our rescue. But I came closer to dying from all of your explosions than from the alicorns.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but Velvet Remedy had a strong point. Steelhooves' weapons were all extremely excessive. And while that was very good for fighting manticores or alicorns at a good distance, it could be lethal to every pony in close quarters or enclosed spaces. I'd have to convince Steelhooves to keep himself in reserve until he was needed. I wasn't sure how that would go over with the Steel Ranger. Traveling with others and having to take precautions to keep his own companions alive was not, I suspected, something Steelhooves had been required to deal with for a long time.
Old song,
Calamity was saying to Velvet Remedy as the two of them took the lead once again.
If I sang a little bit of it, badly probably, could you magic up some music to go with it?
Well,
Velvet said uncertainly.
I could certainly try.
Then, with a reassuring smile,
And your voice is quite good. If you took some singing lessons, you'd be very pleasant to listen to.
I rolled my eyes. That's my Velvet. No, that's Calamity's Velvet, I reasserted to myself, and then wiped the whole thought clean. Velvet Remedy was Velvet's Velvet, and would be until she said otherwise. And even then, only so long as she allowed it. Calamity was going to be Velvet's Calamity. And I was not going to be a jealous third wing. Steelhooves was bringing up the rear. I dropped back, choosing to engage him in discourse rather than dwell on the two ponies in front of me. Trying to strike up conversation, I told him I had a question about the memory I'd seen.
What question?
His voice suggested there were a great many questions he suspected I might have, and that most of them were not really my business. The Ministry of Technology, YMWT. When the unseen pony spoke, I could hear a touch of relief in his voice.
Officially, it was the Ministry of Wartime Technologies, but Applejack hated that name. She was always the first to point out that the technological innovations that MWT championed and subsidized benefited all of Equestria, not just the war effort.
I nodded, listening intently. It was a subject that Steelhooves had some warmth for, but a small flash of green in the sky above us distracted my gaze. I looked up but saw nothing. I turned to ask Steelhooves if he had seen anything, but he was continuing to speak about Applejack's ministry. I doubted a Skywagon crash would have diverted his attention.
Under the ministry's guidance and support, dozens of innovative technology industries blossomed across Equestria, and existing ones became a lot more powerful, their products becoming part of every pony's daily life. Companies like Ironshod, 4 Stars, Equestrian Robotics, and even Stable Tech.
He turned his helmeted gaze down towards my pipbuck.
So why use a name focused on war? It should have been the Ministry of Technology.
I heard music. Not Velvet Remedy or Calamity. Patriotic gala music was whispering out of the mist. I stopped, turning in place until the little blip of light appeared on my compass. Every pony, please hold up. I want to check something.
Alone?
Steelhooves questioned.
Yes, I nodded. It's okay. I'll be right back.
She do this a lot?
I heard him ask my companions as I slipped off into the mist, following the sound.
Do what?
Calamity snickered. Wander off? Break travel to explore random ruins? All the time.
I was approaching a building. Half of it was a huge barn with vast shattered windows. The other half loomed castle-like in the mist. My pip-buck flashed a name across my EFS. 4 Stars Grand Terminal and Central Offices. The music cut out with a static-laced pop. Hello, Watcher.
Hello, little Pip. I see you've made a new friend.
Maybe, I said, not committing either way. As if on cue, Steelhoof's deep voice resonated through the mist.
Little Pip, you okay?
Wow, stealthy he was not.
Hey,
The mechanical voice of Watcher expressed.
that voice sounds familiar.
That didn't surprise me. Steelhoof's voice was very distinctive. And if Watcher had been snooping on the equestrian wasteland for any length of time, it may very well have spied on the Steel Rangers. Watcher. Now there was some pony who deserved to be suspected as a covert ops spy pony. I looked around for the sprite bot, but the fog concealed it expertly. Instead, I spotted twin vending machines, Sparkle Cola and Sunrise Sarsaparilla, and a third set just a few yards down from them, Iron Shot's Ammo Emporium. The last had been torn open and thoroughly looted. I felt a chill, imagining the kind of pre-war world where you could buy ammo along with your soft drinks at a street-side machine. No pony interaction necessary. Watcher, was there a Ministry of Awesome? It was just a lead-in question. Clearly, I already knew.
Yes, Rainbow Dash.
The disembodied artificial voice somehow managed to sound amused, even though it had no inflection at all.
Yes, one of Equestria's heroes did decide that her ministry would be the Ministry of Awesome. They even built a ministry headquarters for it on Ministry Walk. I assume Calamity mentioned it.
I nodded. Then, realizing Watcher possibly couldn't see me any better than I could see the sprite bot, although it would truly surprise me if that was the case, I stated, yes. Ministry Walk. I had heard of that place before, but I couldn't quite put my hoof on where or when. After pondering it fruitlessly, I finally asked, what did the Ministry of Awesome do? I loathed questioning something Calamity had told me, especially based on something Steelhooves had said. Even more so after Calamity had not done the same.
Not much.
Watcher said to my great sense of relief.
I mean, Rainbow Dash did throw 2 or 3 projects their way. The Single Pony Project was one of theirs, for example. But for the most part, they just lounged around and did nothing. After a few years, Luna ordered it crated up, and they began using the MAHQ for storage.
Another question came to me. I activated my Pip-Buck's inventory arrangement spell and opened my saddlebags, then stopped, checking to make sure. Can you see me?
Yes, little Pip, I can see you.
Thought so. I floated out the 2 statuettes I had found. What are these? Of course Watcher knew the answer.
Limited edition ponies of harmony. Those are some pretty nice little magical artifacts you have there. Only 42 were ever made.
42? I was expecting closer to 6.
Equestria's heroines, the 6 pony friends whose virtues match the elements of harmony. There were 7 sets made, 1 for each of them, and 1 that Luna kept for herself. The ponies mostly gave them to each other, although a few of the statuettes were passed on to loved ones or family members.
That made sense. Sweetie Belle had her sisters. Applejack would have given one of herself to her buck friend Applesnack. I wondered if the one I found in Old Appaloosa had originally been a gift for Brayburn.
Oh, now I remember who your new friend sounds like.
The name Watcher told me made me glad I wasn't drinking Sparkle Cola again. Who was? I never got to finish my question. A crack of static replaced Watcher with the voice of Red Eye, who was in the middle of telling everyone that raiders, ghouls, and hellhounds were bad. His voice faded as the sprite bot wandered aimlessly away from me until it was swallowed entirely by the mist. 4 Stars was an elevated train company which had once provided public transportation for the Manhattan metropolis. Steelhooves suggested that, if the monorails were still intact, it would make the easiest route through the city, carrying us over the maze of rubble and away from most of the radiation-twisted aberrations and occasional raiders that lurked in the ruins. It sounded like a good plan, so I stopped at a still-illuminated sign mapping out the rails. This station was part of the Luna Line. The Celestia Line, which crossed it at several points, led straight to Timpani Tower. Calamity finished rummaging through the garbage bins, returning with a surprising collection of sellable items and a few dozen bottle caps. Velvet Remedy rolled her eyes.
Well, I hope that's enough for you to buy a bath once we get to Timpani.
I looked across the waiting station towards the heavy doors into the more castle-like office structure. There were blackened panels that looked like turret emplacements which had been destroyed ages ago. Curiously, I trotted over to the door and tried it. Locked. Well, that was just begging for me to open it.
What are you doing?
Steelhooves asked as he and the others joined me. I want to see what's inside, I said simply, focusing on the lock. This was a hard one. 4 Stars did not want to give up its secrets easily, which only made me all the more intent on learning what those secrets were. I heard Calamity make a snicker that clearly translated to,
Told you so.
The lock clicked. Triumphantly, I swung the door open. In an eye blink, I registered the expanse of the gray lobby, its semicircular desk fortified with sandbags and makeshift barricades. In that glimpse, I saw the scattered bodies of a dozen steel rangers, suits of magical power armor holding skeletal pony remains. And I saw the 3 scorched holes in the ceiling which had once held turrets. The remaining turret on the 4 Stars lobby ceiling swung around and opened fire. I was taken by surprise, but Velvet Remedy had been prepared. Her shield burst around me, even as the air was filled with the rat-a-tat-tat of machine gun fire. However, the shield gave no protection. The bullets ripped right through it, then through my armor and through me. My body tore apart in agony, dozens of things going horribly wrong inside all at once, as at least 6 shots passed clean through me and buried themselves in the station's floor tiles. I barely heard the explosive roar of Steelhooves' grenade machine gun as I collapsed, sound and light fleeting from me. It was as if I was falling down a well. Through the distant ring above, I could see the ceiling detonate and a mass of fireballs then come raining down with a distant thunder, collapsing into the lobby below. I returned to the wasteland of the living, alert and in pain. Velvet Remedy was pouring another extra-strength restoration potion down my throat. I choked, gasping.
Welcome back, little Pip. We came very close to losing you.
Velvet's voice was stern with worry. Well, what happened? Calamity's voice called out from somewhere further into the rubble. Armor-piercing bullets. His voice sounded disbelieving and alarmed.
Stop,
ordered Steelhooves. I panicked, wondering what I was doing that I could stop, but his exclamation was directed towards Calamity.
I will not let you loot the bodies of fallen rangers.
Hey, Calamity shot back. In case you didn't notice, they ain't using this stuff anymore. And the ammo that ridiculous battle saddle of yours throws around ain't cheap, and ain't the sort of stuff you find in Raiders' ammo boxes or the desk drawers of office buildings. We need to scavenge it from wherever we can, whenever we can. Calamity quieted a moment, then trotted into view with a missile in his mouth.
Trust me, they ain't missing it.
He spat out the missile into a pile he was collecting, shooting a glower at Steelhooves. I looked to Velvet Remedy, who was prodding me to drink more.
Right. From now on, sneak into buildings that might not be friendly.
Steelhooves made his way back to me. I wondered how covert super death pony like I looked to him now, my armor full of holes and covered in my own sticky blood. I would need to have it cleaned and mended when I got to Timpani Tower. Or maybe sooner. I was guessing I didn't look much better than I had coming out of Ponyville.
You definitely got my attention.
he said, and turned towards the nearest dead ranger.
Now I want to know more about this building, too.
I nodded. Okay, let's split up. I considered keeping Velvet Remedy at my side, but realized it wasn't the best play.
Steelhooves with me. Velvet, would you mind staying with Calamity? You two look into the rest of this floor and the basement. We'll check out the offices upstairs.
Velvet smiled, and then fixed me with a harsh stare.
Be careful. A lot more careful than this was.
I promised. Attention, all 4 Stars employees. In conjunction with the new safety and security protocols, all employees will be issued a standard military-class firearm. This firearm is to be worn at all times while on company property. Failure to do so, or failure to keep your firearm well-maintained and properly loaded, will be grounds for termination under Employee Uniform Policy 13B. In the unlikely event of incursion onto 4 Stars private property by government forces, all employees are required to defend 4 Stars proprietary property and executive personnel. All employees are therefore required to attend at least one of 3 4-star defense and teamwork building weekend training programs this month. Failure to do so will be grounds for termination under Employee Attendance Policy 6F. Daisy May will be providing some of her lovely home-baked flour cookies for refreshments after the FSDTB exercises. Yum! I'd read that same message before. It was on each terminal I'd hacked into. It didn't make more sense to me now than the first time. I looked over to Steelhooves, checking to make sure everything was all right, before I clicked the next one. I figured now is as good a time as any to ask.
Steelhooves, have you ever heard of someone named Flutter Guy?
Steelhooves whinnied.
Why do you ask?
Oh, I heard somebody say your voice sounded like Flutter Guy.
Steelhooves gave a little stomp.
Heard that before.
My ears perked. I'd figured it was a long shot at best that Steelhooves would have knowledge about the pony Watcher had mentioned. I opened my muzzle to ask, but he silenced me.
It's just a joke.
Oh, so much for insight. I turned back to the terminal messages. Evacuation Policy, Employee Version. We here at 4 Stars value your commitment to the company. In the extremely unlikely event of a federal raid, or worse, a megaspell attack, it is every employee's duty to bodyguard key personnel and ensure the safe evacuation of all employees in the following order. 1. President of 4 Stars and any shareholders on property. 2. Members of executive management. 3. Head researchers. 4. The President's Secretary, Daisy May. 5. Members of mid-level management. 6. Research assistants with red, black, or gold level clearance. 7. Research assistants with orange or white level clearance. 8. Floor supervisors. Once all of the above have been safely evacuated from the property, we encourage you to seek your own safety. To ensure your protection, we are issuing military-class armor-piercing ammo to all employees above the supervisor level. I sat back from the terminal and promised myself that if ever I was somehow hurled back in time, I would never go to work here. There was a surprising amount of still functional Arcano technology in this building. Or at least there had been. Steelhooves was not subtle, and every time he took out one of the security brain bots or spider-like guard bots, he did massive damage to everything nearby. Scavenging had been reduced to finding things inside metal desks or looting boxes of ammo. Fortunately, there were quite a few of each. Nobody had safely broken into this place in centuries, and the sheer number of ammo boxes alone could have supported a small army. Calamity had been right. Not one of the boxes included missiles or grenade ammo. But we had enough of just about everything else, including a lot of armor-piercing rounds to last a good long time, with extra to sell. The prevalence of armor-piercing ammo had Steelhooves convinced this place had been fortifying specifically against the Steel Rangers. There was one more, and this one seemed a private message, not duplicated on any other terminal yet. Reply, Satin. I hear that the Ministry of Morale got her. Charges of sedition. MOM agents broke into her house in the middle of the night last weekend and hauled her away. Management is throwing fits on the floor above me. They seem sure Satin will say something, or worse, remember something. All I know is, I'm expecting armored ministry goons to buck in the doors any day now. Fuck these Appleseed shooters. I'm going to start bringing my gun from home. Steelhooves turned away, protecting my flank as I snuck forward. I split my attention between the hall and my EFS compass as I scattered ahead, checking rooms, digging into desks, and looking through bookshelves until another splash of red lit up on my compass. Backtracking, I pointed Steelhooves in the direction of the next hostile. Then I lingered back in a side room, not wanting to be caught in the backwash that accompanied any attack he made in a narrow hallway. A robotic voice yelled out, "This is private property, federal pigs. Surrender and be annihilated." It was immediately followed by the whoosh of a rocket. The hallway erupted in flame. To my surprise, I heard Steelhooves hit the floor. Luna shitting moon rocks. That was from the security robot. What kind of robot fires missiles? I pulled out my sniper rifle, loading armor-piercing bullets into it. Then, crouching low, I took a peek around the corner. The robot took up most of the hall and looked like the mutant child of a Steel Ranger and a tank. Its 4 legs ended in treaded balls that propelled it slowly down the corridor. I counted at least 3 weapons, including a missile launcher turret and a minigun set into a swiveling chest mount that could rotate 180 degrees around the robot's frame. My mind searched for an appropriate level of profanity, but came up blank as a newborn's flank. The thing was rolling towards Steelhooves, who was moving but down. The chest minigun swung towards the fallen ranger. I was quite certain that it had armor-piercing ammo of its own. Leaping around the corner, I swung the sniper rifle and stared down its scope. That minigun stopped pointing towards Steelhooves and began to turn towards me as I slid into sets targeting Nirvana. The sniper rifle roared off 3 shots in quick succession. The first 2 bullets punched small holes in the head of the tank-like Sentinel, seeming to only slightly impair its targeting. The Sentinel's minigun tore up the wall, a single bullet tearing into my armor for a deeply grazing hit across my left flank. My 3rd shot struck into the missile turret, which promptly exploded. The rockets had been designed to take out a Steel Ranger. They were just as effective in rendering the Sentinel inert. My left hind leg felt wobbly, fresh blood mixing with the matted sticky mess of my coat. I hobbled over to Steelhooves. His armor was administering healing potions and bolstering drugs. The armor's self-repair spell was consuming scrap metal from an armored compartment over his right flank, rebuilding itself. I stopped a moment to marvel at what Applejack and her ministry had created. "Will you be okay?" I asked. Steelhooves nodded, stalwartly not moaning. "Then I'll be right back. I want to know what that monster was guarding." The Sentinel robot had been guarding the office suite of the president of 4 Stars. The desk was armored, designed for use as a barricade, and there was a hidden panel in the wall. Well, it would have been hidden if it had been closed. The desk was locked. Picking it cost me a bobby pin and netted me what looked like a security pass card. I nickered at the irony, suspecting the card would have let us freely pass by all the robotic security we had to fight through to get here. Several locked boxes of ammo were hidden under the desk. As I opened the first, I found a half-dozen Matrix disruption grenades. I knew immediately that they were designed to disrupt the spell matrices of Steel Ranger armor, rendering them helpless just as the Alicorn's attack had done to Steelhooves. But I couldn't help thinking how such grenades would also disrupt the more mundane technologies of most robots, including the one guarding this room. Magical shotgun of dragon slaying in the dragon's chamber indeed. It took me several tries to hack into the computer, each time backing out before it could recognize the intrusion and lock me out completely. Evacuation policy, executive version. When Manhattan suffers a megaspell event, or worse, if the Ministry of Morale stages a raid on this property, all executive officers of 4 Stars are to proceed to the basement stable in accordance to evacuation procedures ZS1A-5D, listed below. Please keep to your assigned routes. The 4 Star stable is guaranteed to keep you safely protected in the event of either catastrophe, and has food, water, and medical supplies to outlast even a complete megaspell event. Nearly 12 whole weeks' worth. The FSS also includes an armory, firing range to keep in practice, and plenty of reading material to keep you occupied. These include instruction manuals on how to acclimate yourself to the new exterior environment once after effects of megaspell detonations have subsided, and proper etiquette for greeting our ruling zebra benefactors.
Okie dokie Loki. Steel Rangers were not Ministry of Morale. Some pony had called in the big guns. And worse, the ponies in charge had been expecting it. What were they doing? According to the attached map, the hidden stairs would lead us right down to the basement. We should be able to meet up with Calamity and Velvet Remedy swiftly from there. I began picking the lock on the weapons cabinet. Like the terminal, it pushed the limits of my skills. I was tempted to use one of my party time mentals to give me that extra edge. But just before I gave up and did so, the cabinet opened. Inside was an armored dress unlike any I'd seen before. Red and black with golden trim, perfectly preserved. I pulled it out and draped it over my back, thinking Velvet Remedy would look stunning in it. The armor also came with a helmet, but I was tempted to leave it. The flourish of red feathers almost screamed, "Target!" Also inside were several assault carbines of a peculiar and impressive design. One of them was scoped and fitted with a silencer. It had a custom wood-carved handle stained with stripes of white and black.
Been waiting for you, Lil Pip.
Calamity smiled at me as I joined him in the basement. He and Velvet Remedy stood before a door sealed with a terminal. Looking at the terminal, I was pleased to discover that it had a magic eye for scanning pass cards. Damn thing would be useful after all. I offered Velvet Remedy the outfit I had found. She shunned the helmet as garish, but soon had Calamity helping her into the armored dress. I turned my attention to the terminal, floating up the pass card.
Where in the hell did you find that?
Steelhoof's voice boomed as he finally caught up with us. I turned to look at him as I telekinetically held the pass card in place. Steelhooves had stopped at the bottom of the stairs and was staring at Velvet Remedy.
Little Pip found it in a locker upstairs.
Velvet Remedy answered, prancing.
How do you think it looks on me?
Beautiful, answered Calamity with a breath.
The red and gold matches the streaks in your mane and tail.
Then with a sheepish grin,
And I've never seen anything like it, which means no pony will mistake you for a raider or slaver and accidentally shoot you.
The terminal's magic eye looked over the pass card and bleeped happily.
Welcome, Mrs. President.
The inner mechanics began to hiss and grind as the door began to open. This wasn't anything as sophisticated as a stable-tech door, but it was certainly a few grades above anything I'd seen in the wasteland.
I might shoot her.
Steelhooves grumbled. We all shot him perplexed and nasty looks.
That,
he explained,
is a Zebra Legionnaire's uniform.
Calamity whistled. Velvet Remedy suddenly looked uncomfortable. I turned away, choosing to look instead into the darkness of the open mini-stable in front of me. Gleaming in the darkness, the eyes of at least a dozen zombie ponies stared back at me. Then I did a double take. Zombies, yes, but not ponies. Footnote, level up. New perk, Action Filly, level 1. You know your targeting spell like the back of your hoof, making you about 20% cooler in combat. For each level of this perk, you gain plus 15 action points in sats. Chapter 16. Towers.
You see, we remain the very picture of courtesy, even in the face of such impolite accusations. We have nothing to hide here.
Manhattan. Just over 200 years ago, it was a thriving, bustling metropolis. Manhattan was hailed as the most cosmopolitan city in all of Equestria. Millions of ponies lived or worked in the city, and it was home to some of the most elite circles of equestrian society. Then, in an instant, Manhattan was gone. Millions of pony lives were consumed in a flash of light, heat, and magical energy. Hundreds of thousands more were killed by the shock waves and the eldritch green fires that incinerated virtually everything that was left standing. Now, all that remained of Manhattan in the aftermath of that apocalypse were the Manhattan ruins. Miles upon miles of maze-like urban devastation, and ashes under the shadows of skeletal skyscrapers that rose out of the wreckage like monolithic tombstones. A pony might wonder how such a holocaust could have been allowed to happen. How could Equestria's enemies have smuggled such a cataclysmic weapon into the very heart of our grandest and largest metropolis? I found it was much easier to understand now that I knew that the most significant public transportation company in Manhattan was run by trader ponies loyal to Equestria's enemies.
and that the basement of this very facility had been the staging ground for zebra operations within our homeland.
I stared into the eyes of the zombie zebras and realized that this was how they had gotten the balefire bomb into Manhattan, that these zebras had been responsible for the murder of millions. I also realized that the mini stable under 4 stars fell short of stable tech's quality. For all the harm stable techs playing around had done, those ponies really knew how to build a survival shelter. This inferior stable had not been able to stop magical radiation from bleeding in, transforming the zebras, and almost a dozen ponies, it had intended to protect, into the ghoulish creatures before me. And yes, I realized they might not be zombie zebras so much as ghoul zebras. I'd say I didn't care, but part of me actually hoped they were ghouls as I stepped back out of the way.
Steel hooves, give 'em everything you've got.
The fog lifted by mid-afternoon, revealing the graveyard of the Manhattan ruins beneath a sky of rolling, angry gray. We walked above it, traveling single file along one of the twin monorails of the Luna Line, looking down on the blocks of city rubble below. In all directions we saw collapsed and gutted buildings, blackened chariots and wagons, detritus and blown litter that congregated about the metal shafts of shattered street lamps. No skeletons, though. The living creatures of Manhattan had been reduced to nothing more than ash, mixing with the ash from a billion other sources as it was carried by the wind. I was beginning to spot a few small places where green balefire still burned. I wondered how even balefire could have survived for centuries. The wind that carried particles of rust and ash, as well as the smells of the urban graveyard. A symphony of creaks and groans haunted the city, mixing with the sounds of shifting and crumbling concrete, and the hammering of wind-blown metal. Occasional staccatos of gunfire, usually distant and carried on echoes, reminded us that there were raiders, scavengers, and other ponies lurking in hidden streets and darkened structures. A flash of green and gold shot past us from behind, a magnificent bird both terrifying and graceful, which spread its wings and circled as if taking in our measure. Its eyes seemed to glow, and licks of balefire fell from its beak. "What is that?" Velvet Remedy asked with a tone of awe before I could find the words to ask for myself.
Balefire Phoenix.
Steelhooves replied, whistling slightly. The green and gold bird completed its circle, then swooped down and away, disappearing from sight as it threaded through the shadowed alleys. We began to move again, all except Velvet Remedy, who just stood there as if mesmerized. She turned to Steelhooves, breathily demanding, "Tell me about them." Whinnying, we all halted again. Interesting fact about traveling single file. If one pony stops, unless they're at the back, travel tends to stop with them. I found myself staring at a ruined billboard whose bottle of Sparkle Cola Rad seemed to actually glow.
It's like a buck to the face with radishes.
Billboards littered the sky along the Luna Line like weeds.
The Manhattan Gardens was the largest wildlife sanctuary of its kind, home to the most exotic and admired creatures, all of which were instantly cremated when the zebra's balefire bomb detonated.
Steelhooves explained.
Of course, a phoenix doesn't exactly have the same relationship with being turned to ash that most creatures do.
Steelhooves chuckled.
I wouldn't be thinking of trying to domesticate one. They breathe fire.
A battered sea blue mare fled out of a doorless storefront and started running down the street, tears streaming from her eyes as she screamed. A dozen raider ponies, each carrying a brutal weapon and wearing an old roller derby helmet, came tearing out of the building after her, jumping out the windows and charging out the door, whooping and laughing.
Help me!
She stumbled as she ran, her gait hobbled. Blood ran down between her thighs. I could see her bleeding through my scope.
Please, some pony, help me!
She'd already been raped repeatedly. Now they had let her go and were chasing her for sport. From the height of the Luna Line, we were too far for Sats to effectively lock on, so I trailed the scope in front of the raider leader, a mottled brown and gray pony with the cutie mark of a skull with burning eyes. Aiming for where he was about to be as Calamity instructed.
Good, now keep her steady and squeeze out a burst.
I magically pulled the trigger. 3 shots spat out of the scope Zebra assault carbine. Silenced weapons, I learned, were not really silent, but the dampened sound was lost in the wind, and the weight of the silencer helped soften the recoil and keep the rifle on target between bullets. The raider pony burst into flame. He fell to the ground, screaming and thrashing.
I stepped back, floating up the rifle to check the clip while Calamity took a shot. No, I hadn't accidentally loaded magical bullets. The zebra rifle had enchanted the bullet itself. Stick a horn where Celestia don't shine. If this was the sort of weapon that zebras had been carrying onto the battlefield. The screams of the victim mare below wrenched my attention back to the battle. Calamity fired off a second shot. Pulling the scope to my eyes, I saw that 3 of the raiders were now dead. One of the corpses burning in the street, and the others were scattering. The panicking mare screamed, her hooves catching on a toppled street lamp, and fell, skidding across the debris-strewn street. One of the raiders was still charging towards her. I swung the scope towards him, and froze as I really saw him. One of the rapists had been a blank-flanked cult. I stared, following the very young pony with the zebra rifle scope, trembling slightly. He was wearing a Colt's roller derby helmet and clutched a serrated knife in his mouth. I could see her blood on him. I focused, the trigger of the zebra rifle moving slightly. I couldn't. It was a Colt. Horrified, I watched as the Colt reached the fallen mare, dodging the kicks she threw at him. I heard the crack of gunfire feet from me and saw the Colt's body rupture bloodily in 2 places, hit with enough force to fling his corpse against a nearby mailbox. I lowered the zebra rifle and turned to stare at Calamity in shock. On the other side of him, Velvet Remedy's eyes were wide. "What?" Calamity asked before flying down to help the mare. "Did I steal your shot?" Ponies love laughter. Zebras do not understand joy and fear it. Ponies are honest. Zebras only tell lies. Ponies are loyal. Zebras will knife you in the back. Ponies are generous. Zebras are selfish and greedy. Ponies care about each other. Zebras care only about themselves. I stared up at the billboard and thought, wow. That's just wrong, Velvet Remedy said, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had become our traveling companion since Calamity shot the raider cult. The twin monorail tracks took a graceful curve, and the billboard was mounted across the flying buttresses of a squat skyscraper, placed so that the train ponies could see it as they approached the turn. It would have dominated the view out one side of the elevated train as it took the bend. Calamity had flown off ahead, more to give us space than out of a need to scout. The Luna line seemed free of threats. I really wanted a party time mental. I didn't have any particular need for one, but I felt myself craving the effects, especially the intellectual boost. I could just think so much faster, so much more clearly, while benefiting from a PTM. I was more aware, my senses more acute. If that's what party time mentals did for me, I began to wonder what they did for Pinkie Pie. I found myself thinking about 4 stars again. Based on what we had found in the mini stable, which wasn't much after Steelhoof's ordinance was finished with the zebras, the Ministry of Morale raid must have happened the same morning that the Balefire bomb was set off. It occurred to me that the Megaspell was probably in transit when they attacked. The Ministry of Morale had brought in Steel Rangers. They knew what they were heading into called for the big guns. Knowing where to look, who to interrogate, did that come from the skill of the ponies in her employ, or did Pinkie Pie herself discern these things with the power of PTM-enhanced acumen? Biased, I presume the latter. No matter what negative effects she might have suffered from PTM addiction, Pinkie Pie had intuition that bordered on precognition. The traitors were terrified of her ministry. She had them paranoid and scurrying. And no matter what any pony might say about either her or her ministry, Pinkie Pie had come heartbreakingly close to saving Manhattan. I stopped, looking out over the desolate urban maze. Millions of ponies had died here, their salvation racing the clock and losing. I had to find something else to think about. I switched on DJ Pone 3's radio broadcast, listening to it in my earbloom. It was merely a distraction. I knew all the songs by heart now. I hoped DJ Pone 3 found something in the records we carried worthy of expanding his musical repertoire. This just in, DJ Pone 3 announced between songs. Just got a report that a weak distress signal can be heard near Horseshoe Tower. Seems like Blackwing's talons have managed to get themselves in over their beaks. Well, don't worry, Blackwing. Horseshoe Tower's pretty close to Sheriff Rottingtail's territory. Maybe some of his ghouls will be willing to lend you a hoof. Oh, wait, that's right. You and your merc slaughtered them all. Well, good luck with that.
This is DJ Pone 3 reminding every bony in the equestrian wasteland, you reap what you sow.
Calamity was flying back towards us. I turned off the radio on my pit buck as he landed on the monorail.
Y'all gonna love this.
Several minutes later, we had trotted far enough along the curve to see what Calamity had told us about. Ahead, the Celestia line crossed over the Luna line, about 20 feet above the Luna line, running perpendicular to the twin monorails below. The dark underside of the twin Celestia rails struck me as bizarrely textured, giving me the creeps.
Well, how do we get up there?
Velvet Remedy scoffed. Calamity rolled his eyes and fluttered his wings.
I'll carry y'all up as how. Except I'm thinking our Steel Ranger friend is a mite heavy for me.
I can levitate him up as you carry me,
I offered. Calamity nodded.
All right then, just be careful, Lil Pip. You don't want to disturb the blood wings.
Blood wings?
I floated out the binoculars, peering through them at the Celestia line, and cringed with a gasp. The shadowed underbellies of the monorails were covered with the grotesque, leathery forms of dozens of giant mutant bats.
Yep. I figure we best make good time to Timpani. Reckon we don't want to be outside in the open come nightfall.
As difficult as it was to get onto the Celestia line, getting off the monorail was easy. Twilight was falling as we rounded a bend and were met with a graceful arc of tarnished silver, which flowed up and over the monorails. Through the arc, we could finally see Timpani Tower in its surprisingly well-preserved splendor. We had been catching glimpses of it above and between the buildings for hours, but only now could we really take in the size and the ornateness of the structure. Light glowed behind more than half of the windows, most of which bore fractures but were fully intact. The building narrowed every dozen stories, with a level ringed by a patio balcony, the fencing around each spotted with crude repair. One whole side of Timpani Tower was blackened and sagging, bulwarked by patchwork reinforcements added over post-apocalyptic decades. The original name of the building had collapsed into the cobblestone courtyard below. A huge radio broadcast tower rose from the roof towards the sky. The monorails passed under the archway, which would once have been dazzling in the sun, and right up to Timpani Tower, where they ran through a 4-stars embarking station built into the side of the tower many stories above the ground. From the tarnished arch hung a sign proclaiming Ministry of Arcane Science, Manhattan Hub. Entering the station, we saw guard ponies barricaded behind massive steel walls, watching our approach through narrow slits as they followed our progress with their guns. The walls of the station were decorated with life-size paintings of ponies. Once, the paintings had been protected by fields of magical energy similar to Velvet Remedy's spell. Now, most of the paintings were blackened, damaged or defaced beyond repair, the shields having failed and the gemstones which held their enchantment stolen. All save for one, a painting of a familiar purple unicorn, the once pink and violet stripes in her mane mostly changed to gray. I hopped onto the sidewalk that ran along the wall, giving the painting a closer look. The edges were charred, and the paint had blistered in the heat, but the protective field still held. The others paused, watching me, but I waved them on. I just want to look. I'll catch up. Each of my companions nodded and trotted on, none of them seeming to possess my curiosity. While no spring filly, Twilight Sparkle looked at least a decade younger in the painting than in the memory of Pinkie Pie's last party, and considerably happier. She was surrounded by crisp autumn colors, a number of hazy, barely rendered ponies creating colorful blotches around her in the background. Her cutie mark was hidden, covered by a flank blanket bearing the number 10.
The running of the leaves.
A voice announced from behind me, startling me so badly I nearly jumped back to my death. I turned to glare at the sprite bot, which had seemed to materialize out of nowhere.
Twilight Sparkle ran it every year in Ponyville. Never won.
To me, the mechanical voice sounded nostalgic.
That was until the Ministry demanded all of her time.
I gazed at the purple pony with the 10 on her flank. Then I looked up to the mostly intact skyscraper, which had once been a Ministry of Magic hub, the massive letters that once advertised its name fallen and shattered on the ground below, and then looked back.
Huh,
I smiled, turning to the sprite bot.
How did you know Twat?
But with a crack of static, Watcher was gone. The sprite bot suddenly spewing tuba music. I scowled as I watched the spherical robot bob away. Was it just me, or were conversations with Watcher getting shorter?
Ponies don't simply walk into Timpani Tower,
The guard pony informed us, scowling through an armored window as she spoke through the intercom. The words, "No zombies," were painted across the gate in huge red letters.
We have business with DJ Pone 3.
Velvet Remedy stated loftily.
Although, if you want to explain to him that you turned us away...
DJ Pone 3 is expecting you then.
Absolutely.
Velvet Remedy lied silkily.
And if I were you, I would not keep him waiting.
All of you?
The voice was skeptical. Velvet Remedy gave an overly dramatic sigh.
This is my bodyguard,
she claimed, pointing to Calamity.
And I'm sure you recognize a member of the Steel Rangers.
I do.
And...
Velvet looked to me and seemed to draw a blank. Hastily, I offered,
Toaster repair pony.
Every pony gave me a strange look.
His, toaster's on the fritz?
Velvet Remedy looked pained. The guard contemplated us silently. Finally, Velvet Remedy said,
Look, as much as I'd love to just stand here outside while you get in trouble for not letting us in, it is getting dark. Would 100 bottle caps help move this along?
200.
125. And I won't tell DJ Pone 3 that you tried to extort his guest.
Fine.
The gun slat opened in the door.
Slide the caps through, then you can come in.
I started pulling out and counting bottle caps. I was going to have to start bundling them into small pouches of 20 to make this sort of thing easier. 200 was a large chunk of the bottle caps we'd managed to acquire, but I wasn't worried. We had plenty of guns and ammo to sell once inside.
Oh,
the guard added.
And you'll have to disarm before passing through the checkpoint.
Stick a horn?
Y'all ain't getting my battle saddle lest you pry it off my cold dead.
The guard scoffed.
Wouldn't expect to. You don't have to turn in your firearms and battle saddles, just your ammo, all of it.
I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Unexpected. That also severely cut our trade goods, but at least left us with the more expensive and heavier objects to sell off. As we passed through the checkpoint, a unicorn stepped out of the guard post and waved her horn over us. Every clip, bullet, grenade, and missile flashed, visible even through Steelhoof's metal armor.
Toaster repair pony,
she repeated with a demure smile as her gaze passed over my sniper rifle, combat shotgun, zebra rifle, assault carbine. I face-hoofed.
And a Steel Ranger,
she asked as she removed the missiles from the left side of Steelhoof's battle saddle.
What's your story?
Steelhoof's whinnied.
I'm just here to make sure you don't have any more nasty ghoul problems.
Oh, that is no longer a concern, she smiled. But thank you for the concern.
Indeed. Can't have a filthy ghoul just walking in anywhere.
Calamity was shooting Steelhoof's dark looks. Velvet Remedy nickered under her breath, just loud enough to make sure she was heard.
Oh yes, they're unsightly things. Can't imagine anything worse. Except maybe a cult killer.
Calamity neighed and rolled his eyes, lowering the brim of his hat. In minutes, we were divested of all our ammunition. You will get all of this back when you leave, the unicorn promised primly as she collected it all and floated it into the guardhouse.
I feel strangely naked,
Calamity complained.
At least my weapons had only been reduced to fancy clubs.
You can probably buy some rubber bullets from Chief Grimstar if you really feel you need to. The unicorn informed us as the guardhouse door slid shut behind her. Calamity and I exchanged surprised looks. It was the first I'd heard of any pony utilizing non-lethal ordnance. There was a loud clank as something released inside the ornate armored double doors in front of us. They opened, swinging inwards and revealing the marbled, chandelier-lit station lobby of Timpani Tower. We were getting looks. The idea of high society was completely foreign to me. We'd had nothing like this sort of bizarre elitism in Stable 2. The Wasteland was a dirty, broken, rusted place that was completely at odds with stuffy behavior. The only reason a pony might walk around with their nose in the air in places like New Appaloosa was because they didn't want to smell what they were walking in.
Let us hurry and find a place to make bed. Velvet Remedy pushed. I need a bath.
Hell, these folks are making me feel like I need a bath, Calamity said, his head low, feeling the weight of all the stairs.
You do.
I nodded, wondering just how we would find a place to stay. We were walking across a mezzanine filled with high-class shops, or at least high-class relative to the rest of the equestrian wasteland. If we wanted to buy or sell anything here, Velvet Remedy had her work cut out for her. I suspected she was the only one with enough mercantile savoir-faire to get these ponies to even talk to her. Velvet Remedy seemed to read my mind.
Once we've bathed and rested, we should split up. I'll take our goods to sell first thing in the morning, and then purchase us some new formal wear that will help us blend in. Little Pip, you should look into meeting with DJ Pone 3.
I agreed. I want to find a workshop. I want to modify my battle saddle. Until traveling with Lil Pip, I never had more than one type of ammo. Want to set up a quick way to swap between ammo types. Be nice to get to use rubber bullets when the situation calls for it. He looked at Velvet and me. Y'all should give me your guns so I can do them some proper maintenance while I'm at it. Velvet Remedy floated her needler pistol over to him.
Situations like shooting a cult, perhaps.
Calamity neighed. Nope. I see a raider. I'm gonna take him down. The rust-colored pony stared defiantly at Velvet Remedy, proudly insisting, It's my policy.
It was a child,
Velvet Remedy hissed, giving a stomp. I looked around. My companions were beginning to make a scene.
Maybe we should save this for...
Any pony who chooses to be a filthy murdering raider gets tried and perforated as an adult, Calamity asserted.
And you think a Coulter filly in that situation had any actual choice?
Calamity's eyes narrowed and he cocked his head.
Well, maybe not. Damn tragedy. But that don't mean I'm gonna give him a free pass to rape and murder till he gets his cutie mark. His would-be future victims don't deserve that.
Calamity's voice was rising dangerously.
In case you didn't notice, my little rapist down there...
Shut up!
I finally ordered.
I swear to goddesses I'm going to put you both in corners.
Velvet Remedy and Calamity both bristled, but the interruption was enough to get them to look around and realize that this was not the place to be having that particular fight. The two of them remained silent for the rest of the evening while I found us a place at Golden Tail's luxury suites. It was a beautiful room, the marble walls only slightly cracked, the twin bathtubs were only lightly stained, and the sheets on the bed were not too worn or frayed. I probably paid double what Velvet Remedy would have gotten it for, but I was happy just to get them away from the public. Tempers were more even the next morning. We had all bathed and washed our clothing. Calamity spent the first part of the morning sewing and patching our armor. My armored utility barding had been crusted with blood and punctured with bullet holes. Meanwhile, Velvet Remedy packed up the weapons and scavenged items for trade and headed out before the stores were open, wanting to look over her options. I spent the morning hungry. We decided that we would wait until Velvet Remedy returned with proper timpani attire before heading out to buy food. There were several swanky-looking restaurants that we had passed on our way to Golden Tail's luxury suites, and I was sick of canned and boxed pre-war food, which, as Velvet reminded us, we were almost out of and would need to stock up on. I took the chance to relax, laying on one of the beds and reading. I'd nearly finished all of the books I had collected, and I had contemplated giving most of them to Velvet Remedy to sell. But in the end, I decided that I would rather keep them back at my Junction R7 home, start a library. When Velvet Remedy returned, bringing us all new clothing, even a stately cloak for steel hooves, I nearly fell out of bed at the sight of her. She treated herself to a new coiffure and pony petty, and she was wearing a classy new dress with matching new jewelry, along with a demure touch of blush. She fluttered her longer than ever eyelashes at me, and I felt faint. Part of me hated her for making me want her so much.
Wow. Velvet, you look...
Calamity flushed, looking a little overheated, but he stammered something about hoping she had saved enough bottle caps for us to have breakfast. She turned up her nose at him.
Of course I did.
Looking to me, she broke into a gleeful grin, clopping her hooves.
And we have plenty extra to do a little shopping.
What do they have?
Velvet Remedy smirked, rolling her eyes.
Oh, you wouldn't believe. These ponies have taken full of themselves to a whole new level, she snickered. 2 floors down, there's a shop that sells only cheese, right across from a shop that sells only wine.
As classy as she could be, Velvet Remedy didn't put any more value in being snobbish than the rest of us.
But of course, half the fun of shopping is just looking. Why? Was there something you were looking for?
Some new books and rubber bullets.
Velvet Remedy sighed. The restaurant was classy and filled with prim-looking ponies. I looked at my plate of food with a touch of depression. I don't know why I had expected much more. It wasn't as if the ponies of Ten Pony Tower were farmers with fields of fresh grains. Instead, we got the same pre-war foods, only cooked in new ways and served in tiny but artistic portions. It didn't take long to eat, and I was still hungry. After breakfast, we split up. Calamity and Steelhooves went to find Chief Grimstar, hoping to purchase bullets and possibly a suit of armored barding more suitable for Velvet Remedy.
The Zebra Legionnaire suit was stored away in Steelhooves' packs.
Velvet Remedy didn't feel right wearing it, especially as we walked over the graves of countless ponies the zebras had murdered, and I didn't blame her. But I hated to just leave it or sell it when it could be useful. Velvet and I went to purchase supplies. Food was a high priority, especially since I had no intention of eating at a restaurant again for as long as we were here. Looking at the rows of cans and boxes and fine edibles, I cringed at the prices.
Maybe we should just get the minimum we will need for the next couple days. We're bound to find more if we do a bit of scavenging.
Velvet Remedy agreed, but only because she had other intentions for the caps we would save by doing so. We stocked up lightly. Then I watched as Velvet Remedy haggled with the shop clerk until she got us a discount. As soon as we left Fine Edibles, I found myself being shoved into a spa where Velvet Remedy absolutely insisted we both get full body treatments. I was hesitant at first, but as I began to unwind in the steam room, feeling muscles loosen that had probably been tight since my last night in the stable, I found myself letting out a grand sigh of relief. A couple of delightful spa ponies gave us an absolutely heavenly massage. This was easily the best caps I had ever spent. And, truth be told, the spa mare hoofing my back was beginning to really turn me on.
I heard that Fluttershy went to one of these places every week with my great, add a bunch of greats here, grand auntie.
Velvet Remedy confided as the lovely spa pony rubbed her hooves on my shoulders. I suddenly felt extra awkward. Later, as we lounged in a mud bath, my eye spotted a book sitting alone on a counter. Curious, I floated it over to take a look.
Principles of Proper Pony Speech, I read aloud. Refining how we think by refining how we speak.
I opened the book and looked down the title page. At the bottom in small words, Official Guidelines from the Ministry of Image. I decided I'd ask the spa pony if I could buy the book. We were returning to our room after the most delightful morning I'd had probably ever, and my attention was focused on slipping my newly purchased book into my saddlebags when I collided with the stallion who was backing out of the cheese shop, knocking him over. My book fell to the floor along with a number of boxes of cheese. I recovered and began to offer him apologies and assistance when my eyes fell to the cheese-shaped cutie mark on his beige flank.
You!
Monterey Jack stood up, dusting himself off.
Oh, it's you!
A short gray unicorn wearing a refined, full barding trotted out and looked at the scattered cheese, then at us.
Is there a problem here?
Yeah, this pony tried to rob me after I saved his life.
Now, I was the one creating a scene, and I didn't care. Velvet Remedy was staring. Monterey Jack started picking up the boxes of cheese, lifting them with his teeth by their wrapping strings. He ignored me like I was a small yapping animal.
Is that true?
The gray unicorn asked, looking to Monterey Jack. Monterey just snorted and finished stacking the cheese boxes, then focused, floating them towards the gray unicorn in the suit.
Sorry about that, Homage. I'll credit your account 10% for the rough handling.
Yes, it's true,
I supplied for the beige unicorn. Of course his cutie mark looked like cheese. Monterey Jack ran the cheese shop. A guard pony in old MAS security armor and an LSW battle saddle was trotting towards us. Turning towards him, I pointed at Monterey.
Sir, I'd like this pony arrested.
The guard pony looked both of us up and down.
On what charge?
Attempted robbery?
The guard chuckled.
Monterey Jack's prices may be steep, but that's a stretch.
I shook my head.
No. I rescued him from raiders, and he repaid me by trying to rob me.
Turning a glare on Monterey Jack, I added,
They were going to shoot your hooves off, if I remember correctly. Maybe I should have let them.
The guard looked at me skeptically.
When was this?
I paused and double-checked the date on my pit buck.
3 weeks ago.
Had it really been only that long? I felt like I'd been outside a lot longer.
Sorry,
The guard said finally.
but it's your word against his, and frankly, seeing as you aren't a Timponi citizen, your word doesn't mean much here.
I fumed.
You mean he gets away with it?
Little Pip,
Velvet Remedy said softly, putting a calming hoof on my shoulder.
put it in the past. He may have tried to rob you, but he didn't succeed.
I shrugged off her hoof and rounded on Monterey Jack.
So you're going to just stand there and deny it, are you? Well,
No.
He said firmly.
am not going... Wait, what?
Monterey? Homage was looking at the Bates Cheese Shop unicorn, her purchases momentarily forgotten. The guard pony had suddenly stiffened.
I have 2 colts and a filly to look after. I had to make it home safely, and those supplies would have been wasted on you. You weren't even smart enough to loot corpses. You wouldn't have survived the week.
Clearly not.
Velvet Remedy deadpanned.
Monterey Jack,
The guard said dangerously.
do you realize what you are admitting here?
Monterey Jack snorted, staring at me.
I'm not a liar, and I'm not ashamed of what I tried to do. Making sure my children have a father is more important than some foolish little stranger who doesn't have the good sense to not walk into a slaver camp.
He looked to the guard.
After Clarinet was killed, I'm all they have left.
The guard pony neighed.
Well, probably not anymore. You know the law. Banditry will get you executed.
Wait, what?
Velvet Remedy gasped. The guard clamped the bit on his battle saddle, and I heard the light support weapon reload.
Sorry, Monterey Jack, but you're going to have to come with me.
I've changed my mind. I'm not pressing charges. Nothing happened.
The guard scowled at me.
Sorry, kid, but it's your word against his. And like I said, your non-citizen word doesn't mean the dirt on my hoof around here.
I paced back and forth outside the elevator. This was insane. They can't kill a pony for trying and failing to rob some pony. Could they? Goddesses, why didn't I just keep my stupid mouth shut? The elevator doors opened. I'd left Velvet Remedy looking into the laws of Timpani Tower, hoping she could find something while I attempted to talk to DJ Pone 3. Stepping into the elevator, I added this to the list of things I wanted to ask him about. For that matter, why couldn't Monterey Jack have just kept his own mouth shut? In the equestrian wasteland, honesty was not always a virtue. The elevator began to glide upwards. I took a deep breath. I was about to meet DJ Pone 3. I wondered what to expect. I hoped he'd be willing to talk with me. If not, this would have been a long walk for nothing. Well, no, not nothing. It was a long walk for a spa treatment. Actually, still somewhat worth it. The doors opened and I stepped out into a rich marble foyer, the center of which was dominated by a water fountain. A huge alicorn made of age-darkened brass reared up before me, wings spread out over the foyer. The necklace around the alicorn's neck bore a water talisman with a large sapphire set into the center. Thanks to the talisman, the fountain still flowed with fresh, clean water even 200 years after the apocalypse. I remembered the pure, non-irradiated water we had enjoyed in our baths and in the spa, and I wondered just how many water talismans the MAS hub had, and how many could benefit from them if they weren't all hoarded together in this one place. Stairs wrapped around the foyer to a mezzanine level, and set in the balcony were matching bronze letters, Ministry of Arcane Science, Manhattan. Beyond the fountain was a large set of double doors bearing the title Twilight Sparkle Athenaeum. Above on the mezzanine was a second, nearly identical set of double doors. MAS Emergency Broadcast Station, authorized unicorns only. I took a deep breath and stepped towards the stairs. A second pair of elevator doors slid open behind me. I turned to see the gray unicorn mare, Homage, step out and look around. I smiled, trying not to look nervous.
You're here to see DJ Pone 3 too?
The other unicorn nodded. She was about my size, the only other adult pony I'd seen who was born with a similar small frame. I waved a hoof for her to go first. She was a citizen after all. When we reached the landing, the double doors to MASEBS swung open quietly, making me think of the wild tale of Manhattan ghosts the traveling merchant had told us. Inside were multiple mainframes and walls of computer screens, giving a bird's-eye view of the vast majority of the equestrian wasteland as far as I could tell. Homage clopped past me as I stopped to stare. Searching about, I spotted New Appaloosa on one of them.
Impressive, isn't it?
Homage asked. I nodded, noticing that while most screens had clear, sharp images, several flickered and suffered odd distortions, and one large set of screens was dead black.
You've been in here before?
Oh, a few times. She walked over to a bank of buttons and lights, raising a hoof to press one. She turned and trotted back towards the center of the room, where a microphone was raising from the floor. Homage's horn glowed, and her voice changed by magic. "Good morning, Wastelanders!" Homage cried into the mic, her new voice now male and very familiar. "How is every pony doing? This is your pal DJ Bone 3, and, well, it's that time again. That's right, time for some news." I fell to my haunches, staring as the little gray unicorn's voice belted over the airwaves. "I hear a rumor that Monterey Jack, cheese shop owner up in that oh-so-hoity-toity Timpani Tower, has been arrested for deciding that being a thieving jackass is the appropriate response to an act of kindness. Remember what I keep telling you, my little ponies. Treat each other with kindness and respect. Or don't and watch it come back to bite you in the tail." In other news, some ponies finally arrived to fix my toaster. Hallelujah, it's breakfast time! Here's a little Sapphire Shores to get you through the morning. 10 minutes later, I stood on the windswept roof of Timpani Tower as Homage made a refining adjustment to the gemstone set into the center of one of the dishes on the broadcast tower. I stared out over the gray labyrinth of Manhattan. From here, I could see another ministry hub building, which was considerably worse for wear, Horseshoe Tower, and even the Pony of Friendship out in the harbor. Breathtaking blue ocean stretched out until the waters vanished under offshore fog. "Ironic, isn't it?" Homage asked, her voice no longer that of DJ Pone 3. "I'm told that the statue was a gift from the zebra folk generations before the war." I turned to look at her, but caught sight of something far off on the horizon that grabbed my attention. A needle-like white tower rose all the way into the clouds. I blinked, realizing I'd seen it before, but not over there. Before, when I spotted it in the distance, it was... I turned to look out in the direction I knew the tower should have been and saw. There were two of them. I pulled out my binoculars and slowly turned, scanning the horizon. Far off, protruding from the mountains near Old Appaloosa, I thought I spotted a third. How many of these towers were there? "I see you've spotted them," Homage said casually. I lowered the binoculars.
What are they?
No idea.
Homage admitted.
Something pre-war and really sophisticated. What I do know is that each one has a station house at the base and observation eyes about a third of the way up. DJ Pone 3 managed to hack into one of them. Between those eyes and reports from loyal listeners, every DJ Pone 3 sense has been able to keep ponies informed about dangers, uplifted by tales of heroes, and generally appraised of what goes on in the wasteland, and give them some beautiful music to help make life out there more bearable.
It's all I can do to help everyone, but I figure the most I can do is the least I can do. I looked to Homage with amazement bordering on reverence.
You, on the other hoof, it seems can do a lot more. And so, I'd like your help.
Footnote, level up. New perk, how we do it down on the farm. In combat, your critical hits are more devastating. Your damage from critical hits, including sneak attack criticals, is increased by 50%. This does not affect the chance to cause a critical hit.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.